Dog, that's still a lot, man. 4 wins in a row, that's pretty amazing. I don't recall you ever winning 4 in a row with Zoot playing. But here's the thing. Tonight, it was this many. Hey, kids, how many fingers is Rabbi holding up? This many. I piss excellence. Dog, dog, dog. The score went up. That's all I know is that when they have the scoreboard, the score went up. That's all I know. That's all I know. Do you remember do you remember what you did to me on the S hole? You played the game dirtily. That was dirty play. Wait, now that is a smart strategy. You even said to me, wait, hold on. I even remember, Caspian Sea was up 4, I had 2, and you had 2. I still remember this. This is the kind of mental capacity that I wait, and I still won the hole. It's the best strategy possible. That's true. That's true. I had I had 2 shots that I really felt were gifts. Gifts from the from the creator. That's all I can describe them as. They were probably I don't know for sure, but they may make motion pictures about my 5 wins, and if they do, I don't think they'll just make one movie about them. They'll make 5 individual movies because they know that they will be such blockbusters. What do you call a 5-part like 3 parts are a trilogy. 4 parts would be a we're gonna ask ChatGPT on this. We're coming up with new words. A, a quintology, a quintagy. I mean, I guess I should look up 6 as well because you never know. Yo, dog, if a trilogy is 3 movies, what are 4 movies and what are 5 movies and what are 6 movies? Oh, 4 movies are a tetralogy or a quadrilogy, but tetralogy is more common. 5 movies is a pentalogy, and 6 movies is a hexalogy. So, kids, you witnessed a pentalogy tonight. Those are words that normal people don't know, but you now know them. Are you a big fan of Pepe the Frog? What made you a fan of Pepe the Frog? Do you go on 4chan? Are you serious? Are you serious? Dog, don't you find that website to be difficult to use? I even have a section on 4chan and 8chan in here, but I probably have spent a grand total of like 11 minutes on them. I don't even know if I've been on. Well, I can tell you this. One of them has. I don't like them. If you ever try to post on there, it's really difficult to do their captcha on a phone, and you have to wait like 20 minutes if you don't verify or something. So I just think it's a difficult website to maneuver. And plus, it's all garbage. I mean, it's just like hateful things about people. Do you use 4chan more than you use Reddit? Why do you Reddit's the front page of the internet? Who won? I got a 7-day ban 2 days ago. No, it's actually a bullshit reason. I think it's a bullshit reason. Okay, so I have an account that I use. I've had like a bunch of accounts banned though. And so um the reason why I've had accounts banned, I don't think it was such a bad thing that I did, but I did an AMA with like 1,000 questions, and then I just answered them all myself. And then some of the questions that I answered were like just straight up hating on the moderators of Reddit and the administrative team. And so I got banned. And anyway, I used another account, and that was like my main account for is still like my main account. Okay. Then I created a GIF, and I wanted to spam the GIF all over the website, but I didn't want to use my main account. Uh, well, and also this is an issue. I on Discord actually I went to the Wall Street Bets subreddit, and they were really mean to me, and so I complained that I kept getting banned in the Wall Street Bets Wall Street Bets Discord on their subreddit, and they banned me for that. So then I created another account, and when you create another account, like a brand new account, it says what things are you interested in, and it'll be like sports and art and finance. And the first thing for finance is Wall Street Bet. I clicked that one, and they considered that to be ban evasion, and they gave me a 7-day ban. Isn't that a good story? And and is it beneficial? I don't know if you consider cannabis one. Also, melatonin. Well, not with the ass kicking that you received tonight, but perhaps in the future. Dog, it's counted. In the annals of society, that bitch is counted. Okay. Take care, big dog. It was fun. Thank you for playing. You're absolutely right. I mean, you make me feel like I'm $1 trillion, baby. Thank you. I like it. I like it. Have you seen any good documentaries recently? Anything having to do with pangolin? Would you eat pangolin given the opportunity? Pangolin? Okay, let's say we could 3D print pangolin. Would you eat it? Okay. Would you wear its armor? What about if they were 3D printed? Very cool. Would you eat 3D printed pangolin from a Chinese wet market? As I understand, a wet market is like basically an outdoor slaughterhouse, but they like, and then you can buy the food there. Let's check this out. What is a wet market? A wet market is a type of marketplace that sells fresh meat, fish, produce, and other perishable goods. The term wet refers to the water used to keep the products fresh, as well as the wet floors from ice or water used in the handling of the goods. Wet markets are common in many parts of Asia and other regions around the world. They typically have open air stalls and can sometimes be noisy and bustling, often a variety of fresh local products. So that actually doesn't sound that bad. What you with a lot of ice and water. Well, I do hear that they do that. I mean, some. I mean, nothing's perfect, but then they stack it on each other, and then it can get contamination. I think that's true. Do you want to see the robot that I built for Twitch? Like you've got a better thing. All right. I understand you took an amazing ass whooping. I get you. Well, we've got time in the future for you to be able to look at my robots. So you take care, and just know that whenever you want, feel free to awake me from my beauty rest for me to whoop your ass. I piss excellence, baby. What did we learn? What is the best comeback in the history of sports? What did you learn? Yeah, your phone. Yeah, use your phone like a normal use your phone like a normal person. Dog, you have used your phone. Wait. Let me just put it to you this way. Big dog, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. Okay. I'm just going to be for real with you, as the kids say. In the past, you have not played your normal self when you use your phone. And then you start doing very well to the point where I have been able to perceive that you have been using an alternate device and you have had to admit that, yeah, you switched to your iPad. That's how big a difference it makes. That's a lie. That's a lie. And that is recorded in the annals of history as a lie. Here's why. No, no, that is not a joke. Not at all. You know that you've played on your phone sometimes. Then in the past that you were playing with your phone. Okay. All right. Hear the bullshit that this motherfucker's spouting? That's garbage. In the future annals of history, your words, it allows you more dexterity. Incorrect, dude. On a phone, I'm serious about this. A phone's really small. You have to be really delicate with it. Take care, big dog. It was fun. Champion, kids. Champion. 5 times champion. I piss excellence. Hey, Joe Rogan. I have to take a shit. Champion. Sexiness. They awoke me just for me to whoop their asses. Everybody remember it. 5-time champion. Back to back to back to back. Champions. Who wants to watch the movie Air? That movie's amazing. Soundtrack kicks ass. I have to take a shit though. Champion. I piss excellence. West Side. Untied, untried, undefeated. Just the best. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than everyone. Everyone you've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say. Tear us apart. Baby, there will never be there. You're the best. I'm better than all the rest. I'm better than everyone. Everyone I ever met. Everyone you've ever met, baby. I'm the best. You're the best. Better than all of the rest. Better than everyone. Everyone I ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. Hang on every word you say. Tear us apart now. Baby, I will never be there. Tina Turner was born to sing that song about everybody's favorite rabbi. Simply the best, baby. Better than all the rest. Better than everyone. Everyone you've ever met. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller. Sexiest person of all time. Best motherfucker ever. Ain't never ever been anybody better looking than this motherfucker. Ask Annie Robinson. She'll tell you what is up. West Side. I had to take a shit. Champion. I'm the people's champion. Everybody loves me. The people's champion. I'm the best. I'm a man of the people. I'm the people's champion. W. Brian Hubbard. I think you're very smart. Raekwon. Champion. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan experience. Trained by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Governor Perry, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship and how you guys know each other? And
I had a public service career in the state of Kentucky, and the last stint of it involved my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. Within that role,
Champion.
I designed for book.
I piss excellence.
Kentucky Ibogaine
Ibogaine.
Initiative. $842 million in settlements.
I don't even know what that is. How do you get that? Is it like from a cactus or something? Champion, soft tart. Champion. Ain't never been anybody better looking than I am. I'm the best. The best the man can get. Gillette. The best shave you can get. Champion, bitch.
Professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video testimonial about
by men.
Potential around the development of and he also was so wonderful as to procure an op-ed.
Champion. Bitches just call me champion because that's what I am. I'm like that fucking dog from Parks and Recreation. I'm amazing.
How did you get involved in this?
Ain't nobody ever been as amazing as I am. I have to take a dump though. Hey, Governor Perry, did you know that I have to take a dump? Gee, had dumps like a truck. Guys like what, all night long. Let me see that song. I'm the booty go. That dong. I like the way you move that thing. I mean, you're mine. Yes, indeed. Champion. 5-time champion, baby.
Guy looked like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. They went over, introduced themselves, and said, "Were you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." This kid happened to be a JTAC, the SEAL Team 5, who was a farmer, was an FA team driver who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on the tour of the Special Warfare Center, let him give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley. Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on a Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour. And he had a big old tall drink of water with him, his camis, that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finish it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is. And I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked them to go have dinner just that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you. And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Rain came up with him. And we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. If you're ever through Austin, come by and see me, right? Which I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we hadn't known each other in those days, I said, hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me. Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the government, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing you're not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Redwood. That's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was. Okay. So going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother Morgan, I might add. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was Lieutenant Commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. Jake Elsey is now in Congress. So incredible small world for me. It started totally by the grace of God in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to say, saw your son doing all right. Went on about my business. That was it. August of 06. May of 07. The phone rang in the governor's mansion. Security detail said, there's a young man down here who said you told him the next time he's through Austin, Texas, to come by and see you. And he's here. I said, that's hilarious. I said, what's his name? And Marcus Luttrell. I said, yeah, I told him. Send him in. That was in May of 07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left. And that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me sitting at Joe Rogan's table, talking about veterans. We've been down dozens of rabbit trails. The bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring me into those big we learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young people. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get was at the VA, and he had to have some very specific surgeons on his back, highly technical surgeons. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA and have that done with defense, but I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston, talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celtex. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 when it came out, and New York Times bestseller list. And people started to know his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. I called Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I'm going through that road. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. And I said, this kid is a legit American people. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of it. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE, which they did. Hats off to them for doing that. But the sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just a lot different. That by the grace of God, he met a governor. God actually intervened and make a difference. And there's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues don't know them, don't have any. And that's why I've spent however many years, 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we can help these young men. Back in 2007, I helped create a foundation that buys homes called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if you're living in a great home, if you're in a mansion, your mind's not where it needs to be. You're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person, in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, Ibogaine, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job, our job, is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this, conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine. That literally, the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue data. We'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who's an epileptic. And she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieving of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or other. That mother came and sat down with me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be, I know, I may not agree on that. I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the work that he did with maps is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm
all night long. Let me see that dawn.
Medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape and all of that I just talked about, but that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going to places.
All night long.
And the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine, what I see. Society need to be really pushing this, talking to our doctors, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help.
What motherfucker
And you
dares
add to this the clear
to message
evidence
me?
that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, that the population that could be affected powerful in a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure, in the next couple hours.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night, wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in all countries around the world. So, forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a normal drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I don't.
It was Hunter S. Thompson. No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. McGovern was running for president when during the primaries. He spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine, that he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's
Couple.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, then he called it gonzo journalism, And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty fun.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the Dick he literally decided to take this guy's political career by making up a book about it.
I never said he was. I said he was a rumor in Milwaukee, which is true. I said I made it all up. I couldn't really believe it. Must be.
Yeah, it's just repeating itself over and over. But yeah, it's the Gonzo, the documentary. He just decided that he was a big phony, and so the story of the guy being addicted to Ibogaine of all drugs, which is crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to.
Yeah, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be,
Yeah.
and that it's addictive. And Ibogaine is neither. It's clearly evidence that there's, as a matter of fact, definition of a compound that was not scheduled would be most likely.
Yes, but yeah, he's Schedule 1. Yeah.
And I think public, we go back and understand the earth. Nixon was using for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after this. Using these compounds as the
Yeah, and for the last 50
I like when you do the show.
Particularly for veterans.
I'm just asking you
Important
how you feel you played.
these
Well,
it's going to open eyes to people.
many people don't know how good I am at that fucking
Never
game.
consider
It's really
the
about
concept of plant medicine,
angles
psychedelics. They would
and
never consider it.
it's really
But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans. The demand.
There's some people who think they can ball with the kid.
Trials that they face.
You better watch your step. You might fall trying to do what I did. Mama, on the Ojo side, in the middle of the club, with the rubber dub. No look for the haters, man, because I got 4 seats at the Lakers, 50-yard line for the Raiders.
Considering
Muhammad
things that
Ali
would not
told me
have
I'm the
normally
greatest.
entered
I got the
into your
fever. You know,
You look at
on the fat chicks, right?
look at the history of how I
all the
grew up on dryland cotton farm, about as conservative part of the world. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with. At that particular point in time, in the early 70s and mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug testing. Go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years, your brain on drugs, just say no to drugs.
All night long.
And
Let
on the one
it
hand,
sing, let it
that's a good
go.
message. On the other hand,
And
and you
show me it, baby. Show me it. Show me that motherfucker
and
work.
it can't even be
Work.
used
Oh,
for
what?
trials. It can't be
That's your stuff.
medically used to see is there some good that
Where's
can
the
come out of
thing?
this. And the fascinating thing for me
No,
is
no.
that Mexico, this is a compound that can
Twix
be used.
GD11.
I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for ibogaine to be used for clinical trials.
Come on, you
medical
bitch.
purposes.
Oh, I fucking
Yeah.
typed. This type
We're sitting here
all night long.
with 20
Let
veterans
me
today,
see that.
killing them.
Twix GD11.
Yet we
Come on, you
have
little
a
bitch.
compound
Da-da.
clearly,
Not going to Buddha
The
show.
clearly, the
Oh, I
data
haven't done this
shows
one.
that this compound appropriately used, appropriately overseen.
I know it's early. I have a question. Is driving therapy? What is driving
can
to you?
absolutely change
Are you
lives.
ready for another diabolical day on the track? Dog.
And for me,
What a
to be able to
weird thing.
know that.
You know what would be really cool? If you put, oh, we're reuniting North and South Korea over milks and
And
K-pop.
it's why I'm so excited about Bobby
All
Kennedy,
night long.
you know,
Let me
Jay
see That's fun. Like when a booty go. Why not? Why not? Dude, the Kel guy and Keenan and Kel look like Cisco, and I've never seen them in the same room. Just keep that in mind, folks.
So I think we've got
With a GD, could be in a B.
And I hope
Hook it up. Hook a brother up. Let me see it.
Both sides of the
Yo, you're about to get spammed, son.
any sense of imagination. So
Here we go. Fuck
I'm really
yeah.
excited about the potential
All night long.
trials done. Move this
Let
on.
me see that
Worst case scenario, scheduled
song.
to even schedule
Banana.
broad.
Like a window booty show. That song. Like nice the you move that thing. Yeah.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. All night long.
Stunning result. What one was it, Ryan? You want to hit that one? Or take it?
We'll save this motherfucker to Twitch.
2018. That's not perfect. All right. In 2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone.
Like Al Capone? All night long. Let me see that song. Doobie. Bada. I like it when the booty show. That song.
Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way affect
Buster.
Buster.
Capture solver for humans.
That his life was at stake.
Cloud
As well
swear,
as the
bitch.
future of her family. She became desperate to go online and discovered the existence of a compound called Abigail.
All night long. Let me see that song. Banana. Work, bitch. What is this? No. Cancel.
He came back as the man she remembered marrying.
No, this isn't the one I want. This isn't the one I want. Clicker. Clicker.
Circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution.
Search fucking extensions.
His friends, the verge of suicide. They began just as a friend group to put money together to send a close circle of individuals bound to receive this treatment.
Let
They
me
came together for vets, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to Gambia clinics south of Tijuana to receive
PJ, baby.
symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder because of the
Why not?
endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment.
Chrome purge extension.
A group of philanthropists.
What is that?
A study, Stanford University, was led by Dr. Moses. And over the course of several years, cohort veterans were evaluated before and after treatment.
I'm
They were
human.
evaluated comprehensively.
I'm legend.
The administration of
Champ.
to quantify
His
the
excellence.
duration of
No, that's not the one.
pre and post treatment.
Chrome extension?
These scans were compared at a base which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands
No.
of brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment of the question,
Let me see that song. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Why not? Like it when the booty show. That's
paralyzed by symptomatology, profound anxiety, profound. In many cases, veterans who were in a way a pharmacology which affected pathology were not just back.
like it when the booty show. Chrome extension. It's sucking dick.
Miraculous when it comes to language.
Extension. Super bright.
To have significant Flares that
B.
impact the human brain. Health implications for conditions.
Yeah, you wanted that? Psych.
The white matter that covers our brains,
No.
which is the highway across which all of
Dude, there's one of these.
travel, grew across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and
Here it is.
executive function grew.
Cloud flare, cloud freed, cloud. I like it when the booty show. That song. I like the way you move that thing. I need your mind. Yes, indeed. All night long. Let me sleep that song. Twitch.tv, bitch.
Just about 2 weeks ago,
All night long.
Governor
Let me sleep.
research based out of the university.
Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Find out.
This
Like when the booty show.
developed a protocol
That song.
with Ibogaine. We had the
Ibogaine.
privilege of visiting one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient.
Champion.
We were shown video.
One of the greatest, if not the greatest motherfucker ever. I'm prettier than everybody. I'm better than everybody. I'm the man, and everybody knows it.
Completely bedfast. As a last resort, he underwent an invasive intravenous
Champion.
surgical procedure.
I piss excellence, bitch.
Where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted
Set time automatically.
which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glial growth factor, which essentially
All night long.
stimulates
Let me see that
the absence of which is
song.
indicated in the
Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Why not? Like when the booty show. That song.
He was not able to volitionally his body
Change.
the video demonstrated his attempts to stand
Yo, kid, shut the fuck up. I'm the champion. Oh, shit. I gotta change the gear on this
he had
bitch.
undergone the deep brain stimulation. He signed up for in the country in which he
All night long. Let me say that song. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Why not? Skibbity. Skibbity-Doo. Skibbity toilet. What is that? That's not like a. All night long. Why not?
Rode his bike.
Like when the booty show.
I mean, I'm telling
That song.
you, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video. I get it's anecdotal, but for my
Oh,
purposes,
man, this is gonna
it
suck.
was just back in what we have seen, what we learned about how Ibogaine, how the treatments down in Mexico are flood doses. This was a microdosing that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point of this is exactly why we
Dude,
in
I
the
don't wanna
United
watch this
States,
anymore.
with our medical capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trial so that we find out, is this really what
Like when the
we
booty
think it
show.
is? And if it is,
That song.
this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, traumatic brain. I mean, I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthrough because of this compound.
Dr. Williams has said, and I agree, that Ibogaine is the
I like it when the booty show.
sophisticated medication on the planet.
That song.
The results of the Stanford study were published in the top 5 medical research
Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Why not? Mail ticking. Work, bitch. This is why I got that capture buster.
The Brain Behavioral Research Foundation named that study as
Come on,
its
you slut.
number 2 study in terms
Like it
of
when the booty show.
oncology.
That song.
I am convinced
Oh, I
that
like
system
the way
which maintains
you move
Ibogaine's
that thing.
is in fact.
It
leads to a controlled heart.
Yes,
It does seem miraculous. And what's fascinating to me is that how little is known about it until just basically a decade or so. It started making its way into the zeitgeist.
What in the fuck is going on here?
I heard about it.
No, chicken, quit sucking dick.
Was the first person I heard of. He became addicted to pills, back injury, and he started talking about it. He went to Mexico, got treated, and then he wound up living at the center of Mexico. And since then, I've known quite a few friends, mostly veterans, that they've been led there by other veterans, guys who've gotten help, or new friends that have gotten help.
There you go, slut.
Sent them down there, and every single one of them that have come back from there has had a miraculous result. It's almost like too good to promise. It's like when you're talking to people, like, oh, there's so many people probably listening to this that are at.
Dude, it's got to do it again.
And they're here.
Oh shit!
Don't get my hopes up for this miraculous thing. There's nothing miraculous.
It's too good to be true. It's probably too good to be true. Right. But I would have said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about in 2017.
What the fuck is this shit?
I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to D.C. to work for the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers, or the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States, our national labs have, and we have some partnerships with different universities. University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Mann, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain for traumatic brain injury. And they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with plant medicine through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having, and it kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. And I was like, Morgan, you be careful with it. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about ibogaine for the first time. It was probably late 2017, early 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work and why does it work? Then it's led to
introduction to alien races.
Dr. Nolan with PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Brian just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury, some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88%.
No, quit sucking dick. What the fuck is going on here?
6 months later, had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan within a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason this country needs to put this into place so we can clinically trial it at various places across this country, at the VA, some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. if this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
You know, and it takes someone like you. It takes a Republican, straight-laced guy who's a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's gonna open up.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, "Hey, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, use of psychedelics. What do you do?" So you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really, really careful with this. What are you doing? And I told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand. But I said two things. Number one, I have spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people. I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this and to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what I've seen is true, and that what I've studied, I've gone down and really put my arms around. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe, and I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated and publicly talked about that they have been to Mexico and they've been treated, Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah. Do you know Sean Lyon?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Lyon had a very similar experience. Obviously veteran, Navy SEAL.
Come on, Pete.
Podcast. Yep, huge podcast. It's just there's so many stories. It's too much to remember. And it's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for you. But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, it was put on a Schedule 1 list, and because of that, we can't look at it, consider it as a treatment.
It's interesting what you just said, how we mistreated our veterans. Yes. And I think this is really important. Ryan saw it firsthand over in Kentucky. You think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center in the burn center down there in 2005 when the kids started coming back from IED blast and the burn. They're traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there and kids from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was an opiate. And our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opium and patting these kids on the butt and saying, we'll see. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who got both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opiates. Then they're masking that with alcohol. And you're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why Billy and Bobby killed these guys. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid-2000s as we were. We've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long period of time? I can't think of it. If you go back, all the way to prehistoric times, we fought wars for a short period of time, and we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into American history in the Revolutionary, and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then then you go through up into World War I. Spent a little bit more time in combat. World War II, and we started seeing people who were affected, what we call shell shock, World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a little period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always, their hormone levels, through the roof, because they're always on, head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the, with the shawl on? Does it have an explosive in it? I mean, always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, through the roof, and that's these kids are all guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them, and our government's failed. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track with the federal government with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, can you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Rothschild, whose widow, Norma, is still living in New York City, he was part of an underground subculture in the early 60s known as the hippies, and came into contact with Ibogaine in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what occurred. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard and a guy by the name of Stanley Glick, a gentleman by the name of David Bill, joined also by a guy by the name of Dr. Kenneth Walker, were the original pioneers who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data, which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action is not understood and is not understood. What is known is that opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival chemicals. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts: the drive to eat, the drive to drink, the drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce a dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals in the opioid epidemic has played out in this country with the detonation of OxyContin in the Appalachian Mountains in 1996. For years, we looked at this problem as one of profound medical failure by those who found themselves trapped in addiction. What I learned from those in government was that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of a profound neurochemical brain injury expressed by the shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. I began taking unique abilities to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supported dose. It is extraordinary, especially when we consider the outcomes that are produced by our existing treatment system. Addiction currently, you have two pathways. One is abstinence, and the other is what's called medication for opioid use disorder, or what I refer to as opioid maintenance treatment. Outcomes associated with abstinence treatment are essentially a rate of success of 7%. And the reason for that is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. I began shortening that to 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but it's concrete and real. One other thing that's important to mention is its physiological properties. I began to produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy, the prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no more circumstance to demand accelerated development of this therapeutic than the current reality of drug dependency and death in America. The risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies Ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is Torsades syndrome. If an individual is given Ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop their heart, and they will die. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with a background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to note is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the co-administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico. I've had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is Andy south of Tijuana, and the other is called Beyond, and it is in Cancun. B-E-O-M-D. B-E-O-M-D. Yes, sir. Both of those clinics utilize co-administration of magnesium in prevent the development of torsades. I explain all this to say to the audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to order Ibogaine online for self-administration. Do not free venture out into the world into any old clinic. Be very careful and selective. There are informational websites. One is maintained by a lady by the name of Juliana Sullivan called Intervision Game, which has a list of providers. As I said, I've been to both Ambio and Beyond. They are clinical operations that are here to absolutely best, highest standards of safety. And you want to make sure, if you have a family, that you're sending them to a place that recognizes that ibogaine is the very best possible beginning that you can give an individual to restore their lives in the aftermath of the devastation associated with addiction. You want to make sure that the clinical staff is comprised of highly credentialed physicians, nurses with intensive care background and certification, who are also believers in the advancement of this particular medication and who also have experience with it. It needs to be delivered within a supportive therapeutic environment whereby you are in a community that is connected to your humanity, where you have the ability to receive services that heal your mind, your body, and most importantly, your soul.
And it can actually be done. It sounds so crazy that this is illegal, and it sounds so crazy that this is so beneficial, that it's taken so long. But here we are in 2024, all the 54 years after all this stuff was made illegal, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of this political decision, essentially, by the Nixon administration.
Is it all right if I talk about how I came to it?
Please.
I'm going to have to start at the beginning, and I will try to be as economical with the use of words as possible. I was raised in one of Virginia's 5 coal-mining counties, Russell County, Virginia, which economically and culturally is much more similar to eastern Kentucky and southern West Virginia than it is to any other part of Virginia. I come out of a coal mining family. My grandfathers were both grade school educated. My father's father stopped attending school in the 3rd grade. My mother's father stopped attending school in the 6th. Both of them were underground at the age of 16, and that's where they spent 40 years of their lives. My family has been generationally devastated by profound effects of alcohol and substance abuse, as well as untreated mental illness. It has blighted us for as long as anyone can remember. This is the environment in which my parents grew up. They married early. My first memories as a child were of screaming, cussing, and chaos. I can remember my grandfathers who lived incredible lives. My mother's father was when we were 16, had a pair of shoes between once a year. My father's father was when they were 11. Neither one had a full set of fingers. You could hear my dad's dad breathe 50 feet away from the combined effects of glaucoma and tuberculosis that he contracted in the coal tank in which my father was raised. When I was a young boy, and I would go and visit each of them separately, simply from inside, and they would say, I've all noticed that you're scared and that you're anxious, that you need to work on things. Number one, I love you. Number two, and most important, God loves you. You have a special fulfilling purpose to achieve the life that has been handed to you from on high. And no matter how scared you feel, no matter how rough you think things are, if you will have faith that God will take care of you, you're going to come through just fine. If my grandfathers had not provided me those very early years with sanction from that early case, the stability of their lives, and an affirmation of their spiritual significance, the chances are, if I were alive anymore, I certainly would be sitting here. I would be looking at people like Governor Curry, and people who come jobs like I was, get wondering what they were going to do to pull me out of the ditch. I went through school at a time when Ronald Reagan was president, and just like the duckling to the duck, he was my North Star as to what America was all about. I had a very idealized version of American history and civics education delivered to me by grade school teachers who had come of age during World War II, or ladies who had been trained by those teachers. Coming out of a working class family, my dad was a starter for the telephone company in Atlanta for 40 years. He had some struggles with alcohol when I was very young. He, through iron will, overcame. And today, he is one of my absolute best and dear friends in this life. I was raised with my brother to recognize the benchmarks of success as becoming either a doctor or lawyer. I wasn't much good in the way of math or science, but I could write and talk a little bit. And I was also taught that law was the way in which you could defend truth and justice in the American way. So with dewy-eyed optimism, I went to undergrad and had a wonderful time. And then I went to law school. And by the end of that first semester, with the acquisition of significant student loan debt, all of those dewy-eyed notions had been crushed and destroyed before my very eyes. At the end of the 3-year legal education process, I came to know and to understand that law has nothing to do with any of those things that I was raised to believe. That law is often nothing other, oftentimes, than the tyrant's will, and always so when it is used to produce predetermined, manipulated outcomes in the hands of judges who drive results based on their own individual biases, predilections, and preferences. Because I knew such debt, my first job was to just get a job, and I found myself with an accidental career practicing workers' compensation law in Kentucky. I had the privilege of being mentored by a lady named Mary Kay Williams for 1 year. She had managed to achieve a partnership with law firm in which we worked together. But in May of 2002, tragically at the age of 33, she died as a result of a fall from her attic at her home after a Memorial Day party. The next day, I went into the office. The senior partner called me and said, "There's no reason to have this discussion, so we're going to have it now." There is a 300 case caseload of Mary Kay handled. The bulk of those cases belong to Walmart stores. They are a significant client to this law firm. I don't know, but you are one of the few associates which she had glowing things to say. I need you to get in there and get your answer in that caseload and thank this client to this firm. That touched off whether it was a 16-year legal career practicing workers' compensation all across Kentucky. In the years which coincided with the onset and explosion of the opioid epidemic out of central and southern Appalachia, I traveled from the end of the state to the other, representing Walmart, Tyson, Phoenix, and Tennessee Valley Authority, practicing thousands of cases over the course of those years. I can remember taking the deposition of a particular individual who I would describe as representative of the dynamics of the opioid epidemic. This person was usually a middle-aged woman, somewhere between the ages of 45 and 70. She would have worked tirelessly her entire life, usually in eastern Kentucky, working at low-skilled, low-wage jobs, convenience stores, $50, Walmarts, and she worked hard, and she worked consistently, and she would have been someone whose labor was a monument of devotion to her family. At some point in time, she would have had a work accident, a slip and fall, or a lifting injury. She would make her way to either a physician or in some cases a lawyer. She would undergo evaluation, and she would endorse the existence of pain complaints throughout the body. This person would undergo a series of diagnostic studies that failed to reveal anything of significant, certainly enough to explain all of the pain symptoms that this person endorsed. As a young lawyer, I took this lady's deposition probably 30 or 40 times, and I would get them to speak to their pain, and would get them to speak to their ability, and then I would pull out their medical records. which demonstrated that CT scans, MRIs, electrodiagnostic studies all had failed to reveal any objective physiological explanation for their complaints of pain. And we have enthusiastic want to defend the very best interests of the clients. I thought that
all night long.
the clients accepted this lady and come up with a sob story to tell people to hold money out of my client's pockets. I was always very patient.
Now you want to do the show.
We have gone through a stack of medical records, and there does not appear to be anything wrong with you. And this lady would start to cry, and she would say, Mr. Hubbard, I'm not a doctor, and I can't tell you what's wrong with me. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time I opened my eyes until I go to bed, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can hardly make myself get out of bed. This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, had consisted of the application of high-powered narcotic medications in response to their complaints, along with vigilance narcotic medications, Oxycontin, Xanax, Xanax, the whole 9 yards. If they were not physiologically disabled by their accident, they had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been thrown at them. I took this
all night long.
hundreds of times.
Let me sing that song.
Whether these ladies had physical symptoms which were
Like I'm gonna do the show.
they were true, genuine, experienced profound pain, which had caused significant debility. That pain was not physical. It was emotional, and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at the dead end. They had their
all night long. Let me sing.
of a future defined by dignity, autonomy, and their hope broken. And that broken hope came through as profound physical pain that was rooted within their
Like I win the booty show.
by virtue of
No.
an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases. In December of 2016, I received a call from a member of the then administration of Governor Mayweather. And they were looking for an individual who could come in and work at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled as a result of any physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. And I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know that workers' compensation goes hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as it's one member, has a significant portion of the adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, we're looking for someone who can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand why Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you can do? And I said, I don't know. I'm sure you're my best friend, and it's an honor to be considered, and I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to read Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand why things were the way they were. I see a team of high caliber employees who had years, decades of policy experience with the Social Security disability program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate around the enrollment into the Social Security disability program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October 2017, we issued is the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security disability program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 to 2015. And here were the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security disability program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds where there's very little opportunity to have what we can consider to be a conventional healthy childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 449% over those 35 years. We heard from statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which track the issue of every single field that is capable of habituation to the state's SSI Medicaid population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults in the Social Security disability system grew 210%, from 47 doses per adult to 157 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, create physiological dependence, grew 168% from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI Medicaid child. My first medical job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison in the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security disability program and the way in which it was meeting federal employment standards. I wish that I had had a recording of this meeting that occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. I assembled the management team. I was able, and this person began by saying, folks, claims are down, and that's bad, because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security disability program was not necessarily the primary benefit of the Social Security disability recipients. It was run for the perpetual expansion of the SSD's own bureaucracy, and that while Social Security disability benefits represent 16% of benefit package within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get more money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also bring the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It is the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program in Kentucky, that was 120 individually elected county attorneys. In fact, some systemic issues, there were a cohort of county attorneys who were running that program perfectly. There was another cohort that was running it with some success, but not necessarily enough performance. And then there was that were running their operations horribly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars to rent payments were going to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interest by elected officials at the county level, something that was immediately I came into that job. Governor Rick announced his race for re-election in 2019, and because of certain measures taken to bring accountability, transparency, and performance expectations to that child support program, I was terminated from my job on the hour on the day before the administration of the newly elected Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear. I was picked up by a gentleman who was my dear friend by the name of Daniel Hamilton, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked me to run his office of Medicaid fraud and abuse control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers who are being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Kleiner, who is a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers in the system, a significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance treatments who were using their clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations which fomented diversion sponsored in every little town in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation supposed to be restorative and helpful to people in because I had developed a reputation as a known and public servant. The deputy now was carried up in interest in the commission. The Kentucky legislature framework to administer what is now one settlements from opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful, many of the conditions that exist there exist because of how terrible Kentucky state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War. Kentucky in many categories is first, one would wish to be last, last where folks would wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of sexual abuse in the country. All of the material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought-stricken forest, and Mexico was black and gold and set on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there has been a history of systemic political corruption, which has impaired the ability to produce progress from our people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very treacherous opportunity because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the wagon who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission in a way that is accessible, accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we wouldn't have it any other way. I had to go through the process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do? And I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous amount of money to the average year, it's going to be paid over 15 years. At its height, Purdue farmers make $100 million a month sales of OxyContin. This supplement consumes roughly 8.5 months of OxyContin sales, but we get it over 15 years. These tons, tables, of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time non-lucrative revenue stream is utilized for its maximum best impact of this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing we've got to look for is an opportunity to develop a breakthrough therapy that can deliver material better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is we're going to change generational dynamics to have. We've got to look for Kentucky's opportunity to pioneer therapeutic breakthroughs. And I said, I don't know what that is, but in 2018, knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom has profound impacts on treatment resistant depression, in the case of me in particular, not alcoholism. And I thought of developing research applications for the next several years. The author is by the pen name of Juliana Christina, who about her own experiences with psilocybin mushroom to help her overcome a irritability, anger, anxiety, and a near-fatal eating disorder. When she 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is who I am. I've been given this job. Can you tell me about the universe of psychedelics and whether there is any special application or impact for opioid dependence? She said, have you ever heard of it? She said, I do. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Julie. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you her story. So I reached out to Juliana, told her who I was, and I said, tell me your story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young American woman. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said one morning she woke up and went from the mirror and she said, I knew that this was it. And I was desperate for myself a chance to look. And she said, I had done everything. I did abstinence. I did Suboxone. She said, but you didn't tell me about Suboxone as a control. Suboxone is girl withdrawal looked like a cakewalk. Most horrific experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this I began to come out for because through online internet research. And she said, there are a number of operations that operate for right, that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety measures to ensure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made Guatemala. I was in the hands of the and I was given double the dose. She said, I went to the after 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember in the intensive care unit of the Guatemala hospital. She said, I felt the best I've ever felt my entire life. Juliana in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City. Teaching medicine with her. A brief introductory conversation. I told her, I said, I want to learn some about Ibogaine. I've spoken with Juliana and to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about it. So perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to help me this development. She said, I have a Rolodex that I think could be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? Now, folks around this, I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. I need to know the foremost academic and medical researchers in this compound. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky, profoundly politically conservative, religiously fundamentalist state. And I said, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support or have an interest in the opportunity that may exist around our game. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to travel to New York City to do the dinner party for you? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deep, politically conservative office, and I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me that are ready to cut my head off if they knew I was even sniffing around the area of psychedelics for a potential treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be completely confidentially that everybody must take a our assignment to such time as I can decide whether or not this is simple to present. My wife and I are my close Scott Hornwood, who was also an advisor to the and traveled to New York City.
Oh, my God.
On December 9th, we had this dinner with these individuals who had gathered, these veteran activists who had gathered, as well as an application to go psychedelics. I got home to Kentucky and up their networks and put me in touch. Dr. Noble Williams. And all the folks came to push for accessibility to the U.S. medical system. On January 31st, 23, presentation to the Attorney General Cameron, and I said, found Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity. Concrete realities are of Abigail, and they are three. It resolves physiological on an accelerated time frame and a from the physical consequences of it. Number two, it has a effect for the individual, whereby when the back having been physiologically restored, they have a over their self and their future, whereby life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. Fundamental quality one must have if they are going to rebuild their life. Finally, and most significant, the overwhelming majority of have a navigating experience like with an affirmation that they are a spiritual being that was made in the image of God, whose essence was pure, unconditional love. That Creator has conferred special and purpose on their life. When those knowledge are properly understood, Attorney General has blessed to lead the Commission of Exploration, setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state's settlement to create a public-private partnership whereby the drug dealer would match the state's investment funding by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of Novocaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, opioid substance use disorder, and any other conditions which have demonstrated efficacy. We have a high profile public announcement on May the 31st, 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted three high profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 2 hours on all aspects of Abigail. These hearings are online as a formal part of the record. The first hearing involved the science of Abigail. It included the testimony of Dr. William Williams, Dr. Deborah Nash, who has been a pioneer in the development of Abigail's application to opioid for 30 years now. We had a segment which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received or consent for Abigail treatment. It's a very hopeful and public way because people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this affirmative in a way that you can transform this, but the future of the state. That second was one of the most moving percent ever been a part. And I don't know any of his testimonials, which included the governor, the conclusion, but that Abigail as expeditiously and safely as possible for this country. The third University of Kentucky, which along fought this proposal centered on the question would even consider approval, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with its application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who was in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Nunez, along with his colleague, Dr. Walter Bieber, who sat on the FDA's advisory board on psychopharmacology. I believe he's also there. And those gentlemen, having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, which suggested that the FDA would never approve, began their testimony by saying, it has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with Abigail is qualified for consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for Abigail is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer can demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason to not approve that clinical trial. And with that, the chief objection was made. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission had a membership of 9 was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of $2 million for what was going to be a fabulous opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer and empower the biomedical research that is revolutionary, that will treat not just addiction, but the problems that we have already. And that was the equipment from Dr. Nolan Lee's following of his research in the journal Nature Medicine. The change in processes of navigating the brain as a population with TBI and PTSD. There was an election between my boss, governor, and lost. And he was shot. And a new Attorney General could all this new guy, young and Republican, his open-minded willingness to I began consideration. We briefed him individually before we had our public announcement to take office. After he won, I could have an opportunity to brief him all the energy which we gathered around this project. That energy commitment to two significant philanthropic organizations. Jurgensen Foundation, led by Steve. The other is the Stephen and Alexander Cohen, led by Stephen and Alexander Cohen, and then the third was the Lethal Foundation, all of which make a difference in Kentucky to make this. We had secured the commitment of two drug developers who were growing to support the presence in Kentucky and to anchor all of their research and development of its advanced therapeutic applications within that state. With success, I was brought into a meeting with the newly elected Attorney General and what I thought was going to be an opportunity to secure approval for families turned into in which I was for having apologetic research, something that the good Attorney General. I walked out of that meeting, was in shock, not over the job, not the job, but for a long-suffering people at home served to have an opportunity to transform. I began has the potential to do for them actively. And what tremendous providential blessing. And in Kentucky was followed by the name of Rex Alsace. Alsace is an individual. It's been a high level ad reducer. His campaign producing helps companies across the country, in the country. Has a foundation, the Reed Foundation, of his son, Reed, who struggled with opioid addiction in and out of high school. Reed plant medicine with an ayahuasca, 5 years Rex became a believer because of the therapeutic response experience after exposure to ayahuasca. It was introduced to me ironically. I'm a list of 23. He showed up for every Kentucky hearing. He showed up for every announcement. He said, whatever you need to help make this successful, anytime. The reasons were rescuing everyone in distress. I was Reed, unfortunately and tragically, between died of an overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed that Reed had an opportunity to receive treatment. He would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting, it was all over. I called Rex and I said, kill it. This is over. All that and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak, I will be condemned to other elected officials across the country that do not have relationships with you and the foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what's done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage the job that she has become. Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came just as Governor Perry has to believe this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everyone, all of the restored power that I began to. I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go any more, and will do whatever is and thankful for Perry and his allies because of the opportunity for the state of Texas, in Kentucky, and on my mind, that is exactly the course of the next 5 months.
What are the steps now begin to implement this in Texas?
So, if you were 4 years ago, Marcus Lambert and son were involved in passing a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with clinical trials there, and some concern that it was not done. It usually takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial legislation to get passed in these cases. We actually passed that on the apple, so to speak. Alex, Democrat, member of the state house. I helped Marcus Luttrell, ordered as did Morgan, and 42-8 in the state house, Senate without any opposing votes. And, it became law, and so already had a record that the state of Texas, red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic for the treatment of veterans. So we had already supporting the challenge for us to be able to educate the public about what is what's the results. And I think the show obviously is a good step in that direction. Educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results, giving people their lives back, resetting their, generating brains with one treatment. Just some stunning Parkinson's and MS with this. And it's a broad base of being able to go out and share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. Our legislative session on last was pretty important. Great concept. I wish more places as a way to do business. We know that work done at the same time on in Washington, D.C. It's just, that's a fact. Texas can lead. What you started in Kentucky, and sat here and browbeat this, which we won't, why that got killed in Kentucky. But I think leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days. They absolutely lost a great opportunity in the recovery of their lives, opioids, or traumatic brain injury, in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that. And I'm proud that Texas is going to wear that mantle. We've got great people in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue. We're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. Texas Ibogaine Initiative, as it's going to be known. Look for those private sector partners. We'll look for the VA to be a partner in this as well. So I just that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love we have in this state, that the Texas Ibogaine will become the law of the land by September of 2025.
And what's the plan in terms of how do you start it?
Assuming a successful outcome in the Texas legislature, dollar appropriation of the projected 20 surplus comes to pass and is signed. Once that, the very first step would be notice a funding opportunity to solicit proposals who have the capacity to develop navigating as within that notice of funding opportunity, the developer will be asked to provide information on how they will design a clinical trial, participants, how they illustrate navigating in such a way as to safety, so as to assure successful treatment, education, and as it, talking about the use of the people's money, how the drug proposed to recognize the state of Texas perpetual interest in any property that is generated as a result of this project. You should know that buprenorphine for brand name Suboxone subject was created for direct 62 by the federal government to create the baseline compound. The pharmaceutical industry, each country for its own pursued to reach 100% of the return that cannot and will not happen around associated with navigated across public money. There are investment to the state for the purposes of building the structure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, person is very best possible beginning to take your restoration to pursue what will still be a very recovery process that requires long-term integration support services that come equipped to rebuild their lives. Proposals are solicited and reviewed. It's best positioned to get this across the line to also get capacity to match the state's development investment. Once selected, the drug developer is legal, financial, and logistical risks are subject all the way up to the FDA's approval. The FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials. Many of the people of Texas will go to the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas. Facilities which are equipped with the requisite expertise related to cardiac prevention, as well as anything, everything, recovery for the individual who is opioid dependent. Aspect of Texas is the fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is the state.
Can I add something there just a second? Texas, in Houston, Texas, there are more nurses, technicians go to work there every day. It is that magnificent. But its scope and when you talked about how good Baylor's got University of Texas Southwestern. We are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions, and this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done. Totally biased. I don't, but our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale, when this happens in the state of Texas, whether they're in Moscow or Beijing or wherever they'll look at this and go, you know what? something that we would like to replicate in our country.
And this one truly is access. Considering where things were, I sat down and wrote my resignation letter. While Texas plans the opportunity to be the leader, right now there are high-level way to join Texas in this league within the states of Ohio, Washington, Arizona, which includes the involvement of Senator ready to roll up her sleeves and have around, including Dr. Sue Sisley, who's been at this for decades. New Mexico, Missouri, states in which there are individuals to help in Texas finish in Kentucky. And for my people at home, I'm going to use this to say that there is one incredible legislator who is the only elected position to serve in Kentucky. Senator Donald Douglas. Senator Douglas recognized on his medical training what a profound opportunity this is. Dr. along with other concerned citizens within the state of Kentucky, aims the legislature reconvenes in January to see to it that Kentucky's opportunity to participate in this is salvaged. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to help get people at home right along Texas to make this reality.
This is very, very encouraging. It's very fantastic. It really is. I mean, the way you describe this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging and something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this involvement, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing for everything? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. And it's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe take it.
So I certainly hope, regardless of anybody's politics, Republican or Democrat, this is just a human being. This is about how do we take care of, in our case, somebody said, why are you so focused on the veterans? And I said, well, partly the way I was raised. My father is, his World War II, B-17 tail gunner at the time and in the 8th Air Force. Him teaching me to, you need to get back to your country and you need to get back to your state. You need to get back to your community. You need to find that place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father. And the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of the Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and was the secretary of energy, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been both physically and they come home and we did such a poor job of taking care of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war, literally hundreds of young men and women he gave wonderful. Seeing people like that, and then our government failing. And for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large, but we don't do it. I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. There is a treatment out there, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not. We owe it to them to find a way to make it available. And so the veteran community was really special to me. I love it. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if this whole thing about psychedelics, we've been taught for 60 years that it's bad, to stay away from educating the public that the dose is poison and everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good, or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of Ibogaine is that, as you warned people about in your remarks, about don't go out there, find out the internet, go self-medicate yourself, because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out. But properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up. This can be a compound that literally can change millions. At the start, we focused on veterans because of the PTSD, traumatic brain injury challenges. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s. And it was a model. In fact, it was a model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, before they would become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, it's substance abuse that got them there, some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally it appears in a lot of cases, one tree, and it takes away your desire to have another drink out. One treatment and save a person like 3 ounces because of fentanyl. I mean, if we've got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available?
And the other thing we were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on the people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine, and that imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. If there's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love, we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world. You have just hit what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about PTSD, the horrors, the cruelty of war for 20 years. It's put innocent men in this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her and come back and beg for access to what can alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the greatest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out
this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute of the gay practice is its ability to affirm the reality of our human humanity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individuals who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of the Creator. I began delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She has been on selection for 21 years to manage symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifests through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and we decided to go back up with. If I were going to be an advocate, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson, I traveled into Tijuana to receive advocacy, understood what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be free of the necessity to take some medicine every day. Before we went back, I was told that she would have to be completely selective-free for 5 days because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Ibogaine therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair because I said there is no way that I would ever go back to 5 days with Alexa. In fact, if we go for taking it, I can't be a house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen. We cannot do it. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation. We'll keep her stable. She's going to get edgy, but we'll get her down. Joan, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday, November 28th. My wife took her last on November 3rd, 2023. She has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to the home and we received Abigail and VOWT there as well in order to understand each operation effectuates the safety of this medication. And what I can personally test for me and for her, collectively and together, Abigail, her defining DMT has been the most profound spiritual experience I like us ever encountered. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered on house so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the will of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen. If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things. People are aware of these things. They're there for us.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the will of their Creator. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing we can do. And its therapeutic benefits on physiology of the human being, it's another affirmation of the realities that we're sitting here talking about.
For the people listening, is there anything they can do to get involved?
Well, obviously, from a
public standpoint of the state of Texas, if you have relationships with state reps, state senators, the governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this, you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, is to we're going to be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time, this is going on in Texas. You're going to be seeing a move across the country at the federal level, at the congressional level. There's a number of members of the legislature very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks, hopefully, the rumor factor is that potentially Noah Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the health side of things. There's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way. We're going to have a win in hand here, like we have right now. So it's one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming in to Texas to help with the Texas Ivy Game Initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there in the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced that once the general public understand what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that we save, literally the lives that we save, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about the question that you asked is really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be a good problem to have. And I look forward to working with the Texas medical community, the Texas legislature, and Texas citizenry at large to deal with it. We can. I'm excited about it. But I think, again, it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly psychiatry, in the history of either of us.
I agree.
One thing to add from a technical perspective, and if it's all right,
Oh,
finish
nice,
up some
nice.
observations that I've come to through a few of the surface that we discussed. When it comes to how to do this, go to the area of recognize the lesson.
Oh, there you go.
We've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able to have this project to bring all of us who have labored around navigating for years now and to draw up on our expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the navigating matters treatment and recovery system that maximizes all of its therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, TSD, or other
I know on the cast of picking like this,
significant impact on the brain. And I'll finish the this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about specific reality
with the $1,000 to turn.
public policy
Holy
has
shit.
impacted what is potential continuing progress.
That is incredibly nice of you.
As you know,
You are
there
phenomenal.
are
Also, the
a
great
variety of issues around the world which have common themes. Those things are often
Dude, how you living, pimp? Where the fuck were you? What happened? What did you do, big dog? What did you do? You went to an alien planet? Dude, you just bounced on us. We wanted you there. Okay, what? Okay, no one believes that. So where were you? Why didn't you give us any of a heads up? All you had to do is say, hey, I'm hungry, I'll be back, or whatever. Instead, you just douched us. Messaged you, we sent you invitations. Dog, I don't know if I believe that, but I guess I have to. I don't really have an alternative. All right, so what's good in your neck of the world? I get you. That could be a thing. I would think that a species that advanced would no longer work on capitalistic principles. Caspian Sea and Riser. Well, I beat Caspian Sea and Riser 4 games in a row, and then I beat Riser 1 versus 1 5 game for the game. Servants are overlords. Yeah, it already is. Um, Depends who you ask. If you're asking me, I think, yeah, I mean, we have an opportunity now to possibly perform other functions that we didn't have time to perform previously, like art, spending time with family, and that kind of stuff. What'd you say, big dog?
multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all the material wealth and technological prowess, we are also in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their lives to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which employ themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify the problems that they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountably, and responsible to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the moment of its corrupt decrepitude. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of an eternal creator whose essence is almighty unconditional love for all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I hope that they and pray for everyone who is gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can put good tidings unto the weak, bind up the broken heart, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of prison to them that are bound. Lord, hasten the day. And thank you for the privilege of sitting with you this afternoon.
Thank you. It's my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, you're doing amazing. I have great hope. I have great hope for the country, and more so since this election than in a long time. And I think with your work, and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
Good job. Welcome. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by day, all day. That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The chef. Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of it. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah, man. And everybody was fucking mob. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins. That's all niggas do all the time, man. It's kind of crazy. It's crazy that it worked. Yeah. Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together. It is crazy to make it work. The most full of shit. Some shit that I never would have exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't. It wasn't almost. You tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instinct. Like it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. 9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked. Tell people all the time, it was like RZA, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It's like hitting lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more repetition for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this. And
know, he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that's really had other shit planned. Like, you know, the hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like, wow, it's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. You know, he knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. And he knew that he's from a different party, he's from a different party, he's from a different party. But yo, what we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking feelings down. But whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, you start shaking hands across the table. Oh, you fuck me like that. I never had anything against you like that, too. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day when he tried this shit.
Well, it really is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when it's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is an enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. And all the whole, it's like the perfect song to play when you get the police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining to them the other night, I go, you have to understand how wild this man was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
Remember that?
Yes!
You remember
I
that?
told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Joe, shit, because when we came in and we seen him, he was eating a cheeseburger laughing. He reminded me that he was dirty. I don't even think I've never seen him meat like that or whatever the case may be, but we came in and was eating a cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying. And they kept, people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody. You're not gonna hold no responsibility if something happens. So you know, we like, all right. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow, it was love, man. It was a lot of love. And it had to be what? Say what? 97. Wow. No internet. We like
none of that. Wow. Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
I never knew that people said that. I don't know how to use that shit. Like,
oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it.
They
must have in the news back then that you guys performed in practice.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people. You have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop. You're only 20 years old. I get it, but you have to understand from my perspective. In 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck. That is crazy for a new art form. It was right. There was like Sugar Hill Gang. There was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big.
It got
look,
so big.
I remember it's so crazy to say that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me is hip hop before hip hop was. You know, disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe I would say 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, it was young boy. So I would definitely say you heard something, it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. alright, it should sound cool. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, you know, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, it was always now because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be '80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang, where I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like, yeah, 80. Yeah, I was 20 years old. So me probably really gravitated to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. We all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundation of nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. Also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. That's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings, even try to negotiate more bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
First shit that grabbed me was like how you said the Sugar Hill Gang, you know? Rap is the
Yeah.
rap is the life. You know what I mean? That was the shit.
Oh, my God.
Now look,
It's everywhere.
cousin, like wild cousins and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, you know, smoking weed, smoking coke, and you know what I mean, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, and we know just being a business, being a world, they would be playing music at every player. You see coke on the table with weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They, yo, come on, man. Don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? No, I haven't seen it. And I would just be watching, and you know, I would see weed on the album covers. And, you know what I mean? Just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room. And you know, the end shit, they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, you know, disco, you know, and the next thing you know, I heard this fucking record on Sugar Hill Gang. Like, the groove was dope. Holy shit, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am, you know, but
It's so crazy how it emerged. It emerged.
yeah, nobody expected.
Well, it's a totally new thing. And there's a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
Get the fuck
Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore. She was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, you know, like at 6 in the morning, everyone's like, what the fuck is this? You know, that kind of explicit lyric, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for. Exactly. They don't even care. Get this shit out of here. Once they got the label, they got money. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Yeah, here with that. Yeah. I mean, there's a few things got approved with regular shit, but just didn't last.
Nah, definitely didn't last. But like you said, people get the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, and our neighborhood has like crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they kill you. Like they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on it. You know, I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage, and she forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day, and I was playing that, and she fucking smacked me in the head with it. Like, yo, they're not taking out the fucking garbage. So now I'm going down to the incinerator, you know, walking this on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker stick his head out. And he had his hair all wild. The shit was like green and red and all. And he had lipstick on all crazy. And his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And when I got the garbage bag with me, it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know what I mean? Back then, you know, you yell your other name and shit. You think that like that was something cool back then. You know, shoot your hair off like this. Came back, the nigga was gone. But I think if you the court incinerator door was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also the name.
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. Dope, motherfuckers mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high, shooting, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to ladies' night. You know what I mean? I had people who once had a candy store right on the second floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back, coke and dope. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, scary time back then.
Mm-hmm. So if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like, that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, that everybody kind of knew that. Mm-hmm. You know, it was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghetto. Like the whole genre of it to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs who was talking about some shit you never actually experienced.
West
Nobody
Side.
wants to hear it.
Come on, you little bitch.
It's true. You know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that, you know, being that we lived in fucked up situations, nobody had shit, we had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we need something to keep us cool, keep us in the vibe mode. You know, back then, gangs were still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We never looked at ourselves as a tribe. that yo, from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? Don't live over there. You know, then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I leaned more towards up. But then we would go down the block just to start trouble. And, you know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. And next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So that was our way of getting each other to test each other's heart. And when it happened, it was happening with them. But the music is peace. Now, music was keeping peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and you know, going to play some music and shit. So we knew that every time we did that, we knew something was going to happen at the end of the night. It just mandatory. It's just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice. Next thing you know, you see them riding down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit me. There's a golf club out the window and shit, and you know, somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, that made it spooky. But it's fun because it was something I remember.
Well, it's fun because you survived.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. That's why. But the music is what kept things in order for us, you know, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and there's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's just too invested over it. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. You know, so everything was just survival. You know, music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B, was like disco, you know, all that fun shit, roller skating. You know, I know motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. You know, we would get up to Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun. So that was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizzo, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they was close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizzo, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all from the 80s too. Majority of us claim we all resided in Staten Island, but majority of us came from Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those people that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he had knowledge of stuff, which was, you know, being involved in the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty, they were part of the Nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go when they build, talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called All Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us found out later who they were. But when Jizza and O'Grady came to Staten Island, they came and hung out with cousins. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, I heard about your crimes. And, in 30, he was just crazy when I fucked with him. He was crazy. They had their own going on. And then next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. If you fucking caught a record deal, it mean that you had to have relationships. You had to know where to go. You had to have some type of connection. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it. He seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now. So, and the next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us from the outside looking, it's just like, oh shit, we super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they do, but we wasn't thinking that. We just loved music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers into one group.
Absolutely.
Amazing how we saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B. Rakim, there was a few people, there's a few people,
your shit.
Yeah, Gangstar, there was a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
it was kind of scary. Like, God, when you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some neighborhood shit, but like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way. But when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
always the case.
You know what I mean? It's like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing all my guys, and he just put that in. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been his first big fan. So I kind of see something like, yo, this guy really, him and his country, these motherfuckers really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. Took my clever
Right.
And he was mixing it with knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular dumpy lines. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? So, this is something that I felt like I would chill with them just to be mix and be fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music. Watching these motherfuckers. I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love. And next thing you know, when RZA, when I came back to the community, I was like, yo, I caught a record. So, I was there. Like, we see this shit, fucking at this shit. Shit, the fucking thing. And looking around here, like you said, the what's the name? Fine print. Yeah, fine print and shit. This motherfucker back in here, shit. Wow, now, that's what's up. Yeah. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted to, and that's when he came back and he started to remake it. This is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people, and then a lot of times you're getting fucked, and you don't even mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, "Oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeeze the lines." Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's crazy, right? Because there is no record anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like hang on the bridge, hang on, hang on, and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking instant. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. That he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Let me ask you a question. Put yourself in an artist situation, man. You have time, right? You have time. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make some sacrifices.
For sure.
Because you know that you may feel like you're talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources, I'm telling you, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, buddy. Either you take the shot or you stay home. What do you want?
You're going to take the shot.
You're going to take the shot.
You're going to take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right. Right. You get fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you. Every artist takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere. Right. So even when labels are being them, in my mind, I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that they could maybe think that you can change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about something. Yo, I'll sign because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of time that the protocol is just to be heard. Yeah. To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists have problems. A lot of artists, especially our OGs that did it before us, like you know what I mean, Sugar Hill Kings, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they have to do, but it almost gave too because they became famous, they became big.
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about the sacrifice.
You have to.
Sacrifices.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You got to take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
and it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you put yourself,
once they become undeniable,
it's like I tell them, I'm like, yo, imagine you're a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect. The Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like that today, you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You could either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I gotta take the time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? You want to take the 50? You go, oh, you gotta take it. He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped up.
You gotta take it. You gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money.
You gotta know people. You gotta know people. If you ain't confident and knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take it. You should have that conversation
if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta say, listen, we're all gonna get something out of this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said, that's what we took on.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money and we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we believe in it. See, it all starts with what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too. Oh, and the Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically want to listen. Automatically.
Yeah.
Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. You're struggling. You're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody, you have to find real people.
Stick to action. You said the key word. I sell that 50.
We gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos. Let's go down to bodega. Let's make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I guess
we got
that's
10 hours.
what Razor did.
Yeah.
He danced with the devil for the right reason. And, you know, we took some stars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up.
Yeah.
You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
We always put the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video? That's undeniable talent. Like, that's the kind of talent, like, that dude's gonna, if he stays alive, you can't stop that train. That train's running everything. You know what I mean? It's like, there was guys like that back then, but man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in record selling days.
But that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those things. We had to get to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. Go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, and you're going to be sitting in the same situation, and you're going to realize that you need to say, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. And it's like, if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
It's all about you trying to help yourself and get out. It's like, watch yourself. It's like, yo, give $5,000. Better. And if you fuck this up, Chico, stop.
Yeah.
Sit down. What the fuck is you talking about? We built for this shit, man.
Yeah.
He lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. Like, yo, don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this look for the money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we do.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up, figure out where you fucked up, and learn from that and make it better.
That's right.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. And then when they do, it's like, oh, and then people want to go back and their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums.
Think about it. Think about my favorite artists out there, Eminem. Eminem, they trying to fucking get on. You know what I'm saying? Rock, Slick Rick, all these guys, they went through a lot to get up. You know what I mean? Biz Mark. Nobody knows the fuck with Biz at first. He finally figured the code out. It's like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. When we start rocking shows, different communities, we start radio about it. Like, oh shit, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. It's like we do all the time. Gotta say that.
It's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and we have some talent.
Yes,
that talent is just God. It's something or doesn't. Some people just God. Some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. He grew up in like an intellectual, artistic family, and that's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops is a musician.
Yeah. Like Rewind, that's like one of the greatest songs in any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
crazy about listening to that shit.
Genius.
Back in the cut.
Yeah. Genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially the lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. They were so good. And unusual like that. Like deciding, I'm the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfectly. You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the brand new Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers? The brand new Heavies like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Fuji, a bunch of guys. Some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah.
Musical. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Fuji Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. This is in my along with a bunch of this is in my Spotify playlist. This is Coochie rapping. I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this. How good is this? One of my favorites over here. Tournament chicks with small dicks. Woo!
Nice.
So
nice.
good.
Nice. So this was on the brand new Heavies.
Yes. The brand new Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's
what year was this?
92.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
So
I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine, who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. I was like, God, you got to be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, some of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about.
Yeah,
like Tim Dog. You know, people forgot about Tim, like Fuck Compton. Remember that?
He was a wild cat. But he was
Wow, he was good though. He was good. He had some great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wild.
But Coochie Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive. That was when Cock Blocker came out. Remember that?
Yeah, that?
Oh my God, that's always
yeah. Damn, you really pay attention to this.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, hip hop is a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood. Okay. You know, when I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys. I was a huge ghetto boys.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing Fuck a War for these young kids. I was like, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraqi war. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s, and it applies today. You remember Fuck a War?
Nah, you
headphones coming back on. Let's go. Like, I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, it just wrote the song in 40 minutes. This is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
Mm. You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
yeah, I had one of those too. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck somebody doing that shit.
Fuck them. Yeah. Yeah. fucking crazy. Holy shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah,
He was in the NWA chain. He
dude.
was in the NWA chain.
Dude, that shit was good.
They
Is
just
that
up
applies
against me thinking,
that
yeah.
applies today? We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza and Palestine,
Yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational.
Yes.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world. That became the television for us. Music.
Became the news too. Like you needed to know what was actually going on. Like fuck a war tells you what's really going on. Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all facing and living in. You know, like I said, I never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing anything. And you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, what the fuck was that? You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real. You respected it. And to me, those perspectives of music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. Right. You know, you don't think about society when you're poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. Right. You see what I'm saying? Survival is one thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that just happened? What was this shit? But then when you heard it happen, the motherfuckers like these was talking about it. Right. It's like, now you, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yes. That's what was happening. Yes. So I never heard that before. You just put me on some real shit. Oh. And that's one of my favorite groups. Like, I love the Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys, real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era. Oof. That, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climb. And I just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I heard about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climb. This is wild.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police and what you never heard of before.
Yeah.
Fuck the Police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow.
Straight from the.
It was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping it and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping to themselves, right? Yeah. But they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
Looking at them, Public Enemy.
Oh, yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable to our community that they became.
KRS-One.
KRS-One teaching.
That's the sound of the police.
All that shit they did
yes.
was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop.
Information, right? They like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy. Yeah. They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right,
you know?
Right. Exactly.
It was like you see people say shit today, like, you're just doing that for class. Like they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of. This is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Absolutely. No, even when fucking Spike Lee made
Yeah.
One of my favorite
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Class.
Shit. Classic. And like you said, we was getting information. And, you know, you gotta let people at the end of the day. You know, a lot of people that coming out of the hood and just being like, I know you come from.
Well, I was born in New York.
Yeah, he's born.
Yeah.
So you seen.
I would have said come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but it's true.
I lived in New York. I lived in New York when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you what next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered, ran his whatever. He had a nice Audi. I was like, I just do have a nice car. Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
Which is around it.
Yeah. Well, that was also the time I was the most into hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era. That's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely going. Yeah, Naughty by Nature.
Oh yeah.
He had it first on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh yeah.
Easy, Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. My favorite workout songs. Big Daddy King, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too. You know, Big Daddy King had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You know, you heard his style, like God, like your blood started pumping. You know, you started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, you know, outspoken on the mic. You know, when I sit here and I think about Quinn, you know, the who we, you know, form Voltron. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. You know, all these guys that we're talking about today, they was the light bulb.
Right.
In the house. You screw that shit. This is what I see. I see Slick Rick, I see Rakim, I see Cube, I see fucking, you know, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the clan at the time, we were so, you know, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. I tell my people all the time, I say, yo, let me tell you something. When we came out, one of them itching like shit, they was fucking shit up on the East Coast side of things, you know. And at that time, you had EPFD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, you know, artists back then were blowing up. LL, you can't front on LL.
Oh yeah.
LL was huge. Coochie Rap, Davis, that's one of your favorites. You know, the Fat Boys, all these guys were just Fat Boys. These guys were giving us so much food for thought that when we knew that if we didn't come on that level, it wasn't meant to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
High quality, that's the word.
The level was very high. It was, the lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics go, oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop. I love lyrics. Everything.
That's right.
You know, it's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so, you know, so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling, so it was like more and more cleverness, and more intricacies, and more twists. What they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form, man. Like, how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
Yeah.
That was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, the hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. You had the 50s, it starts to emerge. The 60s really takes off, and you know it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. You know, especially for young kids. Because when you hear guys like you, Ghostface, Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else is kind of lanky. It's like, it was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming Wu-Tang Clan because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And I know that
sophisticated.
I know you big on kung fu shit. Coming through your shrine and shit, you got all kind of fucking Shogun fucking
Real samurai.
Yeah. But nah, but you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when RZA, when they was on their weekly shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once Upon a Time in America.
Oh yeah.
My favorite.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America. Ooh.
That's my movie. So we were living this. We were living around a lot of hustlers. A lot of drugs was being sold in our community at that time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
You come on with Chicks is on, Chapter 5, all of that shit. But if you notice and you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on what Wu-Tang was. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wilding, y'all. But these guys were very good. They just couldn't say the Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit and doing shit. So RZA came with the whole philosophy of it. It's this movie that's called Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang, right? Check it out. You get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it. Because really, I think that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we were the fucking borough. When you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, we didn't really talk too much about fucking Staten Island. That bothered us. So we felt rebellious. Like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're going to fucking act like you're doing over the friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through, we call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. The fuck he did? Yo, you know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate flicks. Like, yo, you go to an event, who is this guy? Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit. Karate movies. The brotherhood. Oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go. We gotta go get back to that. We gotta go figure that out. All the shit that RZA was thinking about at that time was a reality check. So even when he came with the name, it was almost like, yo.
Welcome. How are you? Hello.
And back then,
what's good, son? How are you? Well, how'd you hear about me, my friend? Fuck yeah. Shout out to Aiden Ross. Shout out to his Discord. Do you know anything about me? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming my life for more than 3.5 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine, and I have more data online than any person ever. We talk about some really interesting things on the stream, including anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about things like nootropics and cryonics. We talk about things like ambrosia therapy. I want to end world hunger, and the way that I want to do it is through technology. I think that there's certain technology that's not being utilized, such as agricultural drones, such as hydroponics, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like perhaps cloud seeding, and I want to end world thirst through the use of desalination plants pumping water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. I think these are all really good ideas, and thus I do my best to give them a spotlight. How's that sound to you? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shout out to ESN 730. Other things that we talk about, in addition to life extension and all that, de-extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to Earth, back to life. There's a company. The first de-extinction actually has already taken place. It took place in 2003. It was the Iberian ibex, or the Pyrenean ibex. It essentially was a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was brought back to fruition through science. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company is founded in Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal by the year 2028, so within 3 years, to bring back the woolly mammoth using African elephants. And then they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So you never know. You might be able to see a dodo bird, a Tasmanian tiger, a woolly mammoth, or perhaps all three within the next decade or so. That's very exciting. Some other things that we talk about that are cool, mind uploading technology. ESN 730. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Yes, no. Has anyone ever told you they don't think you're going to die? Has anyone ever told you, ESN 730, I don't think you're going to die? Who told you that? Shout out to your ESN 730's third grade teacher. On what grounds did they say that you weren't going to die? Yeah. No, no, no. So is anybody okay? So your third grade teacher is a little bit of a dick, but I understand. So has anybody ever told you that you're not gonna die? Your mother is a wise woman. What does she say? All right. At what point though did she say you're not gonna die? I mean, like you're not gonna die, as in your body is gonna continue on after it breaks down and such. Not talking about an afterlife or anything like that. I'm talking about that your body, like your consciousness, will continue into the future. Has anyone ever said that they don't think you're going to die? Absolutely. Let me explain. So, I talked about life extension technology utilizing things like stem cells and nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy. When you were born, it was probably going to be about age 80. I think we can expand that to age 100, 120. But eventually, ESN 730, you're going to say, Rabbi, my body's breaking down and I need help. And that's where the next type of technology comes into place. It's known as mind uploading technology. So, what is mind uploading technology, ESN 730, you may ask? It's the ability to scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer. This would store every atom in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself. perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm telling you is that I think that there's an opportunity for you to live a digital immortality. And you may say, well, that's really great, Rabbi, but that sounds very expensive. I don't know if I have the finances to be able to do that. And that gets back to the original discussion that we had about data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to Economist magazine, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And when I go viral, which could happen any day, I'm going to give away the fruits of my labor, give away the money, just like Robin Hood, essentially. And I'm going to help everybody who helped me along the way. And ESN 730, you will be one of those people. We're going to make sure that you can help your friends, your family. You make sure that your children, God willing, in the future, will be able to provide for themselves and for future generations. And additionally, you're going to have the opportunity perhaps to start charities or philanthropic organizations to certain causes that are important to you. How's that sound? Absolutely. Well, that's a wonderful thing to hear. And you should know that you should continue having a purpose. You have a friend in me. I'm here to help you whenever you need. I have other people in the community. I started this Discord I was in Aiden Ross's Discord before I even had my own Discord, and I figured that one day I'll start my own. And I've got over 1,500 people in here, and it continues to grow every day. I've got bots that I have created that spam on Kick and on Twitch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So a lot of people find out about me from there, and they find out about me from my presence in many Discords, and it's just a matter of time. And when this goes viral, it's going to be very exciting. There's some technology that I possess that a lot of people don't know about in society. Do you speak any other languages, perhaps? Perfect. All right. I want you to know that I think you're a special person. I only want good things for you. And hopefully in the future, people will be able to use this type of technology known as a universal translator to come together and communicate easier. Oh, just one moment. It may not speak Kurdish. It speaks your major languages. It only types out Kurdish. Okay, so you know Arabic. It has Arabic here. Let me pull up Arabic, and I'll say the same thing. This is a universal translator. Essentially, to my knowledge, it's at least 5 years old, but this type of technology isn't currently being utilized in society. I'd like to see it utilized in the future to make communication easier.
هذا مترجم عالمي وعلى حد علمي يبلغ عمره 5 سنوات على الأقل، لكن هذا النوع من التكنولوجيا لا يتم استخدامه حاليا في المجتمع. أود أن أرى استخدامه في المستقبل لتسهيل التواصل.
Excellent. Excellent. So you can see I'm doing what I can to help the world. I don't ask anything of you. If anything, I want to give you things in the future. So what does that mean? If you want to do anything to help, go ahead. I can't do any better than that, my man. Thank you so much for your kind words, ESN 730. I do what I can. I'm not perfect, but I do what I can to help the world. It's one man's mission to end war. And when I say that, people are skeptical. It's like, okay, well, Rabbi, how do you end war? It's really not that difficult. You immediately put down arms, you release all hostages, and you sit down at a diplomatic table and have discussions. And I think it's important for discussions to be live streamed so that everyone knows what the rules are and everyone knows what happened. We don't have to go through third parties. We can watch what actually happened before our eyes. I think those are important aspects in order to have global unity. And it's not a matter with world peace of if, it's a matter of when. And the reason why I say that, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, even in science fiction, but generally, if you are a believer in modern day extraterrestrial contact, at least from what we hear from alien abductees, is all of these civilizations have peace on their own home planet. The reason why is you can't travel the stars if you have civil wars going on your home planet. So eventually we will have world peace. It may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow, but someday, maybe within the next 100 years, maybe within the next 1,000 years, eventually we will have it. And then we can start to work on things like space tourism and things like terraforming of other planets, including Mars, including the moons of perhaps Jupiter, like Europa, including Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar and then intergalactic travel. I know that the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri. It's 4 light years away. And essentially, that may be the first place that we explore outside of our solar system, which is a really exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that this necessarily is going to happen within the next day or two, but with mind uploading technology, we may have the opportunity to witness all of this, and that's very exciting. The ability to have our consciousness or soul or whatever you want to describe it as continue on in perhaps another type of organism or perhaps another type of machine. All of this is what I feel. All of the things that I discuss, I feel are important conversations that aren't happening in today's day and age. Even with other influencers, other streamers, they wouldn't be taken seriously if they talk about these things, or maybe they would, but they're afraid or they don't know about these things. I do my best to be a light to the nations every single day. I do everything that I can to be able to discuss these topics in a rational way, and I explain them as well as I can. I'm in no means an expert on any of the things about which I speak, but I do know a little bit about all of them, or a little bit about a lot of things, and I do my best to share that knowledge with the world. So with that, ESN 730, I'm glad that you had the opportunity to see me in Aiden Ross's stream. You probably were like, why is this guy always in here? And now you know why. Excellent, my man. Well, I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord, and if you ever need anything from me, you should know I'm always here to help you. There are people who come in and just want to talk about their day. They just want a shoulder to cry on. They want to tell someone about something that happened in their life that's positive, and I'm here for all of that. So you should know that you have a friend in me, and if there's anything I can do for you in the meantime, you let me know, okay? ESN 730. You take care. And again, whenever you're bored, I'm here. So come hit me up. We do a whole bunch of things in here. We watch sports. We watch a Super Bowl. We watch a World Cup. We've watched three different sets of Olympics. I mean, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, ESN 730? Beautiful, beautiful. So then you get it. You get it. Essentially, the only difference between Jim Carrey's character, Truman Burbank, and Rabbi Rothschild is that we have my consent to do this. But essentially, when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting. And you should know that you're on the cusp of something really special here. And I'm glad that you're familiar with that movie, and thus you understand what I'm doing 100%. Beautiful. Excellent. Well, thank you. Take care. Come back when you have time. Shout out to ESN 730. What a nice person. He knows what's up.
Was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. Apparently, was selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Chinese, and it was America. It was a lot of different nationalities. You had the Spanish people here, some dope. You know what I mean? White boys over here fucking doing what all these things was going on, but it's secret. It was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers want to fight and rob and steal. RZA was hanging out there a lot. So they came up with this whole, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came, it was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. We see vision of that. But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, he trying to portray us as fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people go, yo, karate, you know, you don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on it. That was some early 70s shit. Like, yeah. So, you know, back then, he had a cousin that was a martial artist. He knew the arts and shit. You know, he looked up to him. Yo, this motherfucker's a hell right. He knew the arts and shit. He knew how to fight. You know, the motherfucker would get back in the building with 2 government pictures and shit. You know what I mean? With fucking launching hoses and shit and, you know, grabbing it, hanging them on shit. And, you know, back then that was dope to see your cousins and all them do it. But when it came to this philosophy, it kind of like fucked us all up in it. But we agreed on it right away. Because Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So we drank it. This is Wu-Tang. You over here, you know, some Wu-Tang shit or whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in the flicks. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like whenever I hear something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's true.
I've seen some pictures today.
I know, but I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. Like,
shit.
It goes back years. It's like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm a fight. The last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second to get back some pictures. But whenever I say Wu-Tang, I send him a picture.
Oh shit.
Wu-Tang. Oh, dude, they fucked me, didn't they?
You'll show you this is real.
Go back and see Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Oh, look at Jay. Under campaign for this Wu-Tang.
Then we find campaigns that show you.
Oh, look at you. Tell me how to do it. Here we go. See, oh, here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang.
Holy shit.
It is
Wow.
and that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu-Tang.
When you started since you came out here?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer that had this right there. That was the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those peanut films. You know, those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do now. And never doing it ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years?
Yeah.
You consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I'm down really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. You know, like
courses.
Yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not near their level. So you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently. It's a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline.
Yeah, but they come from people from this side of town too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Oakland in Texas.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of Oakland in Texas. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
Gotta get out there.
I told you, we were talking before the show, like, if you want to learn, I could put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like, that's an easy thing to do. We'll pick it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
Just set a target up in the backyard, shoot the target, just clears your mind. Because you have to really concentrate on it. And while you're doing it, you don't think about nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, it's good to have a thing like that. To just,
it's like a sport to me.
Yeah.
Kind of master.
Yeah. But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for focus. You got to push it all out and just think, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it's all about. It's kind of like Get a piece of mind and vibe to something different. Though.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture if you're all wrapped up in it. Too tight. Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and you can look at what you're doing. Okay, you do something different.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. I should take a turn. You know, mix it up.
That's important.
Yeah. You know what? Another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there would be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like, that's crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. Like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people weren't into going to see you.
Right, yeah. When I see guys like Live and Kane and them perform, like Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of our legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like I said, see a lot of guys like Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger still performing. It's like, why not?
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop, it wasn't really a thing for a long time.
Because you
Right.
didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say if any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long, how far they thought she was going to go. So even for us, he's like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word? What's that? What's
a box?
Put us in a box.
Yeah.
To make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, she's just going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joe. That's so fucking guy right there.
That's hilarious.
People, I know people.
That's hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real small. You got too much pussy. Too much pussy. He got supermodel pussy, and it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in an uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know, Only Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great jam. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian restaurant. That's a great song. Captain Jack. Woo. Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he's changing. He's a human.
In New York, too, right?
Yeah. I got sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times.
See what I'm saying?
Kind of crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So who's out here? Who's a guy that we look up to that, you know, they still doing anything. Man.
Yeah. It's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe.
To check out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where they're from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out.
Right.
Like, right now to the enthusiastic. They love it. You know,
right.
So
they can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it. Yeah. But for me, I think I love performing a lot more. I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? Even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, look at that fucking kid. We just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. He's like, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like he wasn't.
Well, there's classic hip hop now. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there's classic rock. You would do some Led Zeppelin. It was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, which well, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And they turn them on to new stuff.
Exactly.
And they're like, "Wow, yeah, this is 1992." Huh?
You know, and I think that that's how we always infatuated with music before our time, you know. Like how you just said, like,
Super Mario Jamboree looks like fun.
listen to shit the whole game. I actually had videos.
Really?
You know how that I brought them to my hood too, so you know how that felt to me.
Oh wow!
Fucking shit into the whole game. Come into my community.
That's amazing.
It's dope. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you because they gave you something to dream about.
Yes.
Be able to instill in yourself. Like you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I'm not a old man to tell us if you don't know where you came from, you never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on that. You know, I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know. You gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire. And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979. It didn't even exist. That's not that long. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the emblem. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
now look what it's doing. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, now they talking. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
Killing motherfuckers. Or he was. I hated Kid. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
Love him. You know, De
But why is it okay to do that as well, but it's not okay to do that in song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know, but, you know.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence. Yeah. And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
What's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope. And if they are around a lot of violence, maybe some people get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences. So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, blah, 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 blah. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it.
This is these people's lived expression. This is which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one was questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world. You know, and if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just tell more out.
Listen to it anyway. Right. You gotta get caught up in it anyway. Yeah, it's like a prime example. When we made the record, right? Crane was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but he had the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to or have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin in Brooklyn that he used to come to Staten Island and he used to sell drugs for us. And he came up with that word cream because he was like, yo, as long as I get my cream, I'm good. Because cream is like, you know what I mean? Yo, cream, yo, you ever see Tom and Jerry the movie and you know he make those big sandwiches and all of that and splash all that cream on it. And, you know, I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry the sandwiches, right? Yeah, you have a big sandwich. They stuff them in your mouth and nah, real shit, real shit. So the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that. That's his money. Like, I just want my cream. I just want my cream. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day. You want to make your cream. You want to get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
A good friend of ours from the neighborhood. His name is Reed, right? And him and that man is like they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, writing to it, he was there. He just sat back and he just came up with cash rules, everything around me. And then that they put it together. Next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time, for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote verses. I didn't write. My rhyme never stuck up because I grew up in a crime side. I was like drug dealers in the neighborhood. I know this kid by the name of Giganti. Giganti, Teflon Don with a Diamante. You know, the Diamante back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benzes was back then. And a good friend of mine was like, oh, the rhyme is cool. He's like, I don't like the rhyme. Anybody else like it? He's like, it's cool, I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think about rolling. And he said, yo, you talk about shit that's something that we could relate to, that weird thing. What the fuck we would understand everything. And that's when I came with. I grew up in the crime side, you know, New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder. Yeah. He said, yo, Shaq, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, cream was crazy because it became viral. That saying dollar bills, y'all became viral. Like spread across.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar cheap.
Oh,
Wow. You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money. Yeah.
I remember you saying that.
I haven't heard that for yeah, that's an old school record.
Wow.
A lot of shit. But yeah, nephew come in, sat down and they came up with cash rules and everything around, and it was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our community that, you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money, and it was a sacrifice. Like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, or you might not. You know, so that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. To me, I just felt like real realization, real shit. We need to start listening and just play the ghetto shit, you know what I mean? You're trying to give off a message. And that's what I think we love how we think that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster. We can give you, saying Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. And we can give you the tears. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm right. You know what I mean? You gotta be careful. You gotta look at things for real. All I have a lot to do with being around smart guys, you know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to fight when we did want to fight.
Right.
And,
It's contagious.
it was contagious, right?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying about high quality rap. It's contagious. Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. You know, when you with a group of guys that, yo, you gotta come,
Right.
you have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like, I give a lot of credit to my first record, like Protecting That. I know that's one of your favorite shit. So when respected next and smoke on fight like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with Libra,
Yeah.
that right there opened up.
Yeah.
something with all of us.
Yeah.
You know, and I always tell that you were like a Scottie Pippen. You always hit and get the ball in your hand. You know, he did that. He created that first burst that you notice jumped right in behind him.
Yeah.
I was trying to do like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And Nev came in. You know what I mean? Everybody kind of like.
That's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had style that is unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get this all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little for the bigger love later.
Right.
You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to think in a certain way to be like, okay, yeah, we'll take a little bit of money, but we know what you be able to sell, like you said, yeah. Yeah, sell it. Now we know we telling them like a money, but you got relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, we're gonna go out there and work to make it happen. But this is what's gotta happen. And you know, I give all the credit to Steve Griffin. You know, Steve was the guy that allowed records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. And he believed it. Like, yo, I'll give y'all that. And next thing you know, everybody started taking off. Man, you got Mecky Man over here. You got Jizz over here. Right. Over here. So we did something that was so new to the world. And it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
So Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was
But
like
everybody tried to practice it as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were in our minds, we looked at, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan because they wanted us to still be a group. It's like, look, sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box us now.
Right.
And so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. Now you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels, bringing in artists that they want to do. So
your Twitch account, Join Rabbi, is
more interesting.
has been indefinitely suspended.
Which is
Added or automated account.
We didn't want to be just, like you said, just coming in and sell your song.
Yeah.
Just stay here. We can't just stay here.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh.
All right, kids.
Like all you guys
let's rock.
Everybody, but if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats you make, right? If you have another album's coming next year, like, whoa, you gotta have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you gotta pick from those beats what goes, what song, and try different ways out. You gotta make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Shit was real. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around some lyricists guys, beats on foot. You know, I remember one time he asked me, he said, what's the most important thing to you, the rhyme or the beat? He fucked me up the whole day with it. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody can make rhymes. I can have you sit with me for fucking a month and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you, but be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want. You need to have the right production. So a lot of times, Wu-Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yeah.
So you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy. When you get hurt, you get that.
Right.
So me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sit down and wait for Wizard to come up with something. One thing about Wizard, he's so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent to help him come up with different sounds and, you know, he was able to do things. And of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? They won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swan. He was really
Especially because he became successful.
Yeah.
A lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy. I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist, as an MC, that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan, you have to have the lyrics. Yeah. Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look,
no.
You know how many times me and Wizard would argue with that? And I would tell him, like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. You had that. Yeah. You had this, you had that. That's what,
it's a 50-50 proposition.
It's always
more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is, the lyrics thing that make you go, oh, shit. Like, a great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but the lyrics make you go, oh, shit. Like, rewind that.
Well, you know, me is all the time because if I am for me that energy right. How can I give it to you if I don't have it?
It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. You need both. You need both.
Yeah, it's like that.
You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes. And I had Scott Storch in here the other day. He's so fucking talented, so out there, you know? Glasses on, just fucking like you see, music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines, you know? Like he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it just coming out of his fingers, you know?
He's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special, and you know the team, the kind of guy like that up with Dre or you know with
shout out to my team,
50 or any of these people that he collaborated with. It's like that's special,
and that's why I like you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, DJ is stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The DJ game.
Scratching records.
Scratching, you know, they give a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, let me try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones, man. Look what the fuck he did. Man.
Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was hearing his fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something.
Right.
Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra was young?
Oh, he was
before he smoking all the cigarettes. Yeah, this is super high pitched voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. Listen to the difference. Like, wow, it had so much range.
The production.
I don't know.
He never really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis, or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect. You know?
He was talented.
Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A., produced all the Beatles shit? He had he got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he wore a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for putting guns on people. Yeah. He put guns on people, sticking in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
That guy?
Yeah, and he was a Jewish guy.
Right.
And he shot this lady in the mouth.
Oh,
was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad if they say someone's not Jewish, they did something terrible.
Hey, I'm
just saying there's a lot of talented, successful Jewish people. But that dude, he was responsible for the Wall of Sound, the Beatles. Like that was a big thing for him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Oh man!
And he was on the Bronx,
right? On the Bronx, yeah. Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to this place, and shot her in the mouth. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract? Shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. Of course. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is the maestro, like a 1 in a billion year talent. Yeah. And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why his girlfriend jumped off the top of the building. Yeah, to own his shit. Because he was going to leave his mannequin. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later. And it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. One that long. Whereas the bodyguard said, yeah, the manager killed him. Wow. Killed Hendrix and threw the girlfriend off the roof. Oh, yeah, they did a bunch of movies. They need a real Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real, Quentin Tarantino needs to do me. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think we talk Quentin Tarantino wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? It's like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that so wild on Hulu. For it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, so he had Leonardo syndrome.
Leonardo DiCaprio? Huh? Leonardo DiCaprio?
I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn. Leonardo's favorite spots. And he wanted to talk to me. So yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking, and he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that he was thinking about trying to, get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Rizzo, myself, Leonardo's people in LA. And I told Rizzo, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day it was a Rizzo's production he was doing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So that it should something that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Rizzo entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
He might already have to do that.
Yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, the clan.
Look at that.
Yeah.
JV fast. JV's the best.
It was that thing. I remember that.
Wow.
I wish we could have been able to say him because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Minister Society.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of talk about that was super open. Like, yo, what do we need to do? At that time, Rizzo was already pocketing what he wanted to do. So, you know what? One day, I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at?
Right.
You know what I mean? You got these guys turning.
Oh, for sure. It can still be made.
So it can still be made.
100%. Just because it's a Hulu suit, that doesn't mean shit.
Right. But I think that at the end of the day, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it.
Well, I think it would be hugely successful. I think for music, from a movie rather perspective.
Would you rather see it as a movie?
A movie.
Or would you,
a movie. Well, or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild.
Yeah.
Do it like like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. Yeah. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be.
That's how you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like a good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement. And you're going to condense that to 2 hours?
Yeah.
You have
that
to
was one of
really
his right. He's like, yo, Ray, blah, 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 yo,
But I think it could be done.
That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at, prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movies was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Q and, I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah, that ain't. But it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. Riz even said, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. Once everybody loved it, they loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. It's great. But hear me out. Opening the movie, Rikers. Opening the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do the concert. We're Old Eddie Masters inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie. That just get everybody on the right away. And then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that. You put the year.
And that's how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you start showing.
Yeah. That's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. Which is, what year was that? 95? What year is that? What year was Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers? And what was the very first year?
We started late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just with rap. Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000.
I got an interview with talking about it.
And doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics? Doesn't he have some crazy degree? Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. It's just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates
original
open, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you rules, the person
Visit Jizzle, Method Man, Raekwon, Ghostface, Inspector Deck, you, G, Master Killer, Old Dirty
That's
Bastard.
an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just only how we connected, because, like I said, everybody comes from almost the same poverty bullshit, but everybody has different philosophies on how they felt their lives going into. I tell people,
Eric Sermon, Redman, Keith Murray, Hurricane G, and Jamal.
Ghostface taking one, taking shit from you, Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew.
Redman.
You know what the fuck the Juice Crew is. He turned it down.
Real.
It's like they
Newark.
this shit back then. Master Ace,
Newark.
Biz, Kane, Cool G
Newark.
Master.
Newark.
All these dope MCs, they ask, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. He's like, nah. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, the Jew school. He was like, I love the Jew school, but I just was in this chain. Like, you know, us dirty or us with old dirty, like, oh, you know, old dirty always wanted to be like Wiz. You know, he had that personality, that charisma.
That's a fucking hilarious name,
So, like,
Baskin Robbins.
these are the things that I wanted to see each individual, like, you know, and like I said, you know, shout out to you for doing a great job. But I do agree with you. We need another movie where
Fucking brother.
it really defines who we are.
Yeah.
You know, RZA, you know, that was his side of how he wanted to take it. You know,
It's a great story. It's
Great
fine.
story.
It's fine. The whole thing's fine. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's gotta be a movie. It's gotta be a big screen, big thing. And it could be done.
I heard it first. I heard it first. I ain't have to argue with my brothers about it.
I mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, you know he had the most hits out of all this.
He was so fucking talented and so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I give my money to nobody.
He was like, yo, you gonna get back? He was like, yo, yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Everybody
It was
loved
so
him.
real. It was so real. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of community fund. Shut the fuck up. He was just having fun.
You know what I mean? Well, you know, he just gave back in our own ways.
Of course. Well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, you know, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang Clan? All countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I'll say that we have a piece of watching
Baby, I got your money, don't you worry.
you know, kind of, build their art the way we built ours.
I said, hey.
That's important, you know, to reflect on that. You know, back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like, we was the first group that ever had a $1 million video. Wow. Remember that day, me and RZA was coming up with the story.
What video was that?
Triumph.
Wow.
We did the Triumph shit. We came up with this shit. Like, bro, this shit's gonna cost $1 million. Like, what the fuck is it's $1 million? Like, do it. You know, and at that time, you know.
Is this it?
Yeah. This is what my guy Brett Rapp.
Of killer bees. They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We
see the bees coming through and shit.
As we'll be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to come. We're told that he's possibly Old Dirty, a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and
I said, hey, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. I said, hey. Wu-Tang. Shinoy, who the fuck knows what they are? Wu-Tang.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
A little bit to me, yeah.
It has to.
To me, for sure. I mean, you know, I always believed in my group, man. I mean, these guys is, like you said, very talented, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be trying to keep that stuff together so long, you know, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was in our prime, it was like we still didn't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're going to do it because we have to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we make things happen out of nothing. You know, under pressure. Might have been turbulence, might have been an argument that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that time of that moment. You know, but
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still stay together.
yeah,
That's because there's no way you can have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because you know everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, you know. But it made me think about sports and made me think about how coaches, people, you know, outside of the group are so important. See how we were designed. We huddled up. We never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, you know, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different if we had some coaches,
Some guidance. The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years. So it was emerging. It was chaotic and it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like today, you know, you could, you know, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew Wu-Tang was going to work? They would have told you that's not going to work. You can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How are you doing that? But it worked. It didn't just work. It like accelerated everybody. It like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Nobody could do it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what it is.
Skill.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together. There's no way it could be great. That's what's incredible. It's like it's so hard for people to do that.
Yeah.
That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? And not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu-Tang. Not one. Not one.
Yeah. Even when it comes to, you know, sales, you know, each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. You know, sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, damn, you know, no other groups did what we did, like come with guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. They go, name one person, name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it, you know what I mean? Because
the Ghetto Boys branched out from Scarface, obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Incredible.
That's one of my greatest fans too, man.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Small pieces of real gods.
Gucci sweaters.
One of the all-time greats. All-time greats.
I
haven't yet. No, I'd love to have it. I love that. I've had really.
Okay.
I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in and out, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because, and you got to put yourself in this mindset. Like, it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing, this totally new sound, totally new, like, avenue of music that existed, and everybody was like, wow, and all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited, like, this is great.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. You know, and so for the people that are like making a career in it now, like, ooh, you know, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that. Abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, you know, because it's free. Just get on, you know, get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, you know, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, you know, like today, like for example, you know, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Hash Burning, you know what I mean? So you represent us, you know. We said in things like, can it be a sustainable? I want to have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own cess crops. But for now, it's just a big dream, you know. So we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, you know, now as I sit here and I'm an owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. Yeah, my first joint in it went gold. I put it on my mother's, you know, my mother's living room wall. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality. The next thing you know, it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, Jizza being so intelligent and talking about science, you know, math, you know, talking about certain things. And, you know, now today he's in the movie world and Riz is a director. You know, these are the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, what the right next move? Where do we go, you know? And I think that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. Is like, yo, it's just too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here.
Yeah.
But it's just sometimes you're just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "Yo, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not go. We want you to just
whatever they think is stuff."
Why is that the case?
Because the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him, turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better, and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire an image team. It's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen, you know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band?
God, yeah.
Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer. Body count, and everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, man, I'm gonna do a hardcore album. It was like, what? I'm a motherfucker. It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm gonna do what I want to do. That's what I want to do. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. But you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's just like we all liked it. Like you're saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Gucci Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see two of them at a concert together, but that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on. Do that again. Stop that. Stop. Do it again. That way. Okay, can you make an echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because
right. He's barefoot and shit. And doing yoga. One of the geniuses. Super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys. They're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made. Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same one. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song. Great lyrics.
Like I said, this shit became knowledge to us, man.
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor. Raising our kids to be smarter. Not hiding in the thing. Like you said, once you put that warning stick on it, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see for what it is and say, yo, look, you can make these choices. But you go that way, you know what you can. You go this way, you know what you can.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
but you think that music is good? You think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do they get it out there?
Someone like put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, oh! And you have your friends like, listen to this. Listen to the first lines. Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's how we in the way sold it.
Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I put it on my album about the joint.
When is it coming out?
Well, shit, I just been working on this documentary like on purpose. So I'm just be honest with you, take you back. I've been working on, only thing that implements is my What's Going On album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we've done is we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real album. So it's called The Purple 6000 because remind you, Only Good for People was the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Purple Team. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, my kid, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? My guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, you can put a documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums. People still going to talk about Only Good for People. So I said, damn, you know what? You're right. So what I did was, I said, you know what? Invest in it and kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire them, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, you see a lot of these guys today, they still wear Cuban jeans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album Only Built for Cuban Link Rings. Now everybody they know is wearing Cuban Link chains today, 30 years later. So you know that this that I've been working on, believe it or not, we've been working on for 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting this to it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be hell. It's a great idea. You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way we made that, all the experiences, the things that we went through, and eventually that will wind up becoming a movie later on, because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people away, because it's like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album is made because I love hip hop, man, and you know, we were in a position to make something golden. That at that time I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in Martin Scorsese mindset, because when I came to the clan, I was like, yo, I don't know all the crazy shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in a documentary and go through some of the songs, and like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef, and you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, yeah, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I got a definitely new album when they come out. And where's that come out? The new album, I say probably like the second quarter right now. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
The
Emperor wears no clothes.
Yeah. So that's going to be the name of it, because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine no more. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to what you said. Listen to everything you're saying. You have to do it from this way. Fuck that. Fuck rape. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm just, I know what I know coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have to do this shit. Man. I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world, but yeah, that's what
people still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the comedy mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't follow them because it wasn't allowed.
Also, they got so much shit coming their way. Exactly. They're getting inundated by all these new artists.
Yeah.
All this
There's so much shit going on.
So much shit going on.
There's so much going on, but you know, I always say that it's always a lane for people that love music. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's like you could be 50, you know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in them love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music, you know. Like today, the chef is more of an architect artist. You know, I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or a funny rapper. I'm an architect rapper, you know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development, you know. When people hear this album, they're like, damn, like, yo, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you're going to lose that shit. That's like sitting Mike Tyson can't fight. But you know at the end of the day, he ain't losing. fucking bit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But then, like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check for that shit.
I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor, real pleasure.
You my God.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time.
There you go.
And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. Do it.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right
We gonna
way.
figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker. That's what I would be. I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking Riker scene.
Listen, it's never too late for us to do the fucking work.
Never too late. Never too late. Thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye, buddy.
Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day, all day.
Hello.
First time ever.
How are you? How are you? That happens. You got 80 followers. You're welcome. So are you eligible to make money on Kick now? Yeah, no, I understand. I'm okay. Have you thought about multi-streaming, Masha? Multi-streaming. It's the next wave of streaming. So basically, instead of just being live on Kick only, you go live on Kick and YouTube and Rumble and Twitch all at the same time. Yes, you can. It's the same amount of work. You don't have to do anything different. It all goes in the same chat. So it's just from one piece of software. It's not even software. It's on a browser. It's called go to rumble.com. Rumble, rumble.com. Create an account. Absolutely. You're welcome. It'll take you 20 minutes to set up, and then it's all done. It's very nice. Do you see rumble.com? Create an account with your username, Affirmasha. Am I saying that correctly, Affirmasha? Okay, that's how it's comfortable to me. Affirmasha. It should be in all languages. Okay. Now, just hold on. You'll be happy that you at least explored this. Do you see in the upper right corner? It says create, upload, and then Rumble Studio. Cloud. Go to rumble.com. Excellent. On the upper right corner, you should see like a little plus symbol that says like go live, upload, and then Rumble Studio. Press Rumble Studio. Okay, so this is the piece of it's software, but it's in a browser that is basically the main stream, and then you can multi-stream off of this. So what you do you have a Twitch account? You can use your old one. If you have your old one, just log in. Do you have a YouTube account? Excellent. So let's do YouTube first. Okay. Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you. Oh, we're gonna make it. You're gonna be really happy with this, and you start earning money immediately. Not a whole lot, and I know money's not important, but it's something. At least it shows that they care. Okay, it's loading. Okay, account verification. You have to put in your telephone number. Hold on. Upper right corner where your avatar is, your profile, the circle. Yep. Click there. Okay, go to settings. No, no, no. There. Yeah, exactly. Um, go to account settings. It's like the second one down. No. Okay, that works too. Account information is fine. Um, and then you should see verification. Yeah. Perhaps it's there. There you go. Okay. You put in your telephone number there and you'll get a code and then you'll be verified and you can use it right away. Excellent. Verified. Okay. Now, do you see where the camera is in the upper right corner? Upper right corner, left. There you go. Yep. Rumble Studio, the bottom one. That one. Yep. Perfect. Okay. So this is like the home page. Um, on the left, do you see the gear? On the left, yeah, the fourth one down. That one. Yep. Nope. No. Fourth, last one. The fourth one. Keep going. That one. Yes. The gear. Yes. Excellent. Now, do you see where it says manage destinations? Yep, right there. Yep. Okay, perfect. So now you press add new destination and then you log in with your YouTube. So go to YouTube. You click YouTube. Try it again. Oh, there you go. Oh, it connected. Perfect. Already done. Just like that. Okay, now click the plus again. And Twitch. Hold on, just let it be. Just let it be. Or did it open that for you? That's okay. Yeah, just log in. That's okay. Log in with your Twitch. Yeah. Excellent. Good job. Then go back to Rumble and then press the Twitch button. Go to Rumble. Yep. And just give it a second. And it should connect it. There you go. Yay. Okay. The last one for now that you want to do is kick. Okay. And in order to do this, you have to do, there's like one extra step for kick. So just one moment and we will get it done. Just one moment. I've done it before and I helped Caspian C do it. So if I want to connect Kick to Rumble Studio, I think I need to use a third-party application. What is it called? It's like Streamlabs or something like that. Yeah, but here's the thing. Every time you do a stream, you're gonna have to upload a new code, and it's a pain. You want it to just be as easy as possible. So you're gonna want just one moment. Yeah, I think it's this. I think. Okay. Go to new tab. I mean, you can do this. You can do this, but it's only going to work the one time that you stream it, and you have to get a new code every time. If you want to do it, you can. So yeah, you go to creator dashboard. Okay. Take it. I understand. Absolutely. Excellent. Okay, so I want to make sure that you're aware of something. Well, just you go to Creator Dashboard. It's called Creator Dashboard. Creator Dashboard. No. In Kick. In Kick. Yeah, it should say Dashboard or Settings. Maybe Settings. Perfect. Okay. There you go. That's what you need. But listen to me. This is kind of complicated. Do you mind if I translate it? Do you mind if I translate it? So just one moment. This part is a little complicated. If you don't mind, I'm just going to translate it.
Ta część jest trochę skomplikowana. Jeśli nie masz nic przeciwko, po prostu ją przetłumaczę.
If you put the numbers in there, it will only work on the first time that you stream. You want it to work every time that you stream so that you don't have to keep putting the numbers in. If you want, I can show you how you can get that done. But maybe for right now, you just do it that way.
Jeśli wpiszesz tam liczby, zadziała to tylko za pierwszym razem, gdy będziesz streamować. Chciałeś, żeby działało za każdym razem, gdy będziesz streamować, więc nie musisz ciągle wpisywać liczb, jeśli chcesz. Mogę ci pokazać, jak to zrobić, ale może na razie po prostu zrób to w ten sposób.
Correct. So yes. And that's what I want to show you.
Dobrze, więc umieściłeś.
You go to new tab. No, new tab, like a new one. Yep. And I think I could be wrong. But you want to go to Restream. It's RESTREAM.io. I think so. That one. Yeah, that one. Okay. Now create an account. You might have to create an account. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, you do you see where it says continue with Google? Oh, wait, hold on. That can work. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Okay. You don't there's a free version. Scroll down. Do you see where it says free version? It's okay if you don't. I may have made a mistake. Just one moment. Okay. Oh, okay, you got it. All right. Now go to the main page, like home, main page. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's this. I think. Okay. New stream. Yeah. Restream Studio encoder. No, it's not this one. Okay. Apologies. It's been a while since I've done this. Let me find which one it is. Stream to kick using multi-streamer. Okay, here we go. Multi-stream kick Reddit. Okay, yeah, it is restream.io. Okay. Okay, go to the homepage of Restream. Yeah, there you go. Whatever the homepage is. I don't think so. Let's see. Okay. RTMP settings. It's the second one. Yes. And let me see if I can see it bigger. Let me just one moment. Let's see. Yeah, it is this one. Okay. Let me. Oh, I know. Just one moment. Let me try with my phone so I can zoom in and see it better. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, copy that, and put it into Rumble. So just delete that. Yep. And then paste. Yep. And then paste. And then name it Restream. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Now go to Restream. Press done. And oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Connect your encoder. Hold on one second. There you go. Good job. Yeah, you'll find kick in there, or you should. There you go. And you put your kick information in there. Yes. There you go. And then it's going to be kick.com/affirmasha. There you go. Add channel. Good job. Very, very good job. Okay. I think now it works. It'll work on all of them now. So you can test it by going to Rumble. You can close that. You can close everything now except Rumble. There you go. Okay, keep that open. And then, do you want to test it now? Is that okay? It'll take 5 minutes. Okay. Do you see the house? Upper left corner? Yep. Okay. Now you want to press stream now. Yes. And just put anything in for the name, test or whatever. Yeah, just test. Perfect. And then that's fine. You have to choose a category. Choose anything. That's fine. That's fine. You only have to do it for one of them. You don't have to do the second one. There you go. Okay. Scroll down. Oh, actually, scroll up. Apologies. And on the right, there are like little buttons. Yeah. Click the buttons. There you go. Yep. And then scroll down. And let's see here. It should say next. Let's see. Maybe you have to add a, just to make sure, just add a secondary category. Oh, yeah. Now do it. Yeah. There you go. So it's going to stream on 4 things at once. It's going to stream on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. You say, no, you don't need OBS. You're fine. Just that. Oh, you can if you want. If you want OBS, you can, but you don't have to. You can just press, got it? Yep. Now at the top, you click, hold on, go back. The second one in, go to the top, all the way to the top. Okay, the second one, that one. That one. Yep. And then scroll down. Okay. And do you see there's a microphone with like a cross through it or like a slash through it? Yep. That's going to turn on your microphone, and then that will turn on your camera. And if you want to choose what camera it is, click the little bottom, the down arrow. The arrow. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Okay, you can switch that in OBS. It's no big deal right now. Exactly. Okay, and then in the upper left corner it says go live. Yep. And then you press go live. Okay. So YouTube failed for some reason. Have you ever streamed on YouTube before? Okay. Press end stream. No big deal. You just have to verify your account with YouTube. It'll take 24 hours for YouTube only. Okay, so go to YouTube in a new tab. Yep. You're very smart. You're very smart. Okay. Do you see? Nope. Click out of there. Yeah. Do you see the plus? The yeah, exactly. That one. You have to verify. Yep. Yeah, you just got to get a code from your phone, and then it will take 24 hours. Okay, well, you don't have to do it there. You can just turn that one off. Oh, addicted. Okay. So then it takes 24 hours for YouTube to verify. So you can close YouTube now and you can test YouTube tomorrow. But now you're going to just test Twitch, Rumble, and Kick. So you can oh, that's okay. Wrap up and leave. That's fine. It's because we stopped it. And just we're going to do it again, but don't turn on YouTube. So just Twitch and restream. No, no. That's right. That's okay. You can do it from here. That's right. Hold on. No. Turn off YouTube. There you go. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's really nice. And then you want to turn on your camera. There you go. And then you want to press the second one. There you go. Okay, so we'll test it now, and I'll tell you if you're live. So it's working in Kick. You're live in Kick, which is very good. That's the hard one. And then we'll try you in Twitch. Are you Aframashia on Twitch? No, you're live on Twitch. You're live on Kick too. You're live on Kick too. I just saw you. I'll show you. I just saw you. Excellent. Hello. And then you want to check Rumble. So, are you Aframashia on Rumble? Yes. What is your name on Rumble? Okay. Perfect. You're uh yes, you're live on all of them. Good job. It worked. Excellent. All right. That's all I wanted to show you. You can end the stream in the upper left corner. You just press end stream or wrap up. and then it will also record that for you, and it records it indefinitely, so for as long as it needs. So you can delete it if you don't want it, but now you multi-stream. So now you'll have a much bigger audience, and when they type to you, it all shows up in Rumble Studio. That's all. Oh yeah. So if you want to do OBS, then what you do is you open OBS. Okay. So what you do is, do you see where it says turn on virtual camera on the bottom right? Okay. So this you don't necessarily need to use anymore. Rumble kind of does this all for you. But if you want to make it so that people see your screen like you're doing, it says it's turn on virtual camera. And so in the bottom right, under like panel, you should see turn on virtual camera. Yeah. Do you see turn on virtual camera? Yes. Excellent. So turn it on. And then yes. Okay. So now when you go to Rumble, go to Rumble. Yes. And set up a new one. Yep. You don't have to go live, but I'll just show you how to get that camera. So yes, press that stream and then turn on, give it a name, just whatever, test or whatever. And then do Twitch. No, go back. That's okay. That's okay. You have to click the two things. That's fine. You can leave it there. Now go to the second one in. Yep. And then do you see the microphone? Yeah, but don't press the camera yet. Yeah. Do the arrow. The arrow. Yes. Now do you see OBS? Okay, press the OBS one. Yes. Click it. Did you press the OBS one? Okay. Click it. Okay, I see you are. Turn on the camera. Yep. There you go. So now anything you do in OBS will show up like that. Does that make sense? You're welcome. And then tomorrow, after 24 hours, try YouTube and then it'll all work. You're welcome, my friend. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. You know that. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. So just let me know if you need anything else. Okay, I will. Yeah, I know what you can do. You can keep streaming in here. You don't have to go. You used to stream in here all night and all day, and I loved it. Be like Caspian Sea. Yeah, he's still here. He streams a lot. He's not sleeping. That's right. That's right. I know. I know you need a break. So just you can leave your accountant here though. It's just more people, and but I understand. But yeah. Oh well, thank you so much. Oh well, thank you. I'm not saying you always have to be on camera. You keep your camera off, but just keep your accountant here. You'll meet new people. You'll meet new friends. You'll get good advice. So you can close everything now. And you do what you need to do now. You don't have to share your screen anymore. And you do whatever you need to do now. But I want you to know I appreciate you being my friend. And if you need anything else, you let me know, okay? You're welcome. All right. So what do I want from you? I want nothing in return. But if you ever have time, just make sure to keep your accountant here. It makes it look like more things are happening. And then when you're bored, come in and talk. But you don't have to keep your camera on. You can keep your camera off all the time. You don't have to do what I do. But what I'm saying is, then there's a connection to the world. Then there's a portal into someone's life. And it's like if we were friends, we're all holding hands and we're just, creating a good community. Very well. You go do what you need to do. Go play with your dog. Go surf the internet. I'm going to do what I need to do. And if you have any questions, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent. I'm going to watch this podcast if you want to watch it. Do you want to watch it? You do you. You meditate in as strange a way as you want. Just shut your camera off if you want so that you have all the peace of mind that you need. And then when you're done, come back and talk with us. Okay. Beautiful. Well, I understand not everybody can do it all the time, but do it as much as you can. And if you need me, I'm here. And enjoy your meditation, okay? That sounds good. And we'll be here if you need us.
40. I managed to get this far with no cigars. I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital. Okay. Yeah. Like is this the right way? Yeah. He's gonna vomit. I want to see him vomit. I don't think he's gonna vomit. Don't inhale it. Oh, you gotta get the fire. First, you gotta lower your hand. Yeah. Oh, you doing this on purpose? I swear I'm a kid that never done this. No, I mean the way you're being recorded. Like get on the.
Yeah, they're just comedians having a good time.
Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right. Here.
I think they're just smoking cigars. Yeah, absolutely. But if you're gonna watch, I mean, we can watch this, but it's not very educational. If you're gonna watch, we should watch something educational. So just one moment.
If we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask what's the probability that there's been any civilization at all, no matter how long they exist. I'm not asking whether they exist now or not, I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there has been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been and the only way that we're the only time that this whole process from abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore you could put a probability, we call it the pessimism, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilizations, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really against, has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere.
Following this conversation with Adam Frank, an astrophysicist interested in the evolution of star systems and the search for alien civilization in our universe. This is Let's Switch podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Adam Frank. You wrote a book about aliens. So the big question, how many alien civilizations are out there?
Yeah, that's the question. The amazing thing is that after 2.5 millennia of people yelling at each other or setting each other on fire occasionally over the answer, we now actually have the capacity to answer that question. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to have data relevant to the answer to that question. We're going to have hard data finally that will, one way or the other, even if we don't find anything immediately, we will have gone through a number of planets. We'll be able to start putting limits on how common life is. The one answer I can tell you, which was an important part of the problem, is how many planets are there? Right? And just like people have been arguing about the existence of life elsewhere for 2,500 years, people have been arguing about planets for the exact same amount of time. Right? You can see Aristotle yelling at Democritus about this. You can see they had very wildly different opinions about how common planets were going to be and how unique Earth was. And that question got answered, right? Which is pretty remarkable in a lifetime, a 2,500-year-old question. The answer is they're everywhere. Planets everywhere. And it was possible that planets were really rare. We didn't really understand how planets formed. And so if you go back to the turn of the 20th century, there was a theory that said planets formed when two stars passed by each other closely and the material was gravitationally squeezed out. In which case, those kinds of collisions are so rare that you would expect 1 in a trillion stars to have planets. Instead, every star in the sky has a.
But one of the things we've done is simulated formation of stars. How difficult do you think it is to simulate the formation of planets? Like simulate a solar system through the entire evolution of the solar system. This is kind of a numerical simulation sneaking up to the question of how many planets are there.
That actually we're able to do now. You can run simulations of the formation of planetary systems. So if you run the simulation, really where you want to start is a cloud of gas, these giant interstellar slabs of gas that may have a million times the mass of the sun. And so you run a simulation. That is turbulent, gas is roiling, tumbling, And every now and then you get a place where the gas is dense enough that gravity gets hold of it and you can pull it down. So you'll start to form a protostar. And a protostar is basically a young star, like this ball of gas where nuclear reactions are getting started. But it's also a disk. So as the material falls inward, everything's rotating. As it falls inward, it'll spin up and it'll form a disk. Material will collect in what's called an accretion disk or a protoplanetary disk. And you can simulate all of that. Once you get into the disk itself and you want to do planets, things get a little bit more complicated because the physics gets more complicated. Now you got to start worrying about dust, because actually dust is the wrong word. Smoke. These are the tiniest bits of solids. They will coagulate in the disk to form pebbles, right? And then the pebbles will collide to form rock, and the rocks will form boulders, et cetera, That process is super complicated, but we've been able to simulate enough of it to begin to get a handle on how planets form, how you accrete enough material to get the first proto-planets or planetary embryos, as we call them. And then the next step is those things start slamming into each other to form, planetary-sized bodies. And then the planetary bodies slam into each other. Earth, the moon came about because there was a Mars-sized body that slammed into the Earth, basically blew off the material, and eventually formed the moon.
And all of them have different chemical compositions, different temperatures.
Yeah, so the temperature of the material in the disk depends on how far away you are from the star. So it decreases, right? And so there's a really interesting point. So like you're close to the star, temperatures are really high. And the only thing that can condense, can kind of freeze out, is going to be stuff like metals. So that's why you find mercury, this giant ball of iron, basically. And then as you go further out, the gas gets cooler, and now you can start getting things like water to freeze, right? So there's something we call the snow line, which is somewhere in our solar system, out around between Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why the giant planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, all have huge amounts of ice in them, or water and ice. Actually, Jupiter and Saturn don't have so much, but the moons do. Moons have so much water in them. There's oceans, right? So we've got a number of those moons that have got more water on them than there's water on them.
Do you think it's possible to do that kind of simulation to have a stronger and stronger estimate of how likely Earth-like planet is? Can we get physics simulation done well enough to be able to start estimating what are the possible Earth-like things that can be generated?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we're learning how to do that now. So, one part is like trying to figure out how planets form themselves and doing the simulations. Like that cascade from dust grains up to planetary embryos. That's hard to simulate because it's both. You got to do both the gas and you got to do the dust and the dust. Once you get up to a planet-sized body, then you kind of have to switch over to almost like a different kind of simulation. There, often what you're doing is you're assuming the planet is sort of spherical ball, and then you're doing, a 1D, a radial calculation. You're just asking, like, all right, how is this thing going to, what's the structure of it going to look? Am I going to have a solid iron core? Am I going to get a solid iron core with a liquid iron core out around it, like we have on Earth? And then you get a silicate, kind of a rocky mantle, and then across all those details, those are kind of beyond being able to do full 3D simulations from ab initio, from scratch. We're not there yet.
How important are those details, like the crust and the atmosphere, do you think?
Hugely important. So I'm part of a collaboration with the University of Rochester where we're using the giant laser. This is called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics. We got a huge grant from the NSF to use that laser to like slam tiny pieces of silica to understand what the conditions are like at the center of the Earth, or even more important, the center of supernovas. Like the most common. This is what's wild. The most common kind of planet in the universe, we don't have in our solar system, which is amazing. So we've been able to study enough, or observe enough planets to get a sense. We kind of have an idea of who's average, who's weird. And our solar system's weird because the average planet has a mass somewhere between 3 times the mass of the Earth to maybe 10 times the mass of the Earth, and that's exactly where there are no planets in the solar system. So the smaller ones of those we call super Earths, The larger ones we call sub-Neptunes. They're anybody's guess. Like, we don't really know what happens to materials when you're squeezed to those pressures, which is like millions, tens of millions of times the pressure on the surface. So those details really will matter of what's going on there, because that will determine whether or not you have, say, for example, plate tectonics. We think plate tectonics may have been really important for life, for the evolution of complex life. So it turns out, and this is sort of the next generation where we're going with the understanding the evolution of planetary life. It turns out that you actually have to think hard about the planetary context for life. You can't just be like, oh, there's a warm pond, and then some interesting, chemistry happens in a warm pond. You actually have to think about the planet as a whole and what it's gone through in order to really understand whether the planet is a good place for life or not.
So why do you think tectonics might be useful for the formation of complex life?
There's a bunch of different things. One is that the Earth went through a couple of phases being a snowball planet. We went into a period of glaciation where pretty much the entire planet was under ice. The oceans were frozen. Early on in history, there was barely any. We were actually a water world. So, with just a couple of Australia-sized cratons, they called them protocontinents. So we went through these snowball Earth phases. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had kind of an active plate tectonics, which had a lot of volcanism on it, we could have been locked in that forever. Once you get into a snowball state, the planet can be trapped there forever, which is, maybe you already had life form, but then because it's so cold, you may never get anything more than just microbes. Right? So what plate tectonics does, as it fosters more volcanism, is that you're going to get carbon dioxide pumped into the atmosphere, which warms the planet up and gets you out of the snowball Earth. But even more really important things. I just finished a paper where we're looking at something called the hard steps model, which is this model that's been out there for a long time that purports to say intelligent life in the universe will be really rare. And it made all these assumptions about the Earth's history, particularly the history of life and the history of the planet, that have nothing to do with each other. And it turns out, as I was doing the reading for this, that Earth probably early on had a more mild form of plate tectonics, and then somewhere about 1 billion years ago, it was done. And that ramping up changed everything on the planet. Because here's a fun: the Earth used to be flat. What I mean by that, right? It's all the flat earthers out there get excited for 1 second. What I mean by that is that there really weren't many mountain regions, right? The beginning of, I think the term is orogenesis, mountain building, the true Himalayan style giant mountains, didn't happen until this more robust form of plate tectonics, where the plates are really being driven around the planet. And that is when you get the crusts hitting each other and they start pushing, into these Himalayan style mountains. The weathering of that, the erosion of that, puts huge amounts of nutrients, things that microbes want to use, into the ocean. And then what we call the net primary productivity, the bottom of the food chain, how much sugar is there producing, how much photosynthesis they're doing, shot up by a factor of almost 1,000, right? So the fact that you had plate tectonics supercharged evolution in some sense. We're not exactly sure how it happened, but it's clear that the amount of life, the amount of living activity that was happening, really got a boost from the fact that suddenly there was this new vigorous form of plate tectonics.
So it's nice to have turmoil in terms of temperature, in terms of surface geometries, in terms of the chemistry of the planet, turmoil.
Yeah, that's actually really true. Because what happens is we look at the history of life. It's an excellent point to bring up. If you look at the history of life on Earth, we get abiogenesis somewhere around at least 3.8 billion years ago. And that's the first microbes. They kind of take over enough that they really do get a biosphere. Your biosphere is actively changing the planet. But then you go through this period they call the 4 and billion, where it's a billion years and it's just microbes. Nothing's happening. It's just microbes. I mean, they're good. Microbes are doing amazing things. They're inventing fermentation very much. We appreciate that. But it's not until sort of you get probably these continents slamming into each other, you really get the beginning of continents forming and driving changes that evolution has to respond to. On a planetary scale, this turmoil, this chaos is creating niches as well as closing up. And biology, evolution has to respond to that. And somewhere around there is when you get the kingdom explosions, when suddenly everybody can Evolution goes on with orgies. So yeah, it does look like that chaos or that turmoil was actually very helpful to evolution.
I wonder if there is some extremely elevated level of chaos, almost like catastrophes behind every leap of evolution. Like you're not going to have leaps. Like in human society, we have like an Einstein that comes up with a good idea, but it feels like an evolutionary time scale. You need some real big drama going on for the evolutionary system to have to come up with a solution to that drama, like an extra complex solution to that drama.
Well, I think I'm not sure if that's. I don't know if it needs to be like an almost extinction, right? Because it's certainly true that we have gone through almost extinction, where we had 5 mass extinctions, but you don't necessarily see that like there was this giant evolutionary leap happening after those. So with the comet impact. The KT boundary. Certainly, lots of niches opened up, and that's why we're here, right? Because our ancestors were just basically rodents, rats, living under the footsteps of the dinosaurs, and it was that comet impact that opened the route for us. But it wasn't. It still took another, 65 million years to make this thing immediately. But what we found with this hard step, because the whole idea of the hard step was it was one of these anthropic reasoning kinds of things, where Brandon Carter said, "Oh, look, the intelligence doesn't show up on Earth until about almost close to when the end of the sun's lifetime." And so he's like, "Well, there should be no reason why the sun's lifetime and the time for evolution for intelligence should be the same." And so therefore, he goes through all this reasoning, anthropic reasoning, and he ends up with the idea that, like, oh, it must be that the odds of getting intelligence are super low. And so that's the hard steps. So there was a series of steps. Very, very hard.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Volcon? What's good? Hello? Well, I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
And everybody loves it. The distribution is going a long way.
Aframasia, do you want me to turn on Polish subtitles? Okay. All right. You do you, girl.
Way with it. But it turns out that the whole thing is because on one, when you look at it, of course the time scale for the sun's evolution and the time scale for the evolution of life are coupled, because life and the time scale for evolution of the Earth is about the same time scale as the evolution of the sun. It's billions of years. The Earth evolves over billions of years, and life and the Earth co-evolve. That's what Brandon can see, is that actually the fate of the Earth, the fate of life are inextricably combined. And this is really important for astrobiology too. Life doesn't happen on a planet; it happens to a planet. So this is something that Prince Boone and Sarah Walker both say. I agree with this. It's a really nice way of putting it. Plate tectonics, the evolution of oxygen, of an oxygen atmosphere, which only happens because of life. These things, these are things that are happening where life and the planet are sloshing back and forth. And so rather than your point about you need giant catastrophes, maybe not giant catastrophes, but what happens is, as the Earth and life are evolving together, windows are open, evolutionary windows. Like, for example, life put oxygen into the atmosphere. When life invented this new form of photosynthesis about 2.5 billion years ago, that broke water to work to do its chemical shenanigans. It broke water apart and pushed oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why there's oxygen in the atmosphere, only because of life. That opened up huge possibilities, new spaces for evolution to happen. But it also changed the chemistry of the planet forever. So the introduction of oxygen photosynthesis changed the planet forever, and it opened up a bunch of windows for evolution that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, for example, you and I, we need that amount of oxygen. Big brain creatures need an oxygen-rich atmosphere because oxygen is so potent for metabolism. So you couldn't get intelligent creatures 100 million years after the planet.
So really, on a scale of a planet, there's billions, trillions of organisms on a planet. They can actually have planetary scale impact.
Yes.
So the chemical shenanigans of an individual organism, when scaled out to trillions, can actually change a planet.
Yeah, we know this for a fact. Like, so there was this thing, Gaia theory, that was James Lovelock introduced in the 70s, and then Lynn Margulis, the biologist Lynn Margulis, theory. So this Gaia theory was the idea that planets pretty much life takes over, like hijack the planet, in a way that the sum total of life creates the feedbacks between the planet and the life, such that it keeps the planet habitable. It's kind of a homeostasis, right? I can go out, like being outside, it's 100 degrees, right? I can go outside, my internal temperature is going to be 0. And I can go back to, Rochester, New York in the winter, and it's going to be, 0 degrees. But my internal temperature is going to be the same. That's homeostasis. The idea of Gaia theory was that life, the biosphere, exerts this pressure on the planet, or these feedbacks on the planet, that even as other things are changing, the planet will always stay in the right kinds of conditions for life. Now, when this theory came out, very controversial. People were like, oh my God, smoking weed, and like, there were all these Gaian festivals with Gaian dances. And so it became very popular in the New Age. But Lovelock, actually, they were able to show that, no, this has nothing to do with like the planet being conscious or anything. It was about these feedbacks that by the biosphere can exert these feedbacks. And now that's become, whether or not, it's still unclear whether there are true Gaian feedbacks, in the sense that the planet can really exert complete control. But it is absolutely true that the biosphere is a major player in Earth's history.
So the biosphere fights for homeostasis on Earth.
I would say right now, I don't know if I can say that scientifically. I can certainly say that the biosphere does a huge amount of the regulation of the planetary, and over billions of years has strongly modified the evolution of the planet. So whether or not a true Gaian feedback would be exactly what we learned, right? The biosphere is somehow, and Sarah Walker and David Winston and I actually did a paper on this about the idea of planetary intelligence, cognition across a planetary scale. And I think that actually is possible. It's not conscious, but there is a kind of cognitive activity going on. The biosphere, in some sense, knows what is happening because of these feedback. So it's still unclear whether we have these full Gaian feedbacks, but we certainly have semi-Gaian feedbacks. If there's a perturbation on the planetary scale, temperature, insolation, sunlight's coming in, the biosphere will start to have feedback that will dampen that perturbation. Temperature goes up, the biosphere starts doing something, temperature comes down.
Now, I wonder if the technosphere also has a Gaian feedback, or elements of Gaian feedback, such that the technosphere will also fight to some degree for homeostasis. Open question, I guess.
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because that paper that David and Sarah and I wrote, what we were arguing is that over the history of a planet, right? When life first forms, 3.8 billion years ago, it's kind of thin on the ground, right? You've got the first species, these are all microbes. And they have not yet, they're not going to have enough of them to exert any kind of Gaian feedback. So we call that an immature biosphere. But then as time goes on, this planet becomes more robust and begins to exert these feedbacks, keeping the planet in the place where it needs to be. So like, we call that a mature biosphere, right? And the important thing, and I'm sure later on we're going to talk about definitions of life. There's this great term called autopoiesis that Francisco Varela, the biologist, brings this go forever. And he said, one of the defining things about life is this property of autopoiesis. It means self-creating and self-maintaining. Life does not create the conditions which will destroy itself, right? It's always trying to keep itself in a place where it can stay alive. So the biosphere, from this kind of perspective, has been autopoietic for billions of years. Now, we just invented the technosphere in the last couple of hundred years. And what we were arguing in that paper is that it's an immature technosphere, right? Because right now, climate change, the other things we're doing, we're just, the technosphere right now is sort of destroying the conditions under which it needs to maintain itself. So the real job for us, if we're going to last over, geologic timescale, we want a technosphere that's going to last tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, then we've got to become mature, which means to not undermine the conditions, to not subvert the conditions that you need to stay alive. So as of right now, they're not autopoietic.
Wow. I wonder if you look across thousands of thousands of years, that perturbations, the technosphere should be as a way for developing greater and greater defenses against perturbations, which sounds like a ridiculous thing. But basically, go out and play in the yard and hurt yourself to strengthen or like drink water from the pond.
From the pond, yeah, right.
To strengthen the immune system.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting with the technosphere, we'll talk about this more, but we're just emerging in the technosphere in terms of as an interplanetary atmosphere, right? That's really the next step for us. David Grinspoon talks about what's the idea of anti-accretion, like this amazing thing that for the first time, over the entire history of the planet, stuff is coming off the planet, right? Everything just fell down when the meteorites fell down. But now we're starting to push stuff out. And like the idea of conflict defense or such, we are actually going to start exerting perturbation on the solar system as a whole. We're going to start engineering it. I always like to say that if we can get the climate change prize at the end is the solar system, right? So we'll be changed, literally engineering the solar system. But what you can think of right now is what's happening is the anthropocene, the great acceleration that is the technosphere, that is a immediate perturbation on the biosphere. And what you can't do is, the technosphere sits on top of the biosphere. And the technosphere undermines the biosphere for its own conditions of habitat. Then you're in trouble. I mean, the biosphere is going away. There's nothing we can do. Like, the idea that we have to save the Earth is a little ridiculous. Like, the Earth is not a furry little pony. But it's the conditions for us, right? Humanity emerged out of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years, interglacial period. We can't tolerate very different kinds of Earths. So that's what I mean by perturbation.
Before we forget, I gotta ask you this paper. It's pretty interesting. There's an interesting paper here about heart steps, abiogenesis, glucose fermentation, piperotic acid, all kinds of steps, all the way to Homo sapiens, animal intelligence, land ecosystems, endoskeletons, eye precursor, formation of the eye, complex multicellularity. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, what can you say about this? There are all kinds of papers talking about what the difficulty of these steps.
Right, and so this was the idea. So, we're using anthropic reasoning. He said there must be a few very hard things for evolution to get through to make it to intelligence, right? So there's some steps that are going to be easy. So every generation, you roll the dice, and it won't take long for you to get that step. But there must be a few of them, and he said you could even calculate how many there were, 5, 6, in order to get to intelligence. And so this paper here is all these different people who've written all these papers, and this is the point. Actually, you can see all these papers that were written on the heart steps, each one proposing a different set of what those steps should be. And there's this other idea from biology of the major transitions in evolution, MTE, that those were the hard steps. But what we actually found was that none of those are actually hard. The whole idea of hard steps, that there are hard steps, is actually some steps. So, what's amazing about this model is it shows how important it is to actually work with people who are in the field, right? So, Brandon Carter was a brilliant physicist. And then lots of physicists and astrophysicists like me have used this. But the people who actually study evolution and the planet were never involved. And if you went and talked to an evolutionary biologist or a biogeophysicist, they'd look at you when you explained it to them, and they'd be like, what? Like, what are you guys doing? Turns out none of the details or none of the conceptual structure of this matches with what the people actually study the planet and its evolution.
Is it mostly about the fact that there's not really discrete steps? Because it's a gradual, continual kind of process?
Well, there's two things. The first most important one was that the planet and the biosphere have evolved together. That's something that every, biogeophysicist completely accepts. And it was the first thing that Carter rejected. He said, that's all. And yet, like if he sort of had more discussion with other communities, it seemed like, no, they're part to do those things. And then the next thing is this idea of whether a step is hard. For hard, what you mean by hard step is, like I said, every time there's a generation, born, you roll in the dice whether this mutation will happen. And the idea of something being a hard step, there's two ways that something might even appear as a hard step and not, or actually not be a hard step at all. One is that you see something that has occurred in evolution that's already happened, right? So let's take the opposite. You see something that's happened multiple times, like wings. Lots of examples of wings over lots of different evolutionary reasons. That's clearly not hard. Making wings is not a hard step. There are certain other things that people say, no, that's a hard step. Oxygen photosynthesis. But they tend to be so long ago that we've lost all the information. There could be other things in the fossil record that made this innovation, but they're just gone. You can't tell, so it's information. The other thing is the idea of pulling up the ladder, that somebody, some species makes the innovation, but then it fills the niche, and nobody else can do it again. So yeah, it only happened once, but it happened once because basically the creature was so successful, it took over, and there was no space for anybody else. So yeah, so the interesting thing about this is seeing how much, once you look at the details of life's history on Earth, how it really shifts you away from the hard steps. And it shows you that the details that we're talking about, like, do you have to know about the planet? Do you have to know about plate tectonics? Yeah, you're going to have to.
I mean, to be fair to Carter, on the first point, it makes it much more complicated if life and planet are co-evolving. Because it would be nice to consider the planet as a static thing that's the initial condition.
Yeah.
And then we can sort of, from an outside perspective, analyze planets based on the initial conditions they create. And there's a binary yes or no, will it create life? But if they co-evolve, it's a really complex dynamic system where everything is becomes much more difficult from the perspective of SETI, looking out there and trying to figure out which ones are actually producing life.
But I think we're at the point now, so now there may be other kinds of principles that actually, because co-evolution actually has its own, not deterministic, done with deterministic, right? But complex systems have patterns. Complex systems have constraints, and that's actually what we're going to be looking for are constraints on them. And so, and again, I think it's part of a brilliant idea, but it just goes to show this is great XPC. I'm a theoretical physicist, right? And so I love give me a simplified model with a dynamical equation, some initial conditions. I'm very happy. But there's this great XPC comment where, somebody's working something out on the board, and this physicist is looking over and saying, I just wrote down an equation for that. I solved your problem. Do you guys even have a journal for this? Subtitle, why everybody hates physicists.
Yeah.
So sometimes that approach totally works. Sometimes physicists are very good at zooming in on what is important and casting the details aside so you can get to the heart of an issue. And that's very useful sometimes. Other times, obviously, right? Other times, clouds over actually what you needed to focus on, especially when it comes to complexity.
Speaking of simplifying everything down to an equation, let's return back to the question of how many ancient civilizations are out there and talk about the Drake equation. Can you explain the Drake equation?
People have various feelings about the Drake equation. It can be abused, but basically it was the story actually is really interesting. Because Frank Drake in 1960 does the first ever astrobiological experiment. He gets a radio telescope, points it at a couple of stars, and listens for signals. That's the first time anybody done any experiment about any kind of life in the history of And he does it, and he's kind of waiting for him to make fun of him. Still, he gets a phone call from the government that says, hey, we want to have a meeting on interstellar communication. Right? He's like, okay. So they organized a meeting, like 8 people, a young Carl Sagan, he's going to be there as well. And like the night before, Drake has to come up with an agenda. How do you come up with an agenda for a meeting on a topic that no one's ever talked about before? And so he breaks what he does that's so brilliant about the Drake Report is he breaks the problem of how many civilizations are out there into a bunch of sub-problems, right? And he breaks it into 7 sub-problems. Each one of them is a factor in an equation that when you multiply them all together, you get a number of civilizations out there that we can communicate. So the first term is the rate at which stars. The second term is the fraction of those stars planets. The next term is the number of planets in habitable zones. The next term after that is the fraction of those planets where actually an abiogenesis event occurs. The next one is the fraction of planets on which you start to get intelligence. After that, it's the fraction of planets where that intelligence goes on to create a civilization. And then finally, the last term, which is the one that we really care about, is the lifetime. How long you have a civilization, how long does it last?
When you say we humans?
We humans, right? Because we're staring at multiple points here. Nuclear war, climate change, AI. So, how long in general does civilizations last? Now, each one of these terms, what was brilliant about what he did was, what he was doing was he was quantifying our ignorance. Breaking the problem up into these 7 sub-problems, he gave astronomers something to do, right? And so, that's always with the research field. You need a research program, or else you just have a bunch of vague questions. You don't even know really what you're trying to do. The star people could figure out how many stars were forming per year. The people who are interested in planets could go out and find techniques to discover planets, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, these are their own fields. Essentially, by creating this equation, he's launching new fields.
That's exactly. He gave astrobiology, which wasn't even a term, a roadmap. Like, okay, you guys go do this, you go do that, you go do that. It had such far-reaching effect on astrobiology because it did break the problem up in a way that gave useful, sort of marching for all these different groups. Like, for example, it's because of the Drake equation, in some sense, that people who were involved in SETI pushed NASA to develop the technologies to the planet. There was an amazing meeting in 1978 and 1979 that were driven in some part by the people who were involved in SETI, getting NASA together to say, well, okay, look, how, what's the roadmap for us to develop that to find them. So, the Drake equation is absolutely foundational for astrobiology. But we should remember that it's not a law of nature, right? It's not something it's not E equals MC squared. And so you can see it being abused in some sense. People, it's generated a trillion papers. Some of those papers are good, some of those papers are bad. I'm not sure where my paper fits in on those. I'm saying, one should be careful about what you're using it for. But in terms of understanding the problem that astrobiology faces, this really broke it up into a useful way.
We could talk about each one of these, but let's just look at planets.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting one. I think you look back, hundreds of years from now, was it in the 90s?
92 and 95. 95 to me was really, that was the discovery of the first planet orbiting a sun-like star. To me, that was the water down.
I think it's like one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
I agree.
Right now, I guess nobody's celebrating it too much because you don't know what it really means. But I think once we almost certainly will find life out there, you'll obviously allow us to generalize across the entire galaxy, the entire universe. If you can find life on any planet, even in the solar system, you can now start generalizing across the entire universe.
You can. All you need is one. Like right now, our understanding of life, we have one example. We have n equals 1 example of life. So that means we could be an accident, right? It could be that we're the only place in the entire universe where this weird thing called life is occurred. You get one more example, because if you have one more example, you're not defining all the other examples. You just know that it's happened more than once, and now if you are, from a Bayesian perspective, you can start thinking this life is not going to be.
Well, let me get your sense of estimates for the Drake equation. You also read a paper expanding on the Drake equation. What do you think is the answer?
So there was a paper we wrote, Woody Sullivan about in 2016, where we said, look, we have all this exoplanet data, right? So the thing that exoplanet science and exoplanet census have nailed is F sub P, the fraction of stars that have planets. It's 1. Every freaking star that you see in the sky hosts a family of worlds. I mean, mind-boggling. Because every one of those are all places, right? They're either gas giants out of the moon, so that the moons are places you can stand, or they're like terrestrial worlds where even if there's not life, there's snow falling and there's oceans washing up on shorelines. It's incredible to think how many places and stories there are out there. So, right, the first term was density, which is how many stars have planets. The next term is how many planets are in the universe, right, on average. And it turns out to be 1 over 5. Right? So, around 0.2. So that means you just count 5 of them. Go out and you can go 1. One of them has an Earth-like planet, in the habitable zone. Wow.
So what defines a habitable?
Habitable zone is an idea that was developed in 1958 by Chinese American Richard Shang. And it was really an idea that, look, this is I can do this simple calculation. I take a planet, just stick it at some distance from a star. What's the temperature of the planet? What's the temperature of the surface? So now you're only going to give it a standard kind of universe like atmosphere and ask, could there be liquid water? Right? Believe that liquid water is really important. Could be other things that's happening. But, if you were to start out trying to make life, you'd probably choose water as your solvent. So basically, the habitable zone is the band of orbits around a star where you can have liquid water on the surface. You can take a glass of water, pour it on the surface, and it would just cool up. It would freeze immediately, which would happen if your planet is too far out. It would just boil away if your planet is too close in. So that's of that zone. So it's a nice definition. There's probably way more going on in that. This is a place to start.
Yeah. Well, we should say place to start. I do think it's too strict.
I would agree.
We're talking about sure where water can be on the surface. There's so many other ways to get the aforementioned turmoil, where the temperature varies, where it's volcanic, so interaction of volcanoes, ice, all of this on the moons, planets that are much farther away.
Yeah. Well, for example, we know in our own solar systems, we have, say, Europa in Jupiter, which has got a 100-mile ocean under 10 miles of ice. Right? That's not in the habitable zone. That is outside the habitable zone. And that may be the best place. It's got more water than Earth does. All of its oceans. It's twice as much water on Europa than on Earth. So, that may be a really great place to live. And it's outside. So, the habitable zone is a good place to start. And it helps us. And there's reasons why you do want to focus on habitable zone, because like Europa, I won't be able to see from across telescopic distance, across light years. I wouldn't be able to see life on Europa because it's under 10 miles of ice, right? So with the important thing about planets in the habitable zone is that we're thinking they have atmospheres. Atmospheres are the things we can characterize across 10, 50 light years. We can see biosignatures we're going to talk about. So there is a reason why the habitable zone becomes important for the detection of extrasolar rays.
But for me, I look up stars. It's very likely there's a habitable planet in each of the stars. Habitable defined broadly.
Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to say. I mean, I think, especially since the formal definition, you get 1 in 5, right? 1 in 5 is a lot. There's a lot of stars in this sky. So, yeah, saying that in general, when you look at a star, there's a pretty good chance that there's something habitable orbiting it is not a unreasonable scientific claim.
To me, it seems like there should be alien civilizations everywhere. Why Fermi paradox? Why haven't we?
Okay, the Fermi mission. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the Fermi paradox. Because there is no Fermi paradox. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so the Fermi paradox, let's talk about the Fermi paradox and the history of it. Enrico Fermi, in 1950, he's walking with his friends at Los Alamos nuclear lab. to the cantina, and there had been this cartoon in the New Yorker. They all read the New Yorker. And the cartoon was trying to explain why there had been this rash of garbage cans being disappearing in New York. And this cartoon said, "Oh, UFOs. This is already the first UFO craze." So they were laughing about this. They started talking about interstellar travel, interstellar propulsion. Conversation goes on for a while. Conversation turns to something else. They've gone to other things. About 40 minutes later, over lunch, Fermi blurts out, "Well, where is everybody?" Right? Typical Fermi sort of thing. Done the calculation in his head, and suddenly realized that if intelligence is common, that even traveling at sublight speeds, a civilization can cross, kind of hop from one star system to the other and spread it out across the entire galaxy in a few 100,000 years. And he realizes, he was like, "Why aren't they here now?" And that was the beginning. This actually got picked up as a formal thing in 1975 in the paper My Heart, where he actually kind of went through this calculation and showed and said, "There's nobody here now, therefore there's nobody anywhere." Okay, so that's what we would call the direct phenomenon. Why aren't they here now? But something happened where people, after SETI began, where people started to, there was this idea of the great silence. People got this idea in their head, "Oh, we've been looking for decades now for signals of extraterrestrial species, and we haven't found it. Therefore, there's nothing out there." So we'll call that the indirect paradox. And there absolutely is no indirect paradox. The most mundane of creatures, which is money. There's never been any money. SETI was always done by researchers who were kind of like scabbing some time, some extra time from their other projects to, look a little bit, at this guy with a telescope. Expensive. So Jason Wright, one of my collaborators, he and his students did a study where they looked at the entire search space for SETI. And imagine that notion, all the different stars you have to look at, the radio frequencies you have to look at, when you look, how often you look. And they summed up all the SETI searches that had ever been done. They went through the literature. And what they found was if that search space, if the sky is an ocean and you're looking for fish, how much of the ocean have we looked at? And it turns out to be a hot. That's how much of the ocean that we looked at. We dragged a hot tub's worth of ocean water up, and there's no fish in it. So now are we going to say, "Oh, well, there's no fish in the ocean"? So there is absolutely, positively no indirect. We just haven't looked. But we're starting to look. Finally, we're starting to look. It's exciting. The direct Fermi paradox, there are so many ways out. Right? There's a book called 77 Solutions to the Fermi Paradox. And it just, you can pick your favorite one. It just doesn't carry a lot of weight to get through so many ways around. We did an actual simulation with Jonathan Carroll, one of my collaborators. We actually simulated the galaxy, and we simulated probes moving at sublight speed from one star to the other, gathering resources, heading to the next one. And so we could actually track the expansion across the galaxy, one biogenesis event, and then watch the whole galaxy get colonized or settled. And it is absolutely true that wave crosses, Hart was right, he was right, that wave crosses very quickly. But civilizations don't last forever, right? So one question is, when did they come to this, right? So if you give civilizations, let them last 100,000 years, what you find is you have a steady state. Civilizations are dying, they're coming back, they're traveling between stars. What you find then is you can have big holes. You can have regions of space where there is no for millions of years. And so if we're living in these bubbles right now, then maybe we were visited 100 million years ago. And there was a paper that Gavin Schmidt and I did that showed that if there was a civilization, whether it was like dinosaurs or aliens that was here 100 million years ago, there's no way to tell. There's no record whatsoever. The fossil record is too sparse. The only way maybe you can tell is by looking at the isotopic strata to see if there was anything reminiscent of an ancestral civilization. But the idea that you'd be able to find iPhones or toppled buildings after 100 years there's no way.
If there was an alien camp here, and an alien village, a small civilization, maybe one large civilization,
even a large civilization, even if it was
100 million years,
and it lasted 10,000 years, the fossil record is not enough. Yeah. The fossil record is too sparse, right? Most things don't fossilize. 10,000 years is a blink in the eye of geological time. So we call Gavin called it the Silurian hypothesis. after the Doctor Who episode of the creatures, the Cyborians. And so that paper got a lot of press, but it was it was an important idea, and it was really bad. It was just helping with the astrobiology. That to recognize that, like, we could have been visited a long time ago. There just would be no record. Yeah, kind of.
It's really my. Yeah. It's also to remind me of the intelligent species that have been here for very sure.
This is not to say that there was. Whenever I hear, I was on Joe Rogan, exactly this paper, and I had to always emphasize, you're not saying there was cyborg, but you're saying that there was. That's why I love Gavin's question. Gavin's question was just like, how could you tell? Right? It was a very beautifully scientific question. That's what we were supposed to. Like, you really, unless you did a very specific kind of search, that there's not an obvious way to tell that there could have been civilizations or
I've actually been reading a lot about ancient civilizations, and it just makes me sad how much of the wisdom at that time is lost.
Yeah.
And how much guessing is going on, whether it's in South America, like what happened in the jungle.
Yeah, like the Amazon. That was, the conquistadors came and wiped everybody out, especially just even like the plague made them decimated. So yeah, that civilization.
And there's a lot of theories, and because of archaeology, when we look at cities, they don't really know the origins of humans.
Yes.
And there's a lot of really interesting theories, and they're of course controversial. There's a lot of controversial people in every discipline. Archaeology is a fascinating one because we know so little. They're basically storytellers. You're assembling the picture from just very few puzzle pieces. It's fascinating. It makes me. It's humbling and sad that it could be entire civilizations, ancient civilizations, that are either almost entirely or entirely lost.
Yeah, well, like the indigenous peoples of North America. It's like millions and millions. We get this idea that, like, this Europeans came and it was empty, but they have only been empty because the plague had swept up from what happened in Mesoamerica. So they didn't really build cities, but they didn't build wooden or stone cities. Wooden cities,
Everybody seems to be building pyramids, and they're really damn good at it. I don't know
what's that with pyramid. Why does that apply? What archetype in our brain?
And it is also really interesting, speaking of archetypes, is that independent civilizations had, and they had a lot of similar kind of dynamics of human nature when it builds up hierarchies in a certain way, it builds up myths and religions in a certain way, builds pyramids in a certain way, it goes to war, all this kind of stuff. Independently. Fascinating.
Santa Fe stuff that Santa Fe does on this complex systems, the origin of hierarchies and such. Very cool.
Santa Fe complexity, really cool. What phenomena emerge when a bunch of small things get together and interact. Going back to this paper, empirical constraint on the prevalence of technological species in the universe, this paper that expands on the Drake equation. What are some interesting things in this paper?
Well, so the main thing we were trying to do in this paper is say, look, we have all of this exoplanet data, right? It's got to be good for something, especially since two of the terms that have been nailed down empirically are terms in the Drake equation. So F sub P, that's the second term, fraction of stars that have planets, and then N sub E, the average number of planets in the habitable zone. Those are the second and third term of the Drake equation. So what that means is all the astronomical terms have been there. And so we said, like, okay, how do we use this to do something with the Drake equation? And so we realized we got to get rid of time. The lifetime thing, we can't say anything about that. If we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask, what's the probability that there's been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they exist? I'm not asking whether they exist now or not, I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere at any time in history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been And the only way, the only time that this whole process from abiogenesis to a civilization occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore, you could put a probability. We call it the pessimism rule, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilization, right? But we could set a limit. We could say, look, if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 to the trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby that could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really against some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere, of course.
10 billion trillion experiments.
That's a lot of experiments.
It's a lot.
Right.
1,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
100 is a lot. If we normally saw 100 experiments, we knew that at least one time there was a successful human civilization. I mean, you would say for sure in 100 you get another one.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's why. So these kinds of arguments have to be careful with what they can do. But what it really, I felt like what this paper showed was that the burden of proof is now on the pessimists, right? So that's what we call it the pessimism. There's been, throughout history, there's been, alien pessimists and alien optimists, and they've been yelling at each other. That's all they had to go with, right? And like Giordano Bruno, and they burned the guy at the stake for being an alien optimist. But nobody really knew what pessimism or optimism meant. We sort of thought this was like the Planck length. This was sort of the Planck length of astrobiology. It gave you an actual number that, if you could somehow calculate what the probability, of having a technological civilization was, this thing sort of shows you where the limit is. As long as you're above 10 to the minus 22, then you absolutely it has occurred in the other civilizations.
So to me, at least, the big question is FE, which is basically abiogenesis. How hard is it for life to originate on the planet? Because all the other ones, very likely. Everything seems very likely. The only open question to me is like, how hard is it for life to originate?
There's lots of ways that, again, don't know unless we look. And then, we had Sarah walk around not too long ago, very interested in origins of life. So lots of people are working on this, but I think it's hard looking at the history of the Earth. And again, this is a debating argument on this. But yeah, forming life, I don't think it's hard. Getting like basic biology, I don't think it's hard. It's for a while. It's an amazing process that actually I think requires some deep rethinking about how we conceptualize what life is and what life isn't. That's one thing I like about Sarah's work. We're pursuing on a different level about life as the only process, or the only system that uses information. But still, regardless of all those kinds of details, life is complicated. That's my gut feel.
Yeah, I mean, day by day this changes for me, but I just see once you create bacteria, it's off to the races.
Yes.
You're gonna get complex stuff.
Yes.
As long as you have enough time. I mean, that boring billion, but I just can't imagine a habitable planet not having a couple of billion to spare.
Yeah, a couple of years to spare. There is a mystery there about why did it become known, like with the Cambrian explosion, but that may be, again, up in the window. So, like, it couldn't happen until the window, the planet and the life had evolved together enough that they together kind of opened the window for the next step. Intelligent life and how long intelligent is still a technological civilization. I think there's a big question about how I'm hopeful, but in terms of just like, I think life is absolutely going to be common. They're pretty common.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely. I think again, forward to better everything. Even the advanced civilizations are common. So to me, that the only explanation is the hell. Our galaxy is a graveyard of civilizations.
Yeah, because when you think about it, we've only been around. I mean, that's a lot. Truly, when you think about it, Drake's definition, you have to have radio. It's been 100 years. And if we got another 10,000, 100,000 years of history, that would be, for us, that'd be pretty amazing, right? But that wouldn't be long enough to really top up the number of civilizations in the galaxy. So you really need it to be hundreds of billions. And that raised the question, which very interested in, which is how do you even talk about it? We call it the billion-year civilization, right? How do we even begin to hypothesize or think about in any kind of systematic way what happened to a typological civilization across hundreds of millions to a billion years?
Yeah, like how do you even simulate the trajectory that civilizations could take across that kind of time scale? When all the data we have is just the 10,000 years or so, 20,000 years, humans have been building civilizations. And then just, I don't know what you put it at, but maybe 100 years that we've been technological.
Yeah. And we're ready to blow ourselves to bits or, drive ourselves off the planet. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. But there's got to be a way. I think that's really a frontier. So you had David Griffin on not too long ago. And David and I did a paper, and Caleb Sharp, David drove this, where it was a basic calculation to sort of ask the question: if you were to find a signal or a techno signature, would that come from a civilization that was younger, your age, or older? And you could see. I mean, this is not hard to do, but it was great. The formalism was kind of intuitive, but the formalism was hard to show that they're older, probably much older. So that means you really do need to think about okay, how do billion-year civilizations manifest? What signatures will they leave? And what's so cool about it? It's so much fun because you have to imagine the unimaginable. Would you? Obviously, biological.
Welcome. How are you? What's good, KG? Excellent. We're watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, my friend. All right. You do you, baby.
So you wouldn't even really be the same thing you started out with. But social forms. Can you imagine how it would be continuous over them? Or maybe they wouldn't. They drop out. They destroy themselves fast. So maybe it's a punctuated evolution. But we got to sort of. This is the fun part. We have to sort of work this out.
One way to approach that question is what are different ways that achieve homeostasis as you get greater and greater technological innovation. So if you expand out into the universe and you have the Kardashev scale, what are the ways you can avoid destroying yourself? Just achieve stability while still growing.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's an interesting question. I think it's probably similar to what.
Could be. I mean, agent-based modeling you could do it with. That's so has used agent-based modeling to do something like the paradox that was agent-based modeling. But you can also do this. People at Santa Fe have done this. Other groups have done this to use agent-based modeling to track the formation of hierarchies, the formation of stable hierarchy. So I think it's actually very useful. But understanding the kind of assumptions and principles that are going to extract from those, that is.
Do you think if humans colonize the dynamic civilization on Earth and Mars will be fundamentally different than the dynamic between individual nations on Earth right now? That's a thing to load into the age-based civilization we're talking about.
If we settle, Mars will very quickly want to come.
Well, no, they're already getting on Mars. That's guaranteed.
Yeah,
When we have 1 million people, there's going to be 2 trials. And then they're going to start fighting. And the question is, interplanetary fighting, how quickly does that happen? Or does it have a different nature to it?
Are you a fan of the Great. Because it's all about I highly recommend to everybody. It's based on a series of books that are excellent. It's on Prime, 6 seasons. And it's basically about the solar system. It takes place about 300 years ago. And the entire solar system is settled. And it is the best show about interplanetary politics. The first season, actually, the journal, Foreign Affairs, is the best show on TV about politics. It's interplanetary. So yeah, I think yes, but there will be warfare, conflict. And I don't think it will be necessarily all that different. Because really, I think in a few hundred years, we will have lots of people in the solar system. It doesn't even have to be on Mars. In a paper where we look at basically, I would want to know whether an idea of expanse was really possible. In the Expand asteroid belt, they've done this. They have colonized the asteroids by hollowing out the asteroids and sticking them up, living on the inside, right? They have the coriolis. I thought, wow, what a cool idea. And when I ran on NPR, actually talked to the guys, it's great. Just calculate this, whether it's possible. Sadly, it's not possible. the rock is just not strong enough that if you try to spin it up to the speed you need to get 1/3 gravity, which is what I think the minimum for human beings, the rock would just be harder. But I came up with another idea, which was that if you take small asteroids, put a giant bag around them, a nanofiber bag, and spin those up, and inflate the bag, and then even a small kilometer-wide asteroid would expand out to you get like a Manhattan's worth of material and stuff. So forget about even optimizing Mars, space station, right? Or space happens with millions of people. So anyway, the point is that I think, within a few hundred years, it's not unimaginable that there will be millions, if not billions of people living in the solar system.
Is even most will be space habitats versus on Mars and planetary surface.
It's a lot easier on some level. It depends on how nanofabrication and such. But getting down to gravity is hard. So there's a certain way, which is a lot of real estate asteroids. We'll probably do. I think what will happen is, the next, should we make it through climate change or all the other and AI? The next 1,000 years of history is the solar system. Right? And so, I think we'll settle every nook and cranny we possibly can. And it's, it's a beautiful, what I love about it is this idea you're going to have all of these pockets. And, I'm sure there's going to be a foreign space habitat. There's going to be whatever you want, libertarian space habitat. Everybody's going to be able to kind of create there'll be lots of experiments in human flourish. And those kinds of experiments will be really useful for us to sort of figure out what it is for us to interact with. Maximum flourishing, maximum wellness, democracy, freedom.
Do you think that's a good backup solution to go out into space, sort of to avoid the possibility of destroying themselves completely here on Earth?
Well, I think, I want to be always careful with that because, like I said, it's centuries that we're talking about. Right? So, the problem of climate change, as if we're breaking down our necks now. So it's not trying to establish a base on Mars is going to be so hard that it is not even going to be close to being self-sufficient for a couple of a century. So it's not like a bad plan. We have to solve the problem of climate change. We have to deal with it. There's enough nuclear weapons to really do hard thing to the planet for humanity. So I don't think it's like a backup plan enough, but I do think, like I said, it's the premise. It's if we get through this, then we get the entire solar system to sort of play around it and experiment with really cool things.
Well, I think we get a lot less with centuries if there's a urgency, like a real urgency, like a catastrophe, like maybe a small missile breaks out where oh shit, for sure one maybe if geopolitically the war between China and the United States escalates, but there's this tension that builds and builds and it becomes more obvious that we need to really
yeah. I think my only dilemma with that is that I just think that a self-sufficient base is so far away that, like, say, you start doing that, and then there is a failed exchange. That base is, it's not going to last because it's just, self-sufficiency requires kind of an economy, like literally a material economy, that we are so far from Mars, that we are centuries. Like I said, 3 centuries, which is not that long. 2 to 3 centuries, for 1820, nobody had traveled faster than 60 miles an hour because they were falling off our cliffs, right? And now we can travel 5 miles an hour, but it is sort of centuries long. So that's why I think we'd be better off trying to solve these problems than, I just think the odds that we're going to be able to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars before that threat comes to head is small. So we'd have to.
It's an interesting scientific and engineering question of how to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars or out in space as a space habitat, like where Earth entirely can be destroyed.
Yeah, because it's really what about figuring out complex systems, right? A space habitat, would have to be as robust as an ecosystem, as the kind of thing that you see a pond with all the different webs of interaction. That's why I think that, this process of going out into space is actually going to help us with climate change and with thinking about making long-term sustainable version of human civilization. Because you really have to think about these webs, these webs, and recognize the biosphere's been doing this forever. Biosphere knows how to do this, right? And so, how do how do we build a vibrant, powerful technosphere that also doesn't, mess with the biosphere, mess with the biosphere's capacity to support our technology. So, by doing this, by trying to build base habitats, since you're thinking about in a small scale, I think the two problems are kind of feedback on each other.
Well, there's also the possibility of like the movie Darren Aronofsky's Postcard from Earth, where we can create this kind of light cup that just shoots, as opposed to engineering everything, basically seeding light on a bunch of places and letting light do its thing, which is really good at doing, it seems like. So as opposed to like with a space habitat, you basically have to build the entire biosphere and technosphere, the whole thing. If you just, hey, the aforementioned cockroaches and bacteria, place it in Europa, I think you'd be surprised with it. Yeah. Like, honestly, if you put a huge amount of bacteria, a giant organism into on Mars, on some of these moons of the other planets in the solar system, you think, like, I feel like some of them would actually find a way to survive.
The moon is hard because the moon is just like, there's no, the moon may be really hard. But, that'd be a wonderful done this experiment. Right? Like how, because we know they're extreme climate, right? We know that they're, go down 10 miles below the Earth's surface, and there are things where there's no sun. There's, the conditions are so extreme. And there's lots of microbes that have been great even on radioactivity, in the rocks. But, they had a lot of time to evolve to those conditions. So I'm not sure if we dumped a bunch of bacteria, how fast could microbial evolution occur in harsh conditions that you maybe get somebody who figures out, okay, I can do this. I think the moon's so sterile. But, Mars, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. That's an interesting idea.
I wonder if it has.
Yeah, you would take a bunch of microbes.
Take the harshest possible conditions, all different kinds of temperature, all
pressure, salinity, and then just like a bunch of things that are not used to it, and then just see, does everybody die? That's it.
The thing about life, it flourishes throughout time. There's a bunch of options for resources, even if the condition is super harsh. In the lab, you can construct harsh conditions plus options for survival. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the huge variety of resources that are always available on a planet, even when it's super harsh conditions. So that's actually not really fair. And I wouldn't even, if somebody did that, I thought this would be skeptical. It's like because I could see bacteria would thrive in this kind of temperature. And I'd be like, I don't know.
Is there enough? Are there other options? Like, I think
rich enough.
There's there's this great book by Kim Stanley Robinson. So there's been a million century ship stories, like where Earth sends out a generation ship or century ship and it goes to another planet. They land and they colonize. And on this one, they get all the way there, and I think it's not going to be habitable. And it turns out that it's not habitable for Earth life. Like that, there's like bacteria or prions that just kill people in the simplest way. The important thing about this book is the idea that life is actually very tied to its climate. It may not be so. I just thought it was a really interesting idea. I'm not necessarily supporting it, but that actually life reflects the planetary conditions. So not the planetary, the planet itself, the whole lineage, the whole history of the biosphere. And it may not be so easy to just sort of be like, oh, let's drop over here. Because the bacteria, even though they're individual examples, and they kind of believe it's the true unit of life. It's not DNA itself, it's the biosphere. It's the whole community. Yeah.
That's actually a good study. It's how you arrive from one planet to another. We humans arrive to a planet that has a biosphere, maybe an atmosphere. What is the way to integrate without killing yourself
or the other world?
Let's just stick to biology. That's an interesting question. I don't know if we have a rigorous way of testing that.
Because everything on life is, has the same lineage. We all come from the last few ancestry. And what you see is often in science fiction, people do things like, oh, well, it's okay. It's like that that metabolism, that biochemistry, so different form that we can coexist because they don't even know each other, like, and then the other person, as you get there, you land, and the nose bleeds and you're dead.
Unfortunately, the latter.
Yeah,
the more likely. So as we look out there, according to Drake's questions we just discussed, it seems impossible to me that there's not civilizations everywhere. So how do we look at this process of setting?
That's what my science that say. My gut feeling is that some life, so to speak, is common. I am a little agnostic of it. I can see ways in which intelligent civilization, but until you gotta go look. It's all armchair astronomy.
That's kind of sort of for my science. It seems again smoke is so much weed. It's bonkers. I mean, honestly, it's really impossible to be that there's not potentially dead fans civilizations everywhere in our country.
Yeah, potentially dead for them. Right. It could be that like making civilizations they just don't last. So what we have here are extinct civilizations.
Ape predators themselves, they die, kill themselves. Anyway, so how do we find it?
Yeah. So SETI, for extraterrestrial technology, is a term that I am not fond of using anymore. I mean, some people might feel hard, but what I really like is the idea of techno-signatures. I think, to me, SETI is first of all, intelligence. We're not really looking for intelligence. We're looking for technology, And SETI, the classic idea of SETI is the radio telescopes, contact, cluster with the headphones. That whole thing is still it's still active. There's still great things going on with it. Suddenly, this whole new window. When we discovered X, we now find a new way to look for intelligent civilizations or life in general in a way that doesn't have any assumptions that have to go into the classic radio. And just specifically what I mean is we're not looking for somebody sending us a video. You really needed that for the classic model for a bunch of different reasons. You had to assume they wanted to be found or they were sending you a powerful video. Now, because we know exactly where to look and we know exactly how to look, we can just go about looking for passive signatures of the civilization, going about civilization in business, without asking whether they want to be contacted. So this is what we call a biosignature or a technosignature. It is an imprint in the light from the planet of the activity of the biosphere or technosphere. And that's really important. That is why kind of the whole Gaia idea ends up being astrobiological. But biospheres, technospheres are so close, they change the entire planet. And you can see that from 20 levels. So let's give an example of a biosignature to start off with. It would be a signature of a biosphere. Oxygen, right? On Earth, at least, we know that oxygen is only in the atmosphere because life put it there. If life went away, the oxygen, particularly oxygen and methane, they would disappear very quickly. They'd react away. If you find with oxygen and methane, that's a good bet that there's a biosphere there. Okay, what about technospheres? Technospheres, this is what, so I'm the principal investigator on the first grant that has ever given to do these kind of exoplanet technosignature. And that was kind of reasons we can talk about grants that have gotten gun shy about doing anything about intelligent life. But okay, what's an example of a technosignature? Well, one could be atmospheric pollution. I'm going to put pollution in quotes here. That's not pollution. But gases, like chlorofluorocarbons. So we dumped a huge amount of chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere by mistake. It was affecting the ozone. But we put so much in there that actually, one of the things we did a paper we showed, you could detect it across interstellar distances. You could look at the atmosphere, look at the light coming from a distant planet, pass the light through a spectrograph, and see the spectral lines, the spectral fingerprints of chlorofluorocarbons in the atmosphere. And that would sure tell you that there was a technological civilization, because there's no other way to make the chlorofluorocarbons except through some kind of industrial process.
So you're looking for, in the case of the biosphere, you're looking for anomalies in the spectrograph.
I wouldn't necessarily call these anomalies. I'm looking for things that, for biosignature, I'm looking for things that a geosphere, right? You know, the rock and air wouldn't produce on.
What kind of chemicals would like?
Right, and that's part of that's the interesting thing, right? So that's what, so we can use Earth as an example, right? We say, look, oxygen, we know there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere for a while. Dimethyl, which is a compound that phytoplankton dump into the atmosphere. A lot of it that's sometimes mentioned. And there was a paper that somebody wrote where it was like, well, we're not saying we see it, but there's a bunch of noise as a spectra right there. So there's a whole list of things that Earth has done that are in the atmosphere that can be biosignatures. But now we're reaching an interesting point. The field has matured to the point where we can start asking about agnostic biosignatures, things that have nothing to do with Earth, but we think that we see the indication of this weirdness we call light, right? What is it in general that light does that leaves an imprint? So one of these things would be the structure of the network of chemical reactions. That biology always produces very different chemical networks reacting with you than just rock and water, right? So there's been some proposals for network, biosignature, information series. You can try and look at the information that's in the different compounds that are defined in the atmosphere. Maybe that information shows you like, oh, there's too much information here. There must have been biology happening. It's just right. Same thing for techno. That's what we're working on right now for techno signatures. Yeah.
So how do you detect techno signatures?
Okay, so with techno signatures, I give the example. And so that would be an example. And again, that one is a non-example because we sort of like, oh, we could do fluorofluorocarbons, maybe they will, right? And there's solar panels, right? You can actually blend off of solar panels. We'll produce the way the light is reflected off of solar panels, no matter what it's made of. There was a paper that not to be posted, I think it's 2017. We just followed up on it. That actually could act as a second. To be able to see the reflected light, sort of big jump that would occur. City light, artificial illumination. If there's really like, large scale cities like, Coruscant, Star Wars, or Transfer in the Foundation, those city lights would be detectable, the spectral imprint of them across 20, 30 miles. So, our job in this grant is to develop the first ever hybrid of technology. Nobody's really ever thought about it. So we're trying to come up with all the possible ideas for what civilization might produce that could be visible across, interstellar distances. And are these good ones, or are these ones going to be hard to detect?
City lights. So if a planet is all lit up with artificial light across 20 to 30 light years, you can see it.
Yeah, you look at Earth at night, this is where we have sensitive to be able to see all the sodium and the reflected light off, the bounce off the ground. The light bounces off the ground. So you can involve the sodium lamps with the reflected spectrum from the ground, and yeah, you'd be able to see the light. Now, you increase that by a factor of 1,000, if you had a trantor, and you'd be able to detect that across interstellar distances. Thomas Beatty did this work. He's now working.
What do you think is the most detectable thing about Earth?
Wow, this is fun. We just had a Sophia this one of our collaborations did a paper. We did Earth from Earth. If you were looking at Earth with Earth technology for a bunch of different technosignatures, how close would you have to be to detect them? And most of them turn out to be pretty close, at least out to the origin. But actually, it is our radio still that is still most detectable.
By the way, when you said you had to be pretty close when they use the storm cloud, that's not very close. But you mean like
interstellar? Because the real question, you really want to know, like I'm sitting here on Earth, I'm looking at these exoplanets. The nearest star is 4 light years. So that's like the minimum distance. So what if I'm looking at exoplanets? What kind of signal?
What is the technical Earth current technology from the nearest sources?
Oh my God, there's all kinds of stuff. Well, like our fluorofluorocarbons. You can see Earth pollution. I think city lights you have to be within, within the solar system.
If they do direct imaging of Earth,
they're going to need much more power. But let me tell you, let's talk about direct imaging. This is such a cool idea, right? So what we really want in the next generation of space telescopes, such as we're trying to do direct imaging. We're trying to get an image of a planet separated from the star. to be able to see the reflected light with the actual condition from the planet itself.
Yeah, by the way, just to clarify, direct imaging is literally like a picture.
A picture. But the problem is that with even with the thing that's going to come after JWST, it's going to be a pixel. Right? You're not going to get any kind of resolution. You'll be able to get the light from it, but you'll be able to pass the respective path, but you're not going to be able to take a picture. But there is this called the Solar Gravity Lens Telescope. I think that's what it is. And the idea is the same, right? So their general relativity says, look, massive bodies distort space. They actually curve space-time. So the sun is a massive body. And so it means that the light passing through the sun gets focused like a lens, right? So the idea is to send a bunch of telescopes out kind of into the Oort cloud and then look back towards the sun, towards an exoplanet that is behind, not directly behind the sun, but is, in the direction of the sun. And then let the sun act like a lens to collect, focus light onto the telescope. And you would be able to, and they've done amazing. They've already, this idea is insane. They'd be able to get, if everything works out, 24-kilometer resolution. Be able to see Manhattan on a exoplanet. And this thing, it sounds insane, but actually, they've already got like 3 levels of NASA. There's the NASA program for like, give us your wacky, right? And then the ones that survive that are like, okay, tell us whether that wacky idea, is even feasible. And then they're marching along, and the idea is that, like, and then you can have plans for how you be able to get these probes out into the Oort cloud on relatively high time scales. You need to be about 500 times as far from the sun as Earth is. But right now, everything looks like the idea is to hold together. So probably when I'll be dead, but when you're an old man, it's possible that something like this, could you imagine having, that kind of resolution, picture of an exoplanet down to, kilometers. So I'm very excited.
I can only imagine having a picture like that. And there's some mysterious artifacts usually. I mean, it's both inspiring and almost heartbreaking that we can see. I think we would be able to see a civilization where there's like a lot of scientists agree that this is very likely something, and then we can't
get there. But again, this is the thing about being long-lived. We've got to get to the point where we're long-lived. So let's say we found, it's always like, let's imagine that we find, say, 10 years, we find a planet that looks like it's got that much, right? It doesn't end there. Like, that would be the most important discovery in the history. And it wouldn't be like, oh, okay, we're done. First thing we do is we create a telescope to try and do those images, right? And then the next thing after that, we plan a mission, right? We figure out, like with breakthrough Starshot, there was this idea of trying to use, giant lasers to propel small spacecraft, light sail, almost to the speed of light. So they would get there in years and take pictures. So if we actually made this discovery, there would be the impulse, there would be the effort to actually try and send something to get there. We probably couldn't land, but this, so maybe we take 30 years to build, 10 years to get there, 10 years to get the picture back. Okay, you're dead. But your kids are, so it becomes now this multi-generational project. How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take to build the giant cathedrals, right? They were multi-generational projects. And I think we're on the cusp of that kind of project.
I think that would probably
would play a big role. I think it would be helpful. Human beings are a mess, let's face it. But I think having that that's why I always say to people, discovery of life, any kind of life, even if it was microbial life, it didn't matter. That to know that we're not an accident, to know that there is probably, if we found one example of life, we know that we're not an accident, there's probably lots of life, and that we're part of a cosmic kind of community of life, and who knows what life has done, right? We don't, all bets are off.
Since we're talking about the future of telescopes, let's talk about our current super sexy, awesome telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope that I still can't believe it actually works. I can't believe it works.
I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, guys, all right, sure.
We only got one shot. Incredibly complicated hardware going forward. So what kind of stuff do you see with it? I've been just looking through different kinds of analyses that were detected. There's some direct imaging.
Yeah, like a single pixel.
The kinds of exoplanets where with direct image, I guess, would have to be hot.
Usually far away, reasonably far away from the star. I think JWST is really kind of at the hairy edge of being able to do much with this. What's more important, I think, for JWST is the spectrum. And the problem with spectrum is that there's not sexy pictures. It's like, hey, look at this pretty line. But be able to find and characterize atmospheres around terrestrial exoplanets is the critical next step. That's where we are right now. In order to look for life, we're going to you need to find planets with atmospheres, right? And then we need to be able to do a thing called characterization, where we look at the spectral fingerprints for what's in the atmosphere. Is there carbon? Is there carbon dioxide? Is there oxygen? Is there methane? And that's the most exciting thing. For example, there was K218b, which they did a beautiful job getting the spectra. And the spectra indicated that maybe an entirely new type of habitable world called a Hycean world. Hycean meaning hydrogen ocean world. And that is the kind of planet that would be kind of in the super Earth Salt Neptune domain, maybe 8 times the mass of Earth. But it's got a layer of hydrogen, an atmosphere of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an amazing greenhouse gas. So hydrogen will keep the planet underneath it warm enough that you can get liquid water. You can get a giant ocean of liquid water. And that's an entirely different kind of planet that could be habitable planet. It could be a 60-degree warm ocean. So the data that came out of JWST for that planet was good enough to be able to indicate, like, oh yeah, you know what? The models, we understand the models, this look like it could be a Hycean world.
And it's 120 light years away from Earth.
Yeah. And so it's not 120 light years away. We can see into the atmosphere. We can see into the atmosphere. Oh well, we'd be like, oh look, methane. Methane was a 5 sigma detection. Like, you knew that the data was so good that it was like the gold standard of science.
What about detecting maybe the direct imaging, or in other ways, megastructures that this civilization plays?
You know what's great about megastructures is, first of all, it's fun to say. Who doesn't want megastructures? Alien megastructures. Every morning I'm looking for that. So her example is the Dyson sphere, right? Which is amazing because, it was in the 1960s that this idea came up.
Can you explain it?
Yeah, the Dyson sphere. So Freeman Dyson, one of the greatest physicists ever, it was very broad-minded and thought about a lot of different things. He recognized that, when a civilization progress, what they're going to need is ever more energy to do ever more. It's, amazing thing. And what's the best energy source in the solar system? It's the star. So if you surrounded the star with solar collecting machines, sunlight collecting machines, and the limit of this would be to actually build an actual sphere around the star that has solar panels on the inside. You could capture every photon the star is produced, which is, just insane amount of light. You would have enough power now to do anything, to re-engineer your solar system. So that was a Dyson sphere. It turns out that a Dyson sphere doesn't really work. It's unstable. But a Dyson swarm, and that's really what you meant. This large collection of large orbiting structures that were able to collect light.
Yeah, so he didn't actually mean a rigid sphere structure.
Yeah.
He basically meant a swarm. So that, like you said, in the limit, he basically starts to look.
People started to say, yeah. And we actually almost thought we might have found one of these back with Bojoyan. We saw, the way we detect planets is through the transit method. The planet passes in front of the star, and it's a dip in the starlight. And we know exactly what they do. And then with the one star, there were these really weird transits with like this little dragon's tooth. And then there'd be another one, and another one, and another one, and then nothing, and then 3 more. And in the paper that was written about this, they suggested they went through the list of comets, chunks of a broken planet, and it could also be an alien megastructure. And of course, the news picked up on this, and like everybody's news the next day, alien megastructures. Turns out, sadly, they were not alien megastructures. They were probably gas or dust clouds. But it raised the possibility, like, these are observable, and people have worked out the details of what they would look like. You don't really need direct imaging. You can do transits, right? They're big enough that when they pass in front of the star, they're going to produce a little blip of light, because that's what they're supposed to, right? They're absorbing starlight. So people have worked out, like, a square one or a triangular one.
But that wouldn't be a Dyson sphere. That would be like one object.
One object, right? Which is what it's a form. You'd expect like the light to be like blinking in and out as these things pass in front of. If you've got thousands of these, much of the time they'll be blotting out the square. Sometimes they won't be. Right? And so you're going to get an irregular sort of signal transit.
Yeah, one you wouldn't expect from a star that doesn't have anything.
Exactly. Or just all planets, right? Or a couple of planets. There's so many of these that would be like,
And that usually doesn't happen in a star system because there's only just a handful of planets.
That's exactly what it is. Everything's coagulated. In a stable solar system, you get a handful of planets, 2, 5, 10. That's a big problem. That's nothing else. So if now suddenly you see lots of these little micro transits, you're telling you there's something that's big enough to create a transit, but too many of them, and also within a regular shape for the transit itself. That these could be mega.
How many people are looking? I guess.
Well, the main groups looking for megastructures are, again, Jason Wright at Penn State and collaborators. The way they're looking for things for infrared lights, because, the second law of thermodynamics says, look, if you capture all of this starlight, you're going to warm up your thing's going to warm up and emit an infrared, because there's going to be waste heat and waste light from this.
It feels like a louder, clearer way to type it.
And that's actually why Dyson proposed it. He wasn't really proposing it because, like Frank was saying, this is what civilizations are going to do. He proposed it because he was like, oh, we want to start looking for alien civilizations. Here's something that would have a detectable signature. So Jason and company have done pretty good searches. And recently they made news because, they were able to eliminate a lot of places. No, these are not nice places, but they did have a couple that were like anomalous enough that they're like, well, it's not a detection. And they were saying they would never say it's a detection, but they were not detection.
They're a potential candidate.
Potential candidate, yeah.
Well, we have megastructure candidate. That's inspiring. What other megastructures do you think there could be? I mean, that's Dyson is about capturing the energy of the star.
Yeah.
Well, there could be other.
Well, there's something called the Clark belt, right? So we have a bunch of satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit. Nothing naturally is going to end up in geosynchronous orbit, right? Geosynchronous orbit is one particular orbit that's really useful if you want to beam things straight down, or if you want to put a space elevator, right? So there's this idea that if a civilization becomes advanced enough that it's really using geosynchronous orbit, that you actually get a belt, something that would actually be detectable from a distance via transit. There's been a couple of papers written about the possibility of these Clark belts, densely occupied Clark belts, being a mega structure. It's not as mega as a Dyson system, but it's kind of planetary scale.
You think it's detectable? Clark belt?
In our list of techno signatures, it would be down there, but it would be, again, you have an advanced enough civilization, just did enough. Certainly, have a Clark belt, and the question is whether.
Yeah, probably Dyson Sphere is that's the more exciting.
That's the go-to one.
Yeah. The Dyson Sphere. Let's talk.
Right.
What is the Kardashev scale, and where are humans on it?
Right. So the Kardashev scale was the same time. This is this golden age of SETI, like 59 to 65, when it just starts. Like this is, Frank Drake has done his first experiment. People are like, oh my God, this is even possible. And so people have just thrown out these ideas. And as I, said in the book, science is conservative. And what I mean by that is it holds on to its best ideas. So Kardashev comes up with this idea that, look, if we're, again, it's always about detectability. If we're looking for civilizations, we should think about what are the natural stages, natural in quotes, that a civilization goes through. And he was thinking in terms of energy, which I like a good physicist. So he said, look, the first hurdle in terms of energy or threshold that a civilization will go through is using all the starlight that falls onto a planet. We call that type 1 civilization. In whatever way you're doing it, some large fraction of the starlight that falls on your planet you're using for your own energy. The next, you use all the starlight there is from that star, right? So that's the Dyson. So Dyson had already proposed his idea of the swarm, and Kardashev was picking. So that's a type 2 civilization. Type 3 is galactic scale, a civilization that could use all the starlight in a galaxy. Right? So we are now, where are we now? Remarkably, on a log scale, we're at 0.7 with type 1. So we're not even type 1. No. But according to, there was a paper written by a group that said, if we continue on our path, we'll be at a type 1 at around 2300.
So this is a log scale. Yeah. So 0.7. So type 1 is about 10 to the 16th watts. type 2 is 10 orders of magnitude larger than that, 10 to the 26th loss. And I think estimate for the galaxy is another 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, because there's something billion star off orders of billion stars.
So that's a lot.
It's a lot.
Do you think humans ever get to type 1?
I think, that there's a problem with type 1, which is that, we already know about climate change, right? The effect of our harvesting energy to do the work of civilization is already changing the climate change, right? And that's something that, Kardashev couldn't have recognized. When there's the first law of thermodynamics, right, which is about energy, the different forms of energy. Then there's the second law, which is about when you use that energy. Kardashev wasn't thinking about the second law. If you get all that energy and you use it, there's waste. You don't get to use it all, right? You can only, second law tells you that if I have a tank of gasoline, I can only use a certain fraction of the energy in that tank, and the rest is going to go to heating up the engine block. So that second law tells you that you can only use so much energy before the climate state is like, sorry, it's going to change on. So there's a way in which we probably can't get to type 1 without devastating the Earth's climate. So we're probably going to have to figure out. The most important thing actually here is probably this is why space becomes something, colonization or settlement of space. We have an idea that we've been working on for a while called service workers, right? That at some point you probably move a lot of your industry off world, right? You've got Mercury, for example. There's nothing on Mercury. There's no life on Mercury. Why don't you put your energy harvesting there, right? Because you can't mess with the biosphere. The biosphere is more powerful than you are, right? And so there's limits to how much energy we can harvest to do work on the Earth without really adversely affecting the biosphere.
It does seem that the best response to climate change is not to use less technology, but to invent better technology and to invent technology that avoids the destructive effects.
This is the frontier we are, and that was the topic of my last book, Light of the Stars. It's like you have to do the astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You have to see the transition that we're going through now of the Anthropocene on a kind of planetary astrobiological framework. That paper we were talking about with the 10 billion trillion worlds, that was actually in service of the work I was doing for this other book, where I wanted to know how often do you go through an Anthropocene? How often, does every technological civilization trigger its own planetary crisis, its own climate Anthropocene crisis? And the answer we actually came up doing models was yeah, probably. And then the question is, are you smart enough to figure out how to readjust what you're doing technologically so that you're not, that all boats rise, right? You want to figure out how to do this so that the biosphere becomes even more productive and healthy and resilient. So, yeah, right, the kind of technology. I think there's probably absolutely limits on how much energy you can use, but how do you use that energy? And then also, getting off planet eventually. If you want to use 10 times more energy than that, you're not going to do it on world.
So how do we detect alien type 1, 2, and 3 civilization? So we've been kind of talking about basically type 1 civilization detection.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe with the Dyson sphere you start to get a little bit more type 2. But it feels like if you have a type 2 civilization, it won't be just the Dyson sphere.
Right.
It feels like that just for the same reason you mentioned. Climate change, we're now at the star system level. They're probably expanding, right? So how would you detect type 2?
How about propulsion tubes, right? If you're expanding, I don't know. I literally just put in a NASA proposal now. Yes. Thomas Beatty, who's joined us at the University of Wisconsin, has an idea to look for plumes, right? If you have a solar system-wide civilization, right? You got space truckers going back and forth, right? From Mars to, they're doing the satellites, they're accelerating and decelerating the whole way there, right? If you want to get to Mars in a couple weeks, you have your fusion drive on the entire way out there. You flip and burn and have it on, so you're also always have gravity, thrust gravity. So would those plumes be detectable? Because now you've got spaceships going all over the place. And the odds that the plume is going to cross your field of view could become pretty high. So I think that's a good way of looking for. That's one idea of looking for large scale interplanetary, which is kind of like when you're getting to a type 2. Another possibility is looking for the tailing of asteroid mining. This was an idea, this group at Harvard Smithsonian, that, be able to look for if you're really chewing up asteroids to build space habitats. And, there'd be dust particles left around. And would they look different from, say, the dust, from just regular pollution?
So pollution of all different.
And trash. Okay, so trash is an interesting idea when we come to the actual solar system, right? We are actually there's a whole other field of technosignatures, which are things in the solar system. What if somebody came by a billion years ago, and left some stuff, right? So the Earth has been showing biosignatures for billions of years, and a species like us, looking at our level, looking at Earth, would have been able to know that Earth had life on it, had a biosphere for billions of years. So maybe somebody sent something by, a half a billion years ago. So this idea of looking, say, at the moon for artifacts that have been there for a long time is something that a number of people are doing. We're just working on a paper where we just calculated, this is super fun. We calculated how long would the lunar lander exist on the moon before micrometeorites just shoot it down. Right? How long would you be able to land on and go, oh, look, there's somebody was here and left off the tree. So there's this process called gardening, which is just a micrometeorite, constant rain of micrometeorites. And that's where you get the lunar regolith, fine powder on the moon, is because of this gardening. And it turns out it is literally hundreds of millions to billions of years.
Oh, nice.
That the lunar lander will be visible.
Oh, so we should be able to find artifacts.
Yeah, if there are artifacts on it, and people have proposed doing this with artificial intelligence. We have, the moon's been mapped down to like a couple of meters with various probes, and all that data is sitting there. So why not use machine learning to look through all those things and look for anything that looks not like the lunar surface? And they did a program where they gave the computer, sort of like 50 miles around the Apollo 17 site. And it instantly was able to pull out.
I mean, the whole task of looking for anomalies, something that is not like the lunar surface. You make it sound obvious, but it's not exactly obvious. Like anomalies is really, detect something that doesn't look right about the surface.
Yeah,
it's actually really difficult.
It's really difficult, and it's what's cool. It's a really information theoretic kind of proposal. You really have to use information theory to say, like, what's the background? What's how do I define something that I can say that looks weird?
Yeah, maybe we can look at a spectrograph or something like. It's still like it's gonna look really weird potentially. Like we're kind of hypothesizing all the things that humans would do. Right. And how do we detect that? Right. It could be really weird stuff.
That's why there's this now on these agnostic signature, right? So actually, equilibrium is a nice one. One way to define life is it is a system that is far from equilibrium, right? It's alive. Right? As soon as it dies, it goes back to equilibrium. And so you can look at all chemicals in the atmosphere, even if you don't know whether these could be chemicals that you have no idea whether or not they have anything to do with life. But the degree of equilibrium, the degree to which they show that atmosphere has not, the chemicals have not all kind of like gone down to it, they've all reacted away to an equilibrium state. You can actually tell that in very general ways. It's called the Gibbs free energy. And that's kind of a signature. Like if you see an atmosphere that is wildly out of equilibrium, that indicates that there's something happening on that planet, biosphere or technosphere, that is pumping gases, into the atmosphere, that is keeping the whole system from relaxing.
So is it possible we can detect anomalies in space-time?
Well, you could detect, and there's been some work on this, like with the Coupe drive, the proposals for warp drives. And we can talk about that later now. I'm skeptical of those, but because it may really be possible you just can't go fast in the field light. But people have done work on what would be the signature of on a Coupe drive? What would be the signature? Could you detect if you're using a drive like that? Then you certainly are distorting space-time, which means any light that's passing by has gotten, its trajectory has gotten altered because it had to pass through the distorted space-time. So yeah, there are possibilities along with that. One of the funny things, I don't know if they've gotten past this, but somebody calculated the problem with the Coupe drive or this warp drive was that if you dropped out of warp, there would be this spray of gamma rays that would sterilize any planet in front of you. So it's well, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, but that would be a great or techno signature. Another planet obliterated.
So you think it's not possible to travel fast?
I wouldn't. But what I think, if you look at the physics we understand, right? Every possibility for faster than light travel really relies on something that doesn't exist, right? So the cool thing is Einstein's equations. You can actually play with them. The equations are right there. You can add things, right or left hand side, that allow you to get something like the equilibrium drive. That was a metric that shows you, it's a warped bubble. It's a warping of space-time that moves through space-time faster than the speed of light, right? Because nothing moves across space-time faster than the speed of light, but space-time itself can move faster than the speed of light. But here's the problem with all of those proposals: is they all need something. The thing you added, the little fictional term you added into the equation, is something called exotic matter, and it doesn't exist. It's really just something we dreamed up to make the equations do what we wanted them to do. So, it's a nice fiction, but really, right now, we live in this weird moment in history of the Great Acceleration, where the technology we use now is completely different than the technology we used 10 years ago. Is remarkably different from the technology. But I remember playing Assassin's Creed, where everybody's like, what 1200, everybody's like, I was like, yeah, it's a king. And then I got Assassin's Creed 2, and it was 300 years later, and everybody's like, dad. And it was like 300 years, and the technology hasn't changed, and that was actually for most of human history, right? You used your great grandfather's tools because there was no need to have any other tools, and you probably didn't hit God. So we can be fooled into thinking technology is going to go on forever. We're always going to find new advances, as opposed to sometimes things just flatten out for a long time. So you have to be careful about that bias we have living in the time of great acceleration.
Yeah, but also it is a great acceleration, and we also are not good at predicting what that entails if it does keep accelerating. So, for example, somebody like Eric Weinstein often talks about what we underinvest in theoretical physics research. Basically, we're trying too hard for traditional chemical propulsion on rockets versus trying to hack physics, sort of warp drives and so on. Because it's really hard to do space travel, and it seems like in the long arc of human history, if we survive, the way to really travel across long distances is going to be some totally new thing.
Right.
So it's not going to be an engineering problem. It's going to be physics.
Fundamental physics.
Fundamental physics.
Yeah, I agree with that in principle, but I think there's been, there's a lot of ideas out there. People, string theory. People have been playing with string theory now for 40 years. It's not like people haven't been. Not like there hasn't been a lot of effort. And again, I think it's entirely possible that we have, there's incredible boundaries of physics that have yet to be poked through. In which case, then all bets are off, right? Once you get sort of, fast interstellar travel, who knows what. I tend to be drawn to science fiction stories that take the speed of light seriously. What kind of civilization can you build where it takes 50 years to get to where you're going and 50 years back? So I don't know. There's no way I would say that we won't get warp drives. But as of right now, it's all fictional. It's barely even a coherent concept.
Well, it's also a really exciting possibility of hacking this whole thing by extending human lifespan, or extending our notion of time, and maybe as dark as to say, but the value of an individual human life versus the value of life from the perspective of generation.
Yeah.
So you can have something like a generational ship that travels for hundreds of thousands of years, and you're not sad that you'll never see the destination because you kind of have the value for the prolonged survival of humanity versus your own individual life.
Yeah. It's a wild ethical question. One of that book that I told you about, Aurora, I love the book because it was such a sort of inversion of the usual. I love science fiction, so many generation stories. And they get to that planet. The planet turns out to be uninhabitable. It's inhabited, but it's uninhabitable for Earth because, again, he has this idea of life is particular to the planet. So they turn around and they come back, And then when they land, the main character goes, but there's still people who are, arguing for more generations. And she goes and she punches the guy out because she spent her whole life in it too. With this, I thought that was a really interesting inversion. The interesting thing about we were talking about these space habitats, but if you really had a space habitat, not some super cramped, crappy, usual version of a century ship, but if you had these like space habitats that were really, like the O'Neill cylinders, they're actually nice places to live. Put a thruster on them. Like why keep them in the solar system? Maybe space is full of like these sort of traveling space habitats that are in some sense they're worlds in and of themselves.
There's the show Silo, which raises the question of basically, if you're putting a generational ship, what do you tell the inhabitants of that ship? You might want to lie to them.
Yeah.
You might want to tell them a story that they believe. Right. Because there is a society, there's human nature. There's like, how do you maintain homeostasis of that little society? That's a fascinating technical question, a social question.
The generation, I talked about in the book, the idea of also you talk about extending human lifetime, or the stasis, cryostasis, which is a mainstay of science fiction. None of these things we know are possible. But it's so interesting. That's why I love science fiction, the way it's ideas, right? All these ideas we're going to talk about because they've been staples of science fiction for 50 years.
The whole field is cryogenics.
Yeah, where are we at?
Yeah, I wonder what the state of the art is for complex organisms. How long can you freeze and unfreeze?
Right.
Maybe like bacteria you can freeze.
Bacteria. This is the thing about panspermia, right? How long can a bacteria survive in a rock that's been blasted if there's a comet across interstellar distances? That does seem to actually be possible. People have done those kind of calculations. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But a complex multicellular, multi-systemic systems, right, with organs and stuff.
Also, what makes it could, which part do you want to preserve? Maybe for humans, it seems like what makes a personality. It feels like you want to preserve a set of memories. If I woke up in a different body, the same memories, I would feel like I would be the same person.
Altered Carbon. That's a great series. I think it's on Netflix. That's a really great series. But that's exactly the idea of sleeves. Everybody's able to re-sleeve in another body, and it raises exactly sort of this question. It's not the greatest cyberpunk, but it's pretty good. It's got some great action.
As we get better advancements in large language models that are able to be fine-tuned, it raises a question because to me they've already passed the Turing test as we traditionally find it. So if there's going to be an LLM that's able to copy you in terms of language extremely well, it's going to raise ethical and philosophical questions about what makes you you. It's like what if there's a thing that can talk exactly like you? Like what is the thing that makes you you? It's going to speak about your memories very effectively.
This leads us to we're going to get to the blind spot. I'm of the opinion, heretical, but in some cases, that the brain is not the minimal structure for consciousness. The whole body is embodied. The way it actually comes to community, actually. So yes, I don't. I could be wrong, but this is this whole work that I did with Marcelo Gleiser and Ed Thompson's philosophy of science, which is interesting because it leads to this question about maybe we just download ourselves to computers, right? That's another story that one tells. I'm skeptical about those, but that's one of the narratives of interstellar travel is, and that anybody we meet is going to be a machine anyway, whether it's downloaded bodies or it's just going to be artificial intelligence. Like there's the whole idea of how long does biological evolution last? Maybe it's a very short period before everybody goes to, or the machines take over and kill you, or it's some hybrid.
What do you think aliens? So we talked about all the different kinds of biosignatures that might leave, or technosignatures, but what would they look like when we show up? Are they gonna have arms and legs? Are they going to be recognizable at all? Are they going to be carbon-based?
Yeah, that's a great question. This question gets to the heart of thinking about life, right? About what life is. And this is the physical part of that. There's also sort of the informational part of it, But let's just talk about the physical part of it, which is, life. Anything that we're going to call life is probably going to work on Darwinian evolution. That's the nice thing about Darwinian. Just like we know the laws of physics are general, the laws of Darwinian are kind of this logic, basic logic, that, anything we reasonably call life probably has to operate under these kind of principles. And so, evolution is about solving problems that, to survive, that the environment presents. And the environment is always going to present the problems in physical and chemical terms, so that you'd expect a kind of balance between what we call convergence, evolutionary convergence, and evolutionary contingency. So, if you've got to move along a surface, a surface between a hard surface and air, then the idea of some kind of jointed stick, right, legs, makes sense. You're probably going to trigger that. If you look at Earth multiple times, multiple lineages that had nothing to do with each other are going to solve the problem of getting towards energy sources using some kind of stick-like.
So that's about movements?
Yeah, so that's one problem that has to be solved. One problem that has to be solved, they got to get to food, right? Another problem is they got to get away from traffic. You've seen wings. You've seen wings. The line that went from dinosaurs to birds involved wings. Insects involved wings. Mammals involved wings. If the gas is dense enough that a curved surface, if you move through the curved surface, it's going to produce lift. Yeah, there you go. So I think you can expect certain classes of solutions to the basic problems that life is going to be presented with. Stay alive, reproduce. But one of the weird things about the UFO things is that you always feel like, oh, they all look like humans. They're just like basically humans with triangular heads, and that's where we get to contingent, right? So we've been talking about is convergence. So you expect that evolution will converge on wings multiple times when presented with problems that wings can solve. But contingency is accident, right? That you've got something that's involving a certain kind of wing, a leathery wing, right? And then climate changes and they all die out in the or an asteroid, total accident. And so contingency accidents play also a huge role in evolution. And one of the things that lots of evolutionary biologists have talked about is the idea that if you ran the tape of Earth history over again, would you get the same creatures? Now, Stephen Jay Gould was of the opinion that no way, you wouldn't find anything on Earth that resembled any species today. They've done experiments actually on this with E. coli. You take a bunch of E. coli, you let them evolve for a while, take a bunch of them out, freeze them, let that population continue to evolve. They had once frozen, now started over again with frozen. And it seems that contingency tends to win, right? Contingency, at least from what we can tell, that's not a hard result. But in those experiments, what you find is that accidents really do that. So the idea, this is important. So yes, you should expect legs or jointed sticks. How many joints they're going to be? Anybody's guess. If you expect humanoids, things with a sensing apparatus on top of the shoulder with 2 arms and 2 legs, that's probably a pretty random set of occurrences.
I guess what is the brain versus the nervous system? Like where is most cognition competition going on?
Yes.
You can see that in all. Again, actually, I don't know how the brain, why does it have to be in one place?
It doesn't have to be. So my favorite word of the day, liquid brain, right? This idea of distributed cognition, which fascinating idea. We come to understand how much distributed cognition there is. Basically, social animals, termites, etc. And ants, that's an example of distributed cognition. The organisms, the whole colony. This is one thing that's been really interesting in the state of the study when it comes to for aliens, is that when we come to recognize that human intelligence, it's not actually, it's been just the kinds of things that go into intelligence are distributed all across the biosphere. Lots of different examples of things show various pieces of what we have. Jason Wright described it as like a deck of cards. The cards are all there. We got the hand that actually led to the kind of technological progress that we see. But the kinds of, the basic idea of using tools, the basic idea of recognizing each other eye to eye, all the things that we define as intelligence, you can find many places in many other places across, many other lineages across the earth. So it could be very, very different with something like, maybe the hive mind idea or the bacterial colonies that actually manage to, come to their own version of high cognition.
Well, I wonder if there's stretch out on this 10, 20 billion years, whether there's a Darwinian evolution stops working at some point in terms of the biology or the chemistry of the organism, switches to ideas. For example, it's much more rapidly. You're operating maybe, I guess, kind of Darwinian evolution in space of memes or whatever it is.
Technology seems to operate in but certainly markets can operate in ways that look very Darwinian.
So basically, the planet is working hard to get to the first kind of organism that's able to be a nice platform for ideas to compete.
Yeah.
And then it kind of stops evolving there. And then this idea is
right. Because cultural is true. It's amazing how cultural evolution totally disconnects from Darwin. But I'd be careful to say that like a planet is working hard to do this because it's really impossible looking at us. Like what we think of as ideas and culture, and it's quite possible we're going to make it another 100 years in this count, right? Because it actually wasn't a very good idea. We just don't know.
So maybe the idea generation organism is actually the thing that destroys.
Not the biosphere, but it destroys itself. It may not be very long term. It may be very potent for a short period of time, but that it's not sustainable. It doesn't become, like we were talking about before, mature. It's very hard to make it integrated into a mature bio/technosphere. And of course, evolution is not working for anything. Well, here's the actually interesting thing, right? So people are very much, evolutionary biologists, we get very terrible stand up, and if you start talking about evolution being on purpose or anything. But the very interesting thing about purpose is that once you do get to a idea-generated species or collective organism, then kind of all bets are off, and there is goals, there is teleology, there is now suddenly, absolutely there's a direction implied. So that's kind of the cool, interesting thing that once you get to that, evolution stops being goalless and directionless, and suddenly, we're the ones who, or any kind of creature like us, has an absolute direction.
Although you could argue that from the perspective of the entire human civilization, we're also directional. We have a sense that there's a direction in this cluster of humans.
Yeah.
And then there's another cluster that has a different sense of direction. There's all kinds of religions that are competing. There's different ideologies that are competing. Yeah. And when you just zoom out across, if we survive, across thousands of years, it will seem directional. It will seem like a pinball.
It's an unholy mess. But at some point, like the expansion into the solar system, like that would be both direction. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it was directional. There was a decision that the collective of human beings made to like anti-accrete to start spreading out into the solar system. So there was definitely a goal there that may have been in some crazy sort of non-linear way, but it was still right. It's still a goal was set and it was achieved.
If there's advanced civilizations out there, what do you think is the proper protocol for interacting? Do you think they would be peaceful? Do you think they would be warlike? Like, what do we do next? We detect civilization, all the types of solutions we're talking about. Maybe direct imaging is a really strong signal. We come up with a strategy of how to actually get there. But what's the general? They always do. The military, industrial complex.
We watched that movie.
Where? What kind of rockets?
Yeah.
What kind of anti-gray rockets?
Right. Well, I think this is also this general question leads to messaging, extraterrestrial intelligence, and I am definitely a big fan. You should be very careful. Like I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have your head below the grass. The people who advocate like, oh yeah, we should be sending powerful messages that are easily detectable into interstellar space. I'm like, why? We just don't know. Like, I'm not going to say they are warlike. I'm not going to say they're not warlike. I have no idea. But we sure as hell. Well, first of all, who gets to decide that? The idea that a bunch of astronomers who happen to have a radio telescope. I don't, who speaks for Earth? I think it's a great book. Somebody wrote. So I definitely we should be cautious. I would say because we just have zero information. And the idea, we just have to say, well, if they're advanced, they survive, so of course they're going to be wearing togas, and be singing Kumbaya. But I just wouldn't see that. It's also possible, though, that, like, their cognitive structure is so different that we're not even living in the same universe in a certain way. I think we have to be prepared for that. We may not even be able to recognize each other in some way as cognizing. One of my favorite movies is Arrival. I don't know if you've seen that one. I really love that one because they literally they have different language, they have different cognitive structure in terms of their language, and they're literally kind of living in different physics.
Different physics, different language, different everything. Yeah. But in the case of Arrival, it's like recognize they're there.
So they managed to cross the language barrier. Yeah.
So, but that's both sides have interest in communicating, which you kind of suppose that an advanced civilization would have a curiosity. Because, like, how do you become advanced without a kind of curiosity about the mysterious about the other?
But also, if they're long-lived, they may just be like, we're not interested. Like we've done this, like we, 10 billion years, sorry, 10 million years ago, we were really interested in this, in communicating with youngins, but now we're not. And that's just, one of the beauties of it, again, is how to think about this systematically, because you're so far past the area, right, of our experience, of what we know, that you want to think about it, right? You don't want to be like, oh, no, I can't say anything, because that's not. But you also have to sort of systematically go after your biases, right? So one of the things I loved about Arrival too was, Carl Sagan always said, we'll teach them math, we'll teach them our math, and they'll teach us their math, and then, telling each other knock-knock jokes, and swapping cures for cancer. And, in the movie, like they said, the Carl Sagan guy in, and the Carl Sagan guy failed immediately, right? And it's the linguist who understands that language is actually embodied. Language is not just something that happens in your head, it's actually the whole experience. And she's the one who breaks through. And it just points to the idea that how utterly different the cognitive structure is, of a different species should be. So somehow we have to figure out how to think about it, but be so careful of our biases. So figure out a systematic way to break through our biases and not just make science fiction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of biases, do you think aliens, you mentioned that they could have visited and started civilizations and we wouldn't even know about it. It was 100 million years ago. How can we even begin to answer?
Gotta look, gotta figure out ways to look. So I don't put it, it's not high on my list of, things that I think are probable, but it needs to be explored, and unless you look, you never know. So look at where would we find, if aliens had passed through the solar system any time in the last 3 billion years, where might we find artifacts? Where might artifacts be around? Earth? Probably not. Weathering, surfacing. It's a good play. Certain kinds of orbits, maybe they park a probe in an orbit that was stable, so you got to figure out which orbits actually could put something there and it'll last for a billion. So those are the kind of questions. I don't, like I said, it's not high on my list of thinking this could happen, but it could happen. I certainly can't, unless you look, you don't know.
What about, speaking of biases, what about if aliens visiting Earth, meaning like potential aliens, say, seeding life?
You mean like
directed panspermia, or seeding some aspect of the evolution?
Like 2001. So, yeah. Great story, but always with Occam's razor or whatever it's like. If I can answer that question without that extra very detailed hypothesis, then I should. And the idea that evolution is a natural process, that's why I would go for it. Right? It just seems it's so much easier to do it that way than adding, because it's kind of doing thing of like, oh, then the alien that problem is trying to solve by just coming down.
But to you, the portion of life is a pretty simple thing that's required.
I wouldn't say that, but it doesn't, I think, because, all you're doing is being a cannon, right? The aliens, right? So you just think like, all right, I'm just kicking the can down the road to the aliens, but they had to produce their A-body.
Well, so from a different perspective, I'm just saying, it seems to me that there's obviously advanced civilizations everywhere throughout the galaxy, through the universe, from the Drake perspective. And then, if I was an alien, what would I do? I've gotten a chance to learn about the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. At least they went to the Amazon to get to understand how they function and how the humans in the Amazon are in contact with how they interact with conflicts of tribes. First of all, non-conflicts tribes are very violent towards the outside world, but everybody else tries to stay away from them. They try to kind of protect them, don't talk about their don't talk about their location, all this kind of stuff. And I've begun to internalize and understand that perspective of why you're doing that. If I was an alien situation, I probably would be doing a similar kind of thing. Of course, there's always the teenager of the troll who's going to start messing with stuff, or the scientist, you know. And so it's not, from our perspective, yes, if you're in the Truman Show, like Occam's razor, but like also Occam's razor from the perspective of the alien civilization, we have to have the humility to understand that interaction can be extremely difficult to test. They will not be happy.
I understand the logic of what you're saying, but the problem for me with that is that right there, first you have to assume that alien civilizations are common, which I'm not sure if I'm most religious dead, or they're not. You know, like all I think is life. And again, this is my bias. Now, the problem is, how do we sort out sort of, you know, the biases we're bringing or the assumptions we're bringing from, you know, from the sort of causal chain out of it. I would first want to try and do this without it, like, you know, if we're talking about the origin of life or the evolution of life on Earth. I want to do it just on its own without asking for this other layer. Because it requires a bunch of these other assumptions, which also have their own sort of breaking apart things. I don't really like the idea that when you ask, what would you do if you were an alien? Again, like alien minds could be so unbelievably different, right? That they wouldn't even recognize the question you just posed, right? Because it's just like, you know, we're a very particular kind of cognitive structure, you know, and then we're very governed by, hey, if you went and talked to, this is an interesting thing to think about. You know, if I could magically appear 100,000 years ago, talk to a hunter-gatherer about their worldview and their motivations, you know, I might find things like we're more receptive to things that I think are sort of, oh, that's naturally.
Well, let me ask this question. It's together to do
yeah.
If we create a time machine that allows us to travel back in time, or we discover maybe a primitive alien civilization on a nearby star system, what would
yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, so, you know, it's interesting how that even brings up the ethical question. Right? Let's say that, you know, would we have to first sort of sort out what are the consequences for them and what do we feel our ethical responsibilities are to this?
And also, from a capitalist perspective, what do we gain?
Yeah, right. You look at the way the missionaries, you know, missionaries and interactions, because they thought converting them to whatever they were was the most important. That's what the game was. So, from our perspective, I think we have to sort that out. I think, given, you know, if we're doing this thought experiment, we are curious, and I think eventually we want to be judged.
I think we see. Let's start with people. Yeah. There's. I wonder who the dominant forces are in the world, because I think there's a lot of people. The military, they will probably first, so they can steal whatever advantage they can from this stuff, so they can hurt China or China hurt America. That's one perspective. Then there's the capitalists who see like how the benefit and the costs here, and how can I make money off of this? There's opportunity here. There's gold in the mills. And I wonder if scientists is just not going to, like the movies.
We're not going to get much pay.
Guys, they would engage. I mean, it's just as a society as we are now, we would engage, and we would be detectable. Like if we're in our games, yeah, probably. So using that trivial bias logic, it just feels like aliens would need to be engaging in a very obvious way.
Yeah.
This brings up that direct, very hard to me. What do you think of all the UFO sightings?
I am all in favor of agnostic, you know, transparent scientific investigation of UFOs. But the idea that there's any data that we have that links UFOs and UAPs to non-human technology, I just think the standards, none of what is claimed to be the data lives up to the standards of evidence. So let's just take a moment on that idea of standards of evidence, because I've made a big deal about this, you know, in the book and. So what people have to understand about science is we are really scientists. We are really cool with each other. We are really cool with each other because we have this thing that we call standards of evidence, and it's the idea of like you have a piece of evidence that you want to link to a claim, and under what conditions can you say, oh look, I've got evidence of this claim X, Y, Z. And in science, we are so mean to each other about whether or not that piece of evidence lives up to the standards that we have. And we spent 400 years determining what those standards are. And that is why cell phones work, right? If you didn't have super rigorous standards of what you think that, this little antenna, I've invented a new kind of antenna that goes into the cell phone, and I can show you that it works. If you didn't have these standards, every cell phone would be a different. And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, the evidence you have and the claim that shows that we are being visited by non-human advanced civilization just doesn't even come close to the same standard I'm going to have to obey or whatever. If my team, the crime work with is one of them, says, look, we discovered, Mark announced that, we discovered techno signature on an alien planet. We're going to get shredded as we expect to be. We expect to be beaten up. And, the UAP, UFO community expects the same thing. You don't get a pass because it's a really cool topic. So that's where I am right now. I just don't think any of the evidence is even close to anything that could support that.
Well, I generally assign a lot of value to the evidence pilots. Not scientific value, but just like it's always nice to get anecdotal evidence as a first step. Because I wonder if there's something there. But unfortunately, with this topic, there's some excitement around it. There's a lot of people that are basically trying to make money off of it. There's hoaxes, all this kind of stuff. So even if there's something, there's just so much noise. It's a very difficult topic. So how do we get there? You've talked about if we wanted to do research for UFO,
right?
And maybe detect things like weird physics. What kind of history?
Yeah, so in the book I talked about the idea. It's stupid, but when you want to look up, you want to look down, and you want to look up.
I think it's simple, not stupid. It's like literally.
So you want to do ground-based detectors, upward-looking ground-based detectors of the kind we're already building for tracking. You want to have space-based detectors, put them on satellites, the NASA UAP panel, and then probably on, we have people in the sky. There should be detectors on the planes, or at least some kind of alert system that if some pilot says, "Look, I'm seeing something I don't understand," presses the red button, and that triggers the ground-based and the space-based data collector. And the data collector itself is something that people really don't understand, and it's so important. In order to actually do something, the data you have to understand, like down to nth degree. You have to know how that camera behaved in a bunch of different wavelengths. You have to characterize that. You have to know what the software does, what the limits of the software. You have to know what happened to the camera. Like, was it refurbished recently? In every spectral wavelength, in all of its data collection and processing, all of those steps have to be characterized. Because especially if you want to claim, like, oh my God, I can take a right hand kind of modify it, right? You better have all of that nailed down. That kind of thing. So we have to have characterized detectors that be up, down, and on the planes themselves. We need a rational search strategy. So let's say you want to lay out ground-based detectors. Where do you put them? Right? There's only so much money in the world. So, do you want to put them here? You've seen a lot of things beforehand, or do you want to do a sparse coverage of the entire country? And then you have the data analysis, right? You're going to have so much data, so many false positives, or false triggering, that you need a way of storing enormous amounts of data and figure out what you're going to throw out and what you're going to keep. And all these things are used to doing in other kinds of enterprises. And without that, if we don't do that, we're going to be at the same damn these things for the next 100 years.
But if I asked you to give you $1 trillion and asked you to allocate it to one place, looking out, SETI, or looking at our allocate to?
Looking out. Exactly. As I would say, here's my qualification. If you said, hey, I'm interested in some Nebraskans, and I said, let's go to Himalayas. Well, why am I going there? I'm like, well, maybe there's some Himalayas in Nebraska. So, you know, to look at Nebraska. If we're looking for aliens, why don't we look on alien planets where they live? Because we have that technology now, as opposed to the bucket of assumptions that you have to come up with in order to say, oh, they're here right now. They just happen to be here right now. And also, the very important thing, I call this the high need. To deal with the UFO stuff, you have to deal with both. You have to answer these weird, irrational things that are happening. Like, okay, there's an advanced civilization that is visiting Earth regularly. They don't want to be detected. They've got super powerful technology, but they really suck at using it because you're seeing them, right? I mean, explain to me what rational world is under, like, so there's that whole sort of argument you've got to explain, like, why they hidden are they so bad at it? I take that level of difficulty and then I put it on top. Where should I look? I should look at where they're from. That makes me want to look. Do the telescopic stuff.
Yeah, I think the life explanation is either the sensors not working correctly, secret military technology being tested.
Absolutely. If you have, that's why again, I think UAP, the absolutely UAP studied scientifically. But if I had to make a bet, this is a bet, I would say that this is pure state advocacy stuff. When I did a New York Times op-ed for this in 2021, which blew up, and so I had a lot of people talking to me. While I was doing it, I sort of looked at the signals intelligence people, the SIGINT and EINT electronic communities, and what they were saying about the New York Times articles and various videos. And really, none of them were talking about they were all talking about pure state. That's where I learned the word pure state advocacy. How, like, even simple drone technologies, you can, and you want to do this. You want to fake, signals into the electronics of their adapter, so they crank it up. So then you can soak up all the electromagnetic radiation and know exactly what those advanced radios do.
That's it. I'm not saying that what this is. If I was the head of an alien civilization, and I chose not to minimize my contact, I would try to figure out what would these aliens aliens like to see. That's why, like, the big heads of like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, that's kind of like how I would communication. If I was intelligent, I would observe them enough. It's like, all right, if I wanted to communicate with an alien colony, right, I would observe long enough to see what are the basic elements of communication.
Yeah.
And maybe I would do like a fake ant.
Right, a robot ant.
But then it's not enough to do a robot ant. You know, do a robot ant that moves in the way they do. And maybe it's shitty at it. Doing the robot ant. No. I do sort of, I just make the case. But
this is the plot, actually, of a great science fiction book called Eden, like right there. The idea was like, this is actually where my first I became sort of that, more than anti-Betty. Because the idea is that sort of aliens have, they sort of make their arrival. And really their point is to get rid of us. It's the dark forest hypothesis. And what they do is, literally, the way they present themselves is in this sort of classic UFO. And they do it, and they arrive. This is the Soviet Union, they arrive in the USSR, they arrive in China, and they're kind of freaking us out so that we never organize ourselves against. So it was really, they did exactly kind of what you're talking about, but important to bear.
Okay, let me ask another question. I'm sorry. It's science and questions back and forth. Okay, what if aliens form that's unlike we kind of traditionally envision in analyzing physical objects? What if they take the form of, say, ideas? What if real pothead is the consciousness itself, like the subjective experience, is an alien being? Maybe ideas is an easier one to visualize because we can think of ideas as entities traveling from.
When I made the important, that finding life, any kind of, would be the most important descriptor of human history. And one of the reasons, again, as I said, that life, if we're not an accident and there's other life, then there's probably lots of other life. And because the most significant thing about life is it can innovate. right? If I give you a star and tell you the math position, you can basically pretty much physics tell exactly what's going to happen over its entire life. Maybe not the any detail, but overall, it's going to be way dwarf. If I gave you a single cell and said what's going to happen when you build, you'd never be able to predict a giant rabbit with your face, right? Not kangaroo. So life has the possibility of innovating, creative. So what it means is, and that's a kind of a fundamental definition of what it means to be alive. It goes past it. So give life enough time, and what are the end results? Like, that's why I love science fiction so much. At some point, does life reach a point where it climbs into the laws of physics itself? It becomes the laws of physics. Or, these sort of lie at the extreme limits of thinking about what we mean by reality, what we mean by experience. But I'm not sure there's much we can do with it actually. But they're open-ended questions about the open-ended nature of what it means to be alive.
Since you said it's the biggest question, which is an interesting thought experiment. What is the biggest scientific question I can possibly answer? Some people might say about what happened with the Big Bang, some big physics questions about the universe. I can see the argument for, how many alien civilizations, or if there's other aliens out there. You want to speak to that a little bit? Like, why is this the biggest question when you're just, why is it not one in your top five?
I've evolved in this, right? I started off as a theoretical physicist. I went into computational astrophysics, hydrodynamics, coordination. But I always get flat in mind. I always had these sort of bigger questions sort of floating around in my mind. And what I come to now, the most important question for physics is, what is life? What the hell is the difference between a rock and a cell, fundamentally? And what I really mean by this, we're going to go non-traditional, is that really the fundamental question that is this agency. What does it mean to be this agent? How the hell does that happen? It's so, I'm not a reductionist. I'm not somebody who's like, well, I just put together enough chemicals and big boom. There's something that really is going to demand a reconception of what nature itself is. And so, black holes are super cool, cosmology is super cool, but really this question of what is life, especially by viewing it from the inside, because it's really about the verb to be, right? Really, what's the most pressing philosophical question beyond science is the verb to be. What is being, right? This is what Stephen Hawking said when he talked about what puts the fire in the equation. Fire, right? The fire is this presence. And this is where it touches things like, whatever you want to say, sacred, spirituality. My first book was about science and human spirituality. So it's like, so this question of life, what makes life as a physical system, so different is because it's, that's where being appears. Being doesn't appear out there, right? The only place it ever appears to any of us is us. So, I can do this kind of projection into the third person thing, but nobody ever has that in God's eye view. That's a story. This is where, this between us is where the verb to be appears.
So this is something that you write about, lines about, why science cannot ignore human experience, sort of trying to put the fire into the process of science, and it's a kind of critique of materialism. Can you explain to me?
Yeah, so the idea of the blind spot is that there is this thing that is central to science. So we're using the blind spot as well, right? So the eye is an optic nerve, and the optic nerve is what allows vision to happen. So you can't have vision without the optic nerve. But actually, you're blind to the optic nerve. There's a little hole in your vision where the optic nerve is. And what we're saying is that science has something like this. There is something that without which science would not be possible, but that science the way it's figured. And actually, when we mean the blind spot, we get into exactly what it means and what it is. But it's not really science. It is a set of ideas that got glued onto science. It's a metaphysics that got glued into science. And so, what is that thing that is the blind spot experience? It is presence. And by experience, I have to be very careful because I'm not talking about being an observer. It's there's lots of words. There's direct experience. There is presence, being, the life world within the philosophy of phenomenology. There's the life world. It's this sort of raw presence that you can't get away from until you die. You know, so it's that, like, you know, as long as you're around, it's there. And what we're saying is that is the way to say that is the precondition for the possibility of science. And the whole nature of science, the way it evolved, is that it's purposely pushed that out. It's pushed that out so it could make progress. And that's fine. But when we try to answer, when we try and go deeper, there's a whole other class of things. The nature of consciousness, the nature of time, quantum mechanics, that comes back to bite us. And that if we don't learn how to understand that is always the background, that experience is always the background, then we just have these paradoxes and properties, yoga, that require this intellectual yoga to get out.
They can give like looking at temperatures and numbers is a very simple objective scientific way of looking at that and the experience of temperature.
And how you build the powerful that we call it. So what is the life? We use the term as a constellation, not the materialism. It's a constellation of ideas that are all really sort of philosophical views. They're not what science says. But because of the evolution of the history of science and culture, they got pinned down. They were sort of pinned on to tell us that this is what science is. So what are they? One is reduction, that you are nothing but your nerve cells, which are nothing but the chemistry, which is nothing but all the way down. That's it. So that's reduction. The objective science. Science gives us this God's eye view, this third person view of the world. To view the world from the outside. That's what science always does. Physical. That everything in the world is basically made of stuff. There's nothing else to talk about, right? That's all there is. And then also the reification of mathematics. That mathematics is now more real than this. And there's a bunch of other things. So all these together, what they all do is they end up pushing experience out and saying experience is heavy. Consciousness. I tend not to use the word consciousness because I think it leads us in the wrong direction. We should focus on experience as a verb in a way. So yeah, and that by being blind to that, we end up with these paradoxes and problems that's really not only science, but also a bit detrimental to society as a whole, especially where we're at right now.
So you're just with that, from a perspective of detrimental society, there's a crisis in meaning, and then we respond to that in a way that's counterproductive to these bigger questions, scientific questions. So the three responses you mentioned: scientific, trainful, and then on the other side is rejecting science completely, both on the left and the right. The postmodernists on the left and the anti-establishment people on the right, and then just pseudoscience kind of does this in between thing. Can you just speak to those responses and to the crisis of meaning?
Right. So the crisis of meaning is that, on the one hand, science wants to tell us that we're insignificant, we're not important, we're just, biological machines. So we're basically an insignificant part of it. On the other hand, we also find ourselves being completely significant. In cosmology, we have to figure out how to look from the inside at cosmology. We're always the observers. We're at the center of this collapsing wavefront of light. Quantum mechanics really comes in. The measurement problem just puts us front and center. We spend some people spend 100 years trying to ignore the measurement problem. So on the one hand, we're insignificant, and on the other hand, so which one is it, right? And so this all comes from not understanding the foundational goals of experience. This inability you can't do science without already being present in the world. We can't reduce what happens in science to some sort of formal. It's really about we love our formal systems, our mathematics, and we're substituting. That's one of the things that there's two philosophers we really like, who are heroes. One is Virtual, a mathematician who invented phenomenology, and the other is Whitehead, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. And Herschel came up with this idea of the surreptitious substitution. Part of the blind spot is substituting a formal system of calculus, of data, for actual experience. And that's more important. And so let me just, before I go to the three responses, let's just do the parable of degrees. I think it'll help them understand it. So think about degrees Celsius, right? We kind of have in the modern scientific culture we live in, we think like, oh yeah, let's see, they're out there. The molecular cloud in space is 10 degrees, Kelvin. the way we got there is forgotten. That idea is rooted in experience, right? We started off with science by we had an experience, a subjective experience of hot and cold. I feel hot, I feel cold, you feel hot, I feel cold. Science was the process of trying to extract from those experiences what Michelle Bidwell philosopher calls the structural invariants, things that like we both kind of do agree on. So, we figured out like, oh, we can make a radiated little cylinder that's got mercury in it, and that, hot things will be higher in, on that radiating, lower. We can both kind of figure out, agree on our standard, and then we have thermometry. Yeah, we have a way of sort of like having a structural invariant of this sort of very personal experience of hot and cold. And then from that, we can thermodynamics, and then we end up at the bottom of, at the end of that, with this idea of like every day wake up and my phone and like, oh, it's going to be, 50 degrees out, great. And we start thinking it's 60 degrees is more real than hot and cold. That thermodynamics, the whole formal structure of thermodynamics is more real than the basic experience of hot and cold that it came from. Required that bodily experience. That also not just me, I have to, part of my communication. That from that basic, irreducible experience, being in the world, with everything that I developed degrees Celsius. But then I forgot the experience. That's called the amnesia. So that's what we mean by how the blind spot emerges, how we end it, how science purposely pushes experience out of the way so it can make progress. But then it forgets that experience was. So where does this show? Why is this? What are the responses to trying to get this back in? Where this crisis meeting emerge? So scientific triumphal is the idea that the only thing that's true for us are scientific truths, right? Unless it can be codified in a formal system, represented as data, captured in some kind of scientific causal network, it doesn't even exist, right? And anything else that's not part of it, part that can be formalized in that way, is an epiphenomenon, not real. So, scientific triumphal is this response to the mystery of the weirdness of, like you call it, the weirdness of experience, by kind of just ignoring it. So there's no other journey, art, music, human spirituality, it's all actually reducible to neural cortex. So that's one way that the other way is that sort of right. You got on the postmodern, the left, academic left, you get this thing. Science is just a game. It's just a game by the powerful come up with. It's also not true. Science is totally cool. It requires an account for what is happening. So that's another way to sort of science away, or respond to it. The science denial that happens, that's also another way of sort of, not understanding the balance that science is trying, that we need to establish with this experience. And then there's just pseudoscience, which wants to sort of say, the new age, whatever, which wants to have, wants to deal with experience by kind of elevating it in weird, pseudo-spiritual way, that doesn't go bigger than science. So, all these ways, all these responses, we have this difficulty about experience. We need to understand how experience fits into the web of meaning. And you don't really have an accurate, you don't have a good way of doing it. And the point of the book was to identify very clearly how the problem manifests, what the problem is, and what its effects are in the various sciences.
And by the way, just mention that at least the first two responses kind of feed each other. There's just to observe the scientific community, those who gravitate towards the scientific triumphalism, there's an arrogance that builds in the human soul. It has to do with PhDs, it has to do with sitting on the academic throne, all of those things. Naturally, human nature goes and so on, it builds. And of course, that nobody likes arrogance. So those that reject science, the arrogance is fuel for the reject science. There's just this divide that
that was the problem. Like you saw, so like, my first book was about science and human spirituality. So I was trying to say that, science is actually, if we look at what happens in human spirituality, not religion, it's about politics, right? But about, the entire history of the species, we've had this experience of, for better or lack of a better word, the sacredness. And I'm not connecting this to God or anything. I'm just saying this experience of more. And then, with the new atheist movement. You got people saying that like anybody who feels that is an idiot. You know, they just can't handle the hardcore science. When in fact their views of the world are so denuded of they can't even see the role that experience plays and how they came up with their business. You know, and experience fundamentally is weird. You know, mysterious. Like it's kind of goes down forever. There is always so yeah, that arrogance thing. If you're telling everybody who's not hardcore enough to do the standard model of cosmology that they're idiots, that's not going to bode well for your evangelism.
So you're proposing at least to consider that experience is fundamental. Experience is not just an illusion that emerges from a set of quirks. There could be something about conscious experience of the world that is like at the core of reality.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do this psychism, right? Which
right, so it's all the way there.
Yeah.
Psychism has literally one of the laws of physics.
Right. But see, what all those do is like just the idea of like physicalism versus idealism. They're kind of the two philosophical schools you can go. Physical is what exists is physical. Idealism says what exists is mind. We're actually saying what most of these is to take either of those decisions is already to project out into that third person view, right? And that third person view we want to really emphasize is a fiction. It's a useful fiction that's doing science, right? If I want to do like the Newtonian physics of billiard balls on the pool table, great. I don't want to have to think about experience at all, right? But if I'm asking deeper questions, I can't ignore the fact that there really is no third person view, and that any story I tell about the world is coming from. It's not just first person, but it's literally because I can argue that experience always involves all of us. Experience always originates out of us. That you're always telling those stories from the perspective of already existence, of already being an experience. So whatever account we want to do is of the world is going to have to take that as irreducible experience and be irreducible in the irreducible starting point. So ultimately, like we don't have an answer. That's when people are like, well, what are you suggesting as your alternative? It's like, look, that's the good work of the next science to come. Well, our job is to point out the problem it is. But what we would argue is, we're thinking about the next book, is this is really going to require a new conception, right? That doesn't jump right to that third person, that fictional third person view, and somehow figures out how to do science, recognizing that it always starts from experience. It always starts from this field of experience and phenomenology of the life world that you're embedded in and unembed yourself from. So how do you do? So one of the things that Whitehead said was you have to avoid the bifurcation of nature. And what he meant by that is the bifurcation into like sort of scientific concepts, wavelength. Think about seeing sun. You can say like, oh, look, it's just wavelengths, and scattering particles, and your experience of the redness, the actual experience of the redness, and all the other things. Not just red. There's no quality. There's no pure redness. Everything that's happening in the experiential part is just an epiphenomenon. It's just brain thing, whatever. He said you can't do that. They're just
How you live in Pimp?
No, they both need to be integrated.
That's all right. I've been awake, wide fucking awake since my 5 championship victory. No, my hours are all fucked up. No, no, it's no, definitely not in that. All right. So let's give you a little update on the happenings. People come in throughout the night. I'm still waiting on my elusive Twitch person. But once that happens, it's going to start rolling in. And I know why. I'm still learning the Twitch system. Aframasha came in, and I walked her through multi-streaming. So we hooked up her YouTube, her Kick, which, is a pain in the ass because you have to use stream.io or whatever. And then Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and then Rumble. So that took like an hour, but she streams so much that it's just in her best interest, especially if she's not getting the kind of participation that she wants, but seemingly she is, so that's good. All right, so Twitch has been interesting. So I created a bot, and I kind of anticipated that the bot would not necessarily work perfectly. Like Kick, I figured they're a new platform. Like they're not going to have that many defense mechanisms against me, and they didn't. I figured Twitch is going to definitely have a lot more. So what I end up finding is that like I'll create the bot and it'll start spamming people. Now keep in mind I can't spam hyperlinks anymore. They've like banned my hyperlinks. Okay, no big deal. I'll just use dot or whatever. No big deal. They still let me put 500 characters, which is a shitload. So I can still put in there what my Instagram is, what my TikTok is, what my Discord is, the Discord link, my blog link, still talk about life extension technology and alien disclosure and all that other shit. So that's all cool. Um, but okay, so then what? So it was spamming, and it was spamming very well. Well, I shouldn't say that. I ran into an issue. This is like the most minor of all issues, but it drives me crazy. It's one of the reasons why I didn't do this before. Um, okay, so when you want to scroll down on a page, normally you can go to the bar on the right side and just like press a button and it scrolls down. Or you like press the down button and it scrolls down, or you press the page down button and it scrolls down on like every website, on just everywhere. That's just pretty standard. Not for Twitch. I don't know why. They have a bar that hides itself. It doesn't have a top arrow nor a bottom arrow. And it doesn't have like, if you just click the bar, it doesn't just automatically move down. You have to hold the bar and drag it down. So this caused me some issues because when I'm spamming people, it's important for me to be able to get new targets. And if it just stays on the same people, it doesn't help me. So I kind of struggled for a little bit of time trying to figure out how to get this thing to go downwardly. I checked Chrome. A lot of Chrome extensions Google has purged because they violate their terms, whatever the fuck that means. And so some that might have perhaps worked before aren't working now. And all right, so then I didn't even think about it, but I have ThinkPads, which are like Lenovo's, which were previously IBM's. They're pretty I would say um what's the word? Hardy? No. They're pretty rugged devices though. They're made for business use. And even though they're older, they're still pretty rugged. But I never use. They have like multiple like buttons for the mouse. Usually, I just use the trackpad and the two buttons at the bottom. But it has like this little. I call it the clit button. There's like a little red button in the middle of the keyboard if you've ever seen them that can also be a mouse. And um, I don't even want to show it, but it's just like this little tiny button that can also be a secondary mouse. And I figured out that the macro recorder, if I use that and use another like button, a random button on the above the trackpad that I don't even think people really use, it will scroll down for me. So once I figured that out, I was like, okay, great. So I had one. It is. I mean, just thinking of ways to get around the policies. Um, Now I can remember Eddie Craven, the guy from Kick, saying that one of the reasons why they don't cut down on bots or they don't give away like their bot strategy is because then that just makes people much better. So they don't want to show their hands, which I get. And I know that Eddie hired like one of the top guys from Amazon. He's the guy. I don't know if you remember this, but he accused me of sending him a middle finger candle. If you recall that, I don't know if you do, but he posted about it. And I okay, just one moment. Let me. This is from. No, 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 it's not. I truthfully was impersonated Caspian Sea, and I wrote that to him a whole bunch. Not my way. I wouldn't look up anybody's address. I wouldn't send them something. So Santa Maria on Twitter. Oh, yeah, he made a whole video about it, and when I saw this, I was like, I didn't really think it was funny because it's just not my way. I kind of felt like it was creepy when I know it was creepy. I wouldn't want somebody to send me something if I didn't know it was coming, and it just creeped me out that somebody did this on my behalf. Um, so let me find this video for you because it's quite interesting. Uh, Santa Maria X. Let's see if that shows up. No, it shows a kick. So Santa Maria is he's basically like the head developer at Twitch now. I'm sorry, at Kick now, but he used to be at Amazon. So, if that makes sense, Santa Maria, he should be verified. Oh no, he's not. Okay. Here's his account. Rules Twitter. Here it is. Okay, so now I just have to search through his Twitter. And I hope he still has it posted. It's really something that I should archive. Just in case anybody else accuses me of doing anything that I didn't do. So Candle. Man, I hope he didn't take it. Let's see here. Let me just see if I can scroll and find it. How often does he post? I really should have downloaded it when he sent it. I think it was in like September or something. And I let him know, like in a bunch of ways. Hey, I didn't send that. Let's see, maybe it's gift, GIFT. Candle. No, he might have taken it down. Okay, I'm gonna find it though. I don't know how I ended up finding out that he posted this, but yeah, somebody sent him a middle finger candle, and they said it was for me, and I didn't think it was funny, and I typed it in the chat like a bunch of times with a bunch of different accounts. Hey, I did not do that. I wouldn't do something like that. That's just not my nature, and you should know that is an impersonator. And okay, so we're back to November. And he seemingly seems like a nice guy. Like he's like a professional. And I even said, oh, I know. And then I even said in a bunch of like interviews, like I spoke highly of him. So he knows I don't think he's a bad person. Okay. I don't know how. It might have been, I mean, like you would have known about this immediately if you were here at the time. And so I don't know. Let's see here. It was before that. Okay. When they had the all-time peak of like 1 million people watching them. Come on, have kept it. There's still a good chance that he's kept it. I just, let's see here. Okay, we're in October. If anything, I can search through like the things on which I have responded, or because I wrote a I wrote messages to him and I commented on it. Okay, let's see here. Now we're in September. I think it was before he went to Let's see here. DreamHack. Okay. I'm gonna search through my comments that I've made, and let's see if I can find it that way. Profile, replies. Oh, no, that's not it. Replies. Oh, I found it, dude. I found it. Okay, so this was back in 9/12. So it was back in September. This is amazing. I mean, this was when I was only scamming them, like not that much, like enough, but not that much. Okay, let's see if you can hear it.
Rabbi sent me a gift. He asked me to do an unboxing. And here's the thing. Everyone knows, like, the rabbi is, like, notorious, right? So this was, like, super fucking creepy. And here it is. Wait a second.
You can't hear it? I'll send it to you. But, you know, he says it's creepy, and it is. And I agree. I mean, I said, like, hey, dude, I didn't do that. What is this? What is this that he sent? Hey, what's going on? How are you, Sir Smoke a Lot? Oh, you're gonna play? No, I understand. Hey, did you know? I don't know if you know this, but and I could be wrong, but Red Dead Redemption went on sale for like $14. What up? How are you? Caspian C, if you would you please download that video that I just sent you of just in case I ever need it? I just sent it to you. So they say, this is from Kick Clips. Kick staff Santa Maria received a gift from Rabbi Rothschild. Mind blown emoji. In my opinion, it's a shame that Kick chooses to give him attention instead of doing something about the problem. He has created hundreds of user accounts, spams all chats, and makes hundreds of pointless clips 24/7, 365. All that is true, but I didn't send it. I really didn't. In my I was impersonated by at least once on the internet.
Smells like candle. Fucking rabbi. Fucking rabbi. And look what it says here. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. As if, like, not making clips like crazy was enough on my fucking channel, right? Like, not making, clips of all you.
Okay. That works. Just a moment. I'll pull it up. Oh, you a space trucker? That's baller as fuck. I think one time, maybe, or maybe you just told me about it. Caspian C, did you get a chance to watch that thing I sent you? Okay. I'll be right back. He did. Yo, dog, if you're seeing this, Santa Maria, or anybody else out there, I have at least one impersonator. I did not send you that. I've only spoken highly of you, Santa Maria. So please, I mean, it's fine if you think I sent you that middle finger candle, but I did not. I really didn't. So just wanted you to have the thanks. Hey, Caspian C, can you hear me? Oh, he bounced. All right. That's not good. I'll be right back. Just one moment.
Dude, I did not send you that little finger email. This is Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I did not send that. I did a person I have at least one person because I did not send you that. Please check the address on it. Please check any kind of routing information you can get on that. Because I did not send it to you. I would not do that. And I think highly of you, Phil Maria. And I've even said that in various interviews with creators on the Kick platform. So just wanted you to know I didn't do that. I would at least one in person. With everybody. Caspian Sea. Just one moment. I will, I think, be able to send that to you so that you don't have to download it. Or it's, oh, you're very smart. Okay, so you've got it. You're okay. No, I've got it. I'm going to actually upload it along with just like a quick thing that I did at the end, just being like, hey, I didn't send that to you. But in case anybody ever says I did something to them that I didn't do, I have this as like at least one event, like somebody trying to impersonate me. Isn't that weird though? It's the least thing though. That's absolutely fine. If they want to do that, if that's what they want to send, I get it. That's fine. It could have been very malicious. I but I didn't do that. And so I mean I'm on camera all the time. Like that is not it's just not something I would do. Um oh, I would have spammed it. Check out the middle finger that I said. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would have been very happy about it. And I didn't do any of that. So I don't know. I just think that somebody, yeah. And yo, big dog. Okay. It looks really long. What is that? That's tight as fuck.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, big dog. You would think if you had a truck in space that they could at least give you color cameras. Yeah, but they're like night vision. I think it's going to be very popular in the future. I'm going to minimize your game just for a second because I just want to finish telling Caspian's story. Excellent. So, basically that guy, Santa Maria, he taught Kick all of the ways to like that Amazon uses to prevent bots and stuff. So I have been trying to do this on Twitch, and so first Twitch banned me from being able to send my hyperlinks. All they had to do was just like ban one of them, and if any of them are included in a message, nothing comes through. So it's like, okay, that's fine. I'll make it all words. So if it's all words, they're not going to ban the word like antimatter or name or anything. They're not going to ban words completely from their system, but they will ban a link. So then I'm able to spam for like a few hours, and that's fine. Then I have a secondary computer, and I start creating a bot on that, and I basically have that one done. It just needs the finishing touches, but it's like, okay, and then I'll get the third one, and then we'll start pumping. So I noticed that after a few hours, the other Twitch account isn't spamming like it once was. So I do some tests, and I come to the realization that now Twitch has banned the username, anything that has the username join Rabbi's Discord. So it took me a little while to figure out why wasn't it going through, but I changed the username and then it starts coming through again. So I had to reprogram the robots, but that wasn't too bad. And now it's chugging along. Now Twitch does have some things like I got my first ban on Twitch for one of the accounts, which I thought was exciting. I didn't know if they'd ever just straight up ban my account and what that looked like. and not my good accounts, just some shitty account that I made, and so they just give me an indefinite ban for automated spam or something like that. So I'm like, okay. I mean, it's all very similar to Kick. Like, it makes me see, oh, Kick just literally stole Amazon shit and just made their own platform with it. I mean, down to like how you get banned. When you're banned, you get automatically logged out and an email sent to you, which I just find is interesting. Okay, so then what did I do? So then I just have like a random username generator that is being used to basically create the account. And I noticed that when I don't use a name that says join Rabbi's Discord and I don't send my links, that I'm able to spam for a good, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. And then I just have the bot start all over again. So it changes its IP address. It then goes and starts creating an account with a random user ID. It then it follows them. It spams them. And then it moves on to the next person. Now, one thing I might do is have it create clips, but that actually adds a lot of time. You can create a clip on Kick in like, I don't know, 5 seconds. On Twitch, it takes you to another page and it's got to upload. It takes like another minute. And I just don't know if that's in my best interest, especially because it's not like those clips populate immediately. It still is a user who has to go in and manually allow them. And I don't know, it might get their attention. So I might do it because it gets their attention. But at this point, I'm just trying to get the bots going, and then I can increase their functionality once I've basically figured out the Twitch system. So, like, I'm watching it right now, and it just created an account, and it just logged in, and it's scrolling the way that I need it to. So, I mean, really, all I have to do is just make sure the bot continues, and if it ever gets a hiccup or anything, you just restart it. But it already restarts on its own, and I think that's a good thing. So I've got another bot that's more than halfway done. I just have to kind of do some troubleshooting on it. And then I have a third computer that I'm going to create a bot on. Once I've got 3 of these bots going at once, at a minimum, it's spamming like 60 times an hour, which is like, if I do it on 3 computers, it's 180. Oh, and another thing, one of them that I created isn't just spamming the people with nobody watching them. It's spamming people with thousands of people watching them. So I'm kind of changing it up. I'm going to have some of them that are spamming the very bottom of the live list, the very middle of the live list, and then the top people, and just see what happens. I hope that makes sense. Caspian C, can you hear me? Okay, good. That's okay. No big deal. In summary, we're still spamming, and I'm just basically working through what Twitch has to prevent me from spamming. And like, once I get it to the point where they don't have a defense for me, then it's like, then we're like a running back and we see a scene, we see daylight, and we just run after it, because then there's not too much they can do to me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. What else happened? That's basically it. I agree. Well, I think so. They're surprisingly, they're not that advanced. I mean, like, Reddit is really advanced to stopping this kind of attack. They get your device ID and all kinds of stuff, but I don't know why these guys don't. I mean, I'm sure they will in the future if I start doing to them what I've done to Kick. Now, isn't it interesting that guy sent that, or like whatever somebody sent that guy a middle finger. That was back in September, and I've been spamming them nonstop until like yesterday. so it's like they have to just be so worn down. I mean, you hear how he's talking about me, like this guy's notorious. Everybody knows who this guy is, and that brings me great joy. Not the part about sending something to someone, but the fact that even their top brass knows who I am. And, Eddie's my friend on Discord. So I think that's cool. I agree. Well, I wouldn't say we chat, but he accepted my friend request, which is totally fine.
Required, I think, are really a different conception of what we mean by nature.
Is it something like incorporating in the physics, in the study of nature, the observer, the experiencing observer, or is that still also a third person?
I think that's what we have to figure out, right? And so actually, a great place to think about this is quantum mechanics, right? Because one of the things we're arguing is like, look, in the chapter that I wrote on, because I wrote this with Evan Thompson, who's a wonderful philosopher, and Marcelo Gleiser, who's a theoretical physicist. When I was writing a chapter on the origins of quantum, like sort of how this emerged out of history, the subheader was like, well, it made sense at the time, because it did. There was a reason why people adopted this third-person, God's eye, deterministic view. This view of sort of like, the perfect clockwork of the universe, totally made sense. But by the time you got to the beginning of the 20th century, science itself was telling you like, and no place does this appear more than in quantum mechanics, right? Quantum mechanics slams you with the idea of the measurement problem. The most important thing about quantum mechanics is you have a dynamical equation, the Schrodinger equation, which you put in, like we talked about before. You have initial conditions, and now you got a differential equation, and you crank out the differential equation, and it makes predictions for the future, right? Exactly like Newtonian physics or its higher versions of the Lagrange or Hamiltonians. But then this other thing happens, where it's like, oh, by the way, as soon as you look at it, as soon as the measurement is made, I have what we call the Born rule. Right from the beginning, that measurement, how will quantum pointing to how to do it. So there's been all these different interpretations of the quantum mechanics. Many of them try to pretend the measurement problem isn't there. Go to enormous lengths, like the many worlds of unobservable parallel universes to avoid the thing that quantum mechanics is telling them, which is that measurements matter. And then you get something like cubism, which is I'm going to advocate for, is a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, which puts the Born rule at the center, right? Instead of like focusing on the Schrodinger equation and the weird things that come out of it, like Schrodinger's cat and all that other stuff, it says, no, actually the real mystery is the Born rule. Let's think about the Born rule. And like you said, that puts the agent and information at the center of the whole.
So that's not a thing you're trying to get rid of. That's the thing you're trying to integrate at the center of the thing. In quantum mechanics, it becomes super obvious, but maybe the same kind of thing should be incorporated in every layer of study of nature.
Absolutely, that's exactly it. So one of the things that's really interesting to me. So I have a project. I'm part of a big project that Chris Fuchs and Jacques Vanier on cubism. So I've been part of that. And what I've been amazed by is the language they use. So what's cool about cubism is it comes from quantum information theory, a pretty modern version of thinking of quantum mechanics. And it's always about you have an agent who makes an action on the world, and then the information they get from that action through the experiment, that's the action on the world, updates their priors, updates their Bayesian. That's why it's called cubism, quantum Bayesian. Updates how the information is got from the world. Now, this turns out to be kind of the same language that we're using in a project that's about the physics of life. where we had a grant from the Templeton Foundation to look at semantic information and the role of semantic information in living systems like cells. So, we have Shannon information, which is the probability distribution that tells you, basically how much surprise there is in a message. Semantic information focuses on meaning, right? Focuses on, and in a very simple way, just like how much of the information that the agent, the critter, is getting from the world helps it survive, right? That's the most basic idea of meaning, right? We can get all those, but this is it. Does it help me stay alive or not? And the whole question of agency and autonomy that occurs in this setting of just asking about how do cells move up a chemical gradient to get more food kind of has the same feel, the same, sort of architecture as what's going on in quantum mechanics. So I think what you said,
go for it, big dog.
There's always us, the agent, or life, the agent, interacting with the world and drawing in, both giving information and passing information back as a way of doing science, doing hardcore science with experiments, but never forgetting that agency, which also means experience in some sense, is at the center of it.
So you think that could be something like cubism, quantum vision, and that creates a theory, like a Nobel Prize winning theory, sort of like hardcore real theory that put the agent at the center.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I think that's the exciting part, and it's a move. The scientific triumphalist thing says, and you understand why people love this. Like, I have these equations represent, there's this platonic idea that they are, they exist eternally on their own. It's quasi-religious. Right? It's sort of like somehow these equations are you're reading the mind of God. But this other approach to me is just as exciting. What you're saying is there's us and the world. They're inseparable, right? It's always us and the world. And what we're now finding about is this kind of co-creation, this interaction, between the agent and the world, such that these powerful laws of physics that need an account, like in no way am I saying these aren't important, laws are amazing, but they need an account that strips, that turns the experience, turns the agent into just an epic, that it pushes the agent out and makes it seem that the agent's not the most important part of the story.
So if you pull on this thread, and say there's a whole discipline born of this, putting the agent the primary thing in a theory, in a physics theory, like how is it possible it just like breaks the whole thing open? So there's this whole effort of, unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, of like coming up with a theory of everything. What if these are like the tip of the iceberg? What if the agent thing is like really important?
So, listen, that would be like kind of my dream. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I'm not the one to do it. But Marcelo and I have for a while been sort of critical of where foundational physics has been for a while with string theory. I spent my whole life listening to talks about string theory real soon, and it's gotten ever more disconnected from data observations. There were people talking for a while that it's empirical. And I always wanted to write a paper or an article that was like physicists smoking their own stash. Right? There's this way we've gotten used to it. You have to out-weird the other person. Like, my theory is 38 dimensions. My theory is 22 dimensions, but it's got psychedelic squirrels in it. And so there's been a problem. There's a problem. And I don't need to tell you there's a crisis in physics or there's a crisis in cosmology. Other people have used that. That's been the headline on Scientific American. So there's clearly another direction that has to be found. And maybe it has nothing to do with it. But I suspect that because so many times the agent or the having to deal with the view from the inside, the role of agents, like when it comes to time, thinking that you can replace the block universe with the actual experience of time. Clocks don't tell time. We use clocks to tell time. So maybe that even like the fundamental nature of time can't be viewed from the But there's a new physics theory that is going to come from that comes from this agential, informational, computational view. I don't know, but that's kind of what I think it would be fertile ground to explore.
Yeah, like time is a really interesting one. Because time is really important to us humans. What is time?
Yeah, that's a what is time? So the way we have tended this is we've taken, this is what, when first of all talks about the surreptitious substitution, we've taken Einstein's beautiful, powerful, formal system for viewing time. And we substituted that for the actual experience of time, right? So the block universe, where like next Tuesday is already written down, you know, in the block universe, the four-dimensional universe, all events are already there. Which is very potent for making certain kinds of predictions within the sort of, you know, the scientific. But, you know, it is not lived. And, you know, this was pointed out to Einstein, and he eventually recognized it. Very famous meeting between Henri Bergson, who's the most famous philosopher of the early 20th century, and Einstein, where Einstein was going to talk on relativity, and Bergson, whose whole thing was about time, about duration. He wanted to separate the scientific image of time, the map of time, from the actual terrain, which is the word duration. Like we humans, where duration for us is full. It's sort of it's stretched out. It's got a little bit of the past, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the present. Music is the best example, right? You're hearing music, you're both already anticipating what's going to happen, and you are, you know, remembering what's going on. There's a kind of structure there, which is different from the representation of time that you have with the formal mathematics. The problem with the substitution, the problem with the blind spot, is it says, oh, no, the formal system is time. But really, the only place time appears is us, where time is. So having a theory that actually could start with us, you know, and then stretch out into the universe, rather than imposing this imaginary third-person view back on us, you know, that's a route towards a different way of approaching the whole problem.
I just wonder, who's the observer? I mean, define what the agent is.
Right.
In any kind of frame is difficult.
It's difficult, right? And so that's the good work of the science that helps us, right? So what happened with this idea of structural invariance that we're talking about? So, you know, we start with experience, which is irreducible. There's no atom there. Right? And we go through the whole process. It's the communal process, by the way. There's a philosopher, Robert who talks about the workshop. That starting in like the 1700s, 1600s, we developed this communal space to work in. Sometimes it was literally a physical space, a laboratory, where these ideas would be pulled apart, refined, argued over, and then validated and would be accepted. So this idea of pulling out from experience these thinner, abstract, structural invariants, the things that we could actually do science with. And it's kind of like, we call it an ascending spiral of abstraction. Right? So the problem with the way we do things now is we take those abstractions, which came from it, and then with something like, you know, a computational model of consciousness or experience, we think we can put it back in. Like you literally pulled out these super thin things, these abstractions, you know, neglecting experience because that's the only way to do science. And then you think somehow, well, I'm going to put the jam experience back in and you know, have an explanation.
So do you think it's possible to show that something like free will is quote unquote real if you integrate experience back into the physics model of the world?
What I would say is that free will is given. And that's the thing about experience, right? So one of the things that Whitehead, further loves this quote, he says, it's not the job of either science or philosophy to account for the concrete. It's the job to account for the abstract. The concrete, what's happening between us right now, is just given. You know, it's presented to us. Every day it's presented to us. If you want an explanation, fine, but the explanation actually doesn't add anything to it, right? So that free will, in some sense, is the nature of being an agent, right? To be an agent, you know, economy are sort of the two things that are, you know, they're equivalent. So in some sense, to be an agent is to be an agent. And so then the question really to ask is, can you have an account for agency and autonomy that captures aspects of its arising in the world, or the way it and the world compose. But the idea, the reason why we argue about free will often is we already have this blind spot view that the world is deterministic because of our equations, which themselves, we treat the equations as actually more real than experience. You know, and the equations are a color, you know, they don't corral experience. They are an inner, you know, representation. We like to say, don't confuse the map with the terrain. What's happening between us right now, and this, all the weirdness of it, that's the terrain. The map is what I can write down on equations and then in the workshop do experiments. Super powerful, needs an account, but experience overflows that.
What if the experience is an illusion? Like how do we know? What if the agency that we experience is an illusion?
An illusion from where? Like, right, because that already requires to take that stance is you've already put yourself into that third person view, right? And so what we're saying is that third person view, which now you're going to say like, oh, I've got a whole other set of entities, of ontological entities, things that I think exist in God's living room inside, that are independent of me and the community of living things I'm part of.
So you're pushing it elsewhere. It's just like there's a stack of turtles. It's probably if this experience, the human experience, is an illusion, maybe there's an observer for whom it's not an illusion. So you always have to find an observer somewhere.
Yeah, right. And that's why fundamentally the lines, but especially the scientific triumphalist part is following a religious impulse. It's wanting the God's live view. And what's really interesting, and when we think about this and the way this gets talked about, especially publicly, there's a line of philosophical inquiry that this language gets couched in. And it is actually it's only one version of philosophy, right? So it is pretty much what we call the analytic tradition. But there's even in Europe, or in the Western tradition, what we'll call Western philosophy, there's phenomenology. There's Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, which took an entirely different track. They were really interested in the structure of experiences. They spent all their time trying to understand, trying to develop a language that could kind of climb into the circle that is experience. Right? Experience, you're not going to be able to start with axioms and work your way through it. It's given. You kind of jump in and then try and find a language to account for its structure. But then, so that has not been part of the discussion about. You'll never, good luck finding a YouTube video where someone, a famous scientist, is talking about science from a phenomenological view, even though it's a huge branch of philosophy. And then you get the philosophies that occurred from other cores of civilization, right? So there's the Western core, out of which comes the Greeks and the Judeo-Christian Islamic traditions. But then you get India and you get Asia, and they develop their own highly complex societies that develop their own responses to these questions. And they, for reasons because they had contemplative practice, they were very focused on directly probe attention. And they asked questions in ways that the West never really did. Phenomenology kind of started it, but there's philosophers like Nagarjuna, Vasubandhu, and they're like the Plato and Aristotle of sort of those philosophies. And they were really focused on experience. In the West, I think maybe because we had the Judeo-Christian tradition, where we already had this kind of God who was going to be the frame on which you could always point to that frame. The traditions that came from the classical philosophies of India and Asia, they start always with it. They wanted to know about experience. Their whole philosophies and their logic and their argumentation was based on, I've got this experience. I can't get out of this experience. How do I reason from it? So I think there's like a lot of other philosophical traditions that we could draw from. Not like slavishly, we don't all have to be Buddhists, but there are traditions that really tried to work with that in a way that the Western traditions just didn't.
But there's also the practical fact that it's difficult to build a logical system on top of experience. It's difficult to have the rigor of science on top of experience. And so it's, as science advances, we might get better and better. Like the same, it's very difficult to have any kind of mathematical or kind of scientific rigor to why complexity emerges from simple rules and simple objects, sort of the Santa Fe questions.
I think we can do it. I think there's aspects of it. I mean, as long as you're never trying to this is what experience is. I think that's kind of the where you're never going to have a causal account of experience because it's just given. But you can do lots about, and that's what the good work is to how do I approach this? How do I approach this in a way that's rigorous that I can do experiments also? But so, for example, I was just reading this beautiful paper that we're talking about in this. This is what we're encountering with our semantic information: causal closure. Love this idea, right? The idea that we talk about autopoiesis a while back, right? The idea that living systems are they are self-creating and self-maintaining. So the membrane, cell membrane is a great example, right? The cell membrane can't have a cell without a cell membrane. Cell membrane lets stuff through, but keeps other cells out, right? But the cell membrane is part of the processes, and it's a product of the processes that the cell membrane needs, right? In some sense, the cell membrane creates a cell. So there's this strange, it's always a loop. There's always this strange loop. And so somehow figuring out how to jump into that is, the science that's ahead of us. So this idea of causal closure, accounting for how we talk about like downward causation, right? So reductionism says everything only depends on the microstate. Everything just depends on the atom, right? That's it. You don't get, you build a Lagrangian for the standard model, you're done. Of course, in principle, you need Gauss computer, but fine. In principle, it's causal closure. And I was just reading this great paper that sort of argues for this. There's ways in which using epsilon machines and all this machinery from information that you can see ways in which the system can organize itself so that it decouples from the microstate. Now, the macrostate fundamentally no longer needs the microstate for its own description, its own account of the laws. Whether that paper is true or not, it's an example of heading down that road. There's also Robert Rosen, he was a theoretical biologist, who he talked about closure to efficient laws, that living systems, are organizationally closed, are causally closed, so that they don't depend anymore. He had a proof, which is very contentious. Some argue it's true, some argue it's not. But he said that because of this, living systems are not Church-Turing complete. They cannot be represented as formal systems. So, in that way, they're not axioms. Living systems will not be axioms. They can only be partially captured by algorithms. Now, again, people fight back and forth about whether or not this proof is valid or not. I'm saying that I'm giving you examples of when you see the blind spot, when you acknowledge the blind spot, it opens up a whole other class of scientific investigation. The book we thought was going to be really heretical, right? Obviously, most public-facing scientists are very sort of in that frame. So we were just waiting for the fight. And then the review from Science came out, and it was like totally pro. They were very positive. They're like, oh my God, And then a review came out in Nature Physics, and it was totally positive. And then a review came out in the Wall Street Journal, which we kind of criticized, not capitalism, but we criticized sort of all industrial economies, sort of that they were sort of been touched by the socialism, communism. It doesn't matter. These extractive, sort of had that sort of view that the world is just reducible to, resources. The Wall Street Journal gave us a great review. So I feel like there's actually out there is some, among working scientists in particular, there is some dissatisfaction with this triumphal view and a recognition that we need to shift something in order to jump past these hurdles that we've been arguing about forever, and we're not sort of stuck in a vortex.
Well, it is. I think there's a hunger to acknowledge that there's an elephant in the room. That we're just removing the agent. Everyone is doing it. There's the experience, and then there's the third person perspective on the water. And so to science, applying scientific from the first person perspective is fascinating.
I think we can do it because it's also the thing, what's really interesting is, I think, it's not just, it's first and second, right? Because science, so one idea is that we, the idea that, science gives us this objective third person view. That's one way of talking about it. There's a whole other way. So I do the experiment, you do the experiment, we talk to each other, we agree on that, and we both get the same result. That is a very different way of thinking about objectivity. And it acknowledges that, when we talk about agency and individuality, right? So there's a great paper, speaking of Santa Fe, by David Krakauer, where they looked at information theoretical measures of individuality. What you find is it's actually pretty fluid. My liver cell is an individual, but really it's part of the liver. And my liver is, a separate system, but really it's part of me. But I'm an individual, yay. But actually I'm part of a society. And I couldn't be me without the entire community of, say, language users, right? I wouldn't be able to frame anything. And my community of language users is part of ecosystems, right? That are alive. That I am a part of a lineage, like Sarah Walker. And then those ecosystems are part of the box, right? We're never separable, as opposed to this very atomizing that Graham is wants like ultimate brain space.
Yeah, there's a fascinating degree to which agencies do it. You are an individual, but you and I talking is a kind of individual.
Yeah.
And then the person listening to this right now is also an individual.
Right.
I mean, that's a
weird thing, right?
Because there's a broadcast too.
This is why information theoretics are. So the idea that we're doing now, which I get really excited about, is this idea of information architecture, right? Or organization, informational organization. Because, right, physicalism is the current economy. But, contract is apparently the one who came up with the word organism, because he recognized that life has a weird organization that would be specifically different from machines. And so this idea that how do we engage that organization, which is often cast in information theoretic terms or computational terms, is sort of it's not really quite physical, right? It's embodied in physical, it's physical, it has to instantiate the physical, but it also has this other realm of design, and not design like intelligent design, but there's organization itself is a relationship of constraints and information flow. And I think, again, that's an interesting way that we might get a very different kind of science that would flow out of that.
So go back to Kant, organism versus machine. So I showed you a couple of Lego robots. Very cool. Is it possible for machines to have agency?
I would not discount that possibility. I think there's no reason I would say that it's impossible that machines, whatever it manifests, that strange loop that we're talking about, that auto uses, I don't think there's a reason to say it can't happen in silicon. I think whatever it would be very different from us, like the idea that it would be like, it would be just like us, but now it's instantiated. I think it might have a very different kind of experiential nature. I don't think what we have now are really there. But I'm not going to say that it's not.
I wonder how far you can get with imitation, which is essentially what I like, imitating. And I would discount either the possibility that imitation can achieve consciousness or agency or the ability to have experience. I think for most of us humans, think, that's just fake, that's copying. But there's some degree to which we humans are just copying each other. We just are really good imitation machines. We come from babies who are born to know them, just learning to imitate each other. The imitation and tension and disagreements of the imitation. We get personality, perspective, all that kind of stuff.
I think so. Possible, right? Possible, but I think probably that view I'm advocating would say that one of the most important parts of agency is this thing called E4, the E4 theory of cognition. Embodiment, inaction, embedding, extension. But so the idea is that you actually have to be in a body, which is itself part of an environment that is the physical nature of it, and of the extension with other living systems as well, is essential. So that's why I think the LLMs are not going to be, it's not just imitation, it's going to require, this goes to the brain in the back thing. I did an article about the brain in the back, which was really evidence, I was reporting on evidence, where they did the brain in the back argument, but they said, look, at the end, actually, the only way to actually get a real brain in the back is actually have a brain in the body. It could be a robot copy, but you still need a brain in the body. So I don't think LLMs will get there, because they can't, you really need to be embedded in the world. At least that's the E4 idea.
E4, the 4E of cognition argues that cognition is not a person in the head, but it's also embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended by way of extracranial processes and structures. They're very much 4E cognition is just relatively few critical evaluations in this paper, but reflecting into collections are used before E paradigm with a view assessing strengths and weaknesses. It's fascinating. I mean, there are branches of what is cognition extends far, and it could go real far.
Right. There's a great story about an interaction between Jonas Salk, who's very much a great and Gregory Bateson, with the cyberneticist. And Bateson was one of the people. He said to Salk, where's your mind? Here. No. Out here. And what he really meant was extended idea. It's not just what's in your brain. To have experience. Experience in some sense is not a thing you have. It is a thing you do, right? It's almost performative, which is why both actually having a body, but having the body itself be in the world with other bodies is, from this perspective, is really important. And it's very attractive. I mean, again, we're going to do science with them. So we have to have these ideas crash up against data, crash up against, we can't just armchair it, or just out the quarterback. But I think there's some possibility here. Very radically at what we might make.
What do you make of the fact that this individual observer, you as an individual observer, only get a finite amount of time to exist in this world? Make you sad?
No, actually, it doesn't make me sad. So, full reveal. I have been doing contemplative practice in this entry for 30 years. Staring at a wall for 30 years. And it's taught me a lot, right? I really value this practice. It's given me about the nature of experience. And one of the things it taught me is I don't really matter very much. Because this thing I call Adam Frank is really, it's kind of a construct. There's this process going on of which I am actually fundamentally. And that's super cool. But, it's going to go. I don't know where it came from. It's going to go. I don't really need to, and then who the hell knows? I'm not an advocate for afterlife, but just what I love, Zen has this idea of beyond birth and death. And they don't mean reincarnation, because, dude, you don't even really understand what life is. You know what I mean? On like this, this core level of your human experience. So, your ideas about what death is are equally important. And it's so, the contemplative practice really tries to focus on experience itself. Like, spend 5 days at a Zen session doing contemplative practice from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. And you'll really get a deeper understanding of what my own experience is. What is it like? It forces you to learn how to stabilize your attention. Because attention is kind of like this thing. Like it's usually just like, oh, over there, oh, my foot hurts, oh, I gotta do my taxes, oh, that's what's that guy over there? Why is he doing shoes? And with the contemplative practice, you learn how to stabilize it. And once you stabilize it, you can now begin to explore the phenomenal nature of it. So what I think I learned from that is kind of whatever, I'm not really kind of real with the Adam Frank, the identity thing. And the part of me that is real is, everything's coming and going. It's all coming and going. Well, how can I ever not come and go when the entire world is just, Buddhism has this idea of codependent arising. Nothing exists. Nothing has self-nature. Nothing exists by itself. It's an endless, infinitely connected web.
But still, there's deliciousness to the individual experience. You get attached to it, and it ends. It's good while it lasts. It sucks that it ends. You could just be like, it goes. But I was eating ice cream yesterday. Found this awesome low carb ice cream called Delights here in Austin, and it ends.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was staring at the container.
That's beautiful. I love it.
You could say yeah, well, that's good. All this, but hey,
I say that that's what I learned from, because I love your idea.
Yeah.
What I think happens with contemplative practice when it deepens is that it's not just, you're not just staying, right? This is why, that's why I do koan practice. So this is a tradition in Zen that was established, it was a teaching method that was established 1,000 years ago, the book of koan. And every koan, if you've ever read Goodell, several chapters in koan, they're kind of non-logical problems that you have to work on. One of my favorite ones, stop the sound of the distant temple bell. You're like, what? Every time my teacher gets it, I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the whole Zen thing. Up is down, down is up. You must understand this. So, your job with these koan is to sit with them, until you sort of realize what aspect of experience it's trying to do. So there's no answer. And in fact, actually, you don't give an answer. You actually have to demonstrate. The first time when I said it, I was like, don't tell me the answer, show me the answer. Like, what are you talking about? But after doing these for years now, I've kind of learned the language of them. So I could never tell you. If I told you the answer, I could give you a phone and tell you the answer. You'd be like, You know, it's not the words. It's the, you know, so like your experience with the contemporary practice as it deepens over years, it really does take years. Just like anything in math, it takes years to understand what you're on. You kind of come to a deeper understanding with like, it's not just like, oh, everything's great. It actually feels that. Like you feel it like breath, you know? And it really becomes, sometimes I have this feeling that stuff, but just joy. And it's not connected to anything. And that's what I've kind of gotten from this. It's just like, yeah, you know, that passage, that infinite passage of moment to moment, that is truly the way things are. And it's okay. Like, not some of it is I have a feeling about it, okay? I want it to be okay. It just is okay. And so really, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I definitely had experienced the biochemistry in my brain, but I just have that joy while experience amorphous joy. But it seems like, again, maybe it's my Eastern European roots, there's always like melancholy, there's also sitting next to joy. And I think it always feels like they're intricately linked. So the melancholy is about maybe about the finiteness of experience, and the joy is just about the beauty of experience, and they're just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, which is cool actually, because that, you know, also, you know, these are like my roots are Eastern European as well, going back, and I get it. Right? I mean, you know, but that's also the cool thing. I think what is like that is what it is. That is what it is. Right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to like manipulate or move around or like, yeah, this is the experience. You know?
Can you speak to the private nature of sitting there from the AM to 9 p.m.?
What the hell are you doing?
What's powerful? What's fascinating to you? What have you learned from this, the experience of staring at a wall?
Yeah. So, you know, it's not really you're facing a wall. And what you're doing is you're just sitting with, you know, you can have different meditative practices, right? There's counting breath. That's usually what I do. I sit down, I start doing this. And for the first half hour, it's blah, 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 blah. I'm thinking, like I said, thinking about my taxes and thinking about what I got to do later on. Yeah, got it. First time I ever did a full session, a 2-day session, I had 3 things on run track through from the beginning to the end. Plus, it's the second one, they're LPs. Yeah.
Nice.
You know, because my mind was just like, I need to do something. So it's literally played the whole album in order.
That's pretty cool, actually.
It was pretty amazing to see. You know, because you really do the dynamics. And this took me a while. I used to hate sitting. You know, I do it, but after a while, the mind gets exhausted. Like that part of the upper level does, the roof breaks out, just like there's nothing else to do. And then you get bored. And now I realize that's when something interesting happens. Because you kind of like dropped in. Now it's a very physical practice. People think you're just sitting there not thinking or thinking about not thinking. Actually, it becomes a very physical process where you're really just following the breath, you're kind of riding the breath, and it gets very quiet. You know, and within that quietness, it's, you know, there's a path, you know, because Buddhism's always, you know, not about thinking. It's a huge difference. These guys are always like, okay, I've written all this stuff. But they're guideposts, like the things pointed out. And, you know, there's the idea of first, you know, your mind is usually scattered, right? Right, you know, right now when I walk out, I'm going to go get this. My mind's going to be all over the place. But with sitting, first concentrate so that there's no more scattering. The thoughts are still happening, but you're just happening up there, not even paying attention. And then, as time goes on, you unify, which is this very powerful thing where the self drops away, you know, and there's just presence, kind of like a raw presence. And that's often where the joy of the world. But you sit with whatever, maybe you're going to have, like, maybe you're going to go through like an hour of being out about your mom who died or something. You know, you're just going to sit with whatever comes up. You're going to, that's why it's sitting. You're making the, you know, I'm going to sit here with whatever comes up. It will not be me. And then what you come through with, actually, over time, it actually changes who you are. Like, I'm still an asshole I was for New Jersey growing up. You just have more space now for things, you know?
Yeah. Once Jersey, always Jersey.
Always Jersey.
But I love the East Places. Why are we here? What do you think is the purpose, the meaning of human existence?
It's good that we just had the last conversation because I'm going to give this answer, which is so corny. It's love. And I'm not messing around. It's really actually, so within Buddhism, there's the idea of the Bodhisattva principle. You're here to help. You're just here to help, right? Compassion. Like that's a really essential part of this path, of the Dharma path. So when I first started, I was like, I'm here for knowledge, right? I'm here. You know, I started templated practice because of the usual thing I was suffering. And, the reason everybody comes to things like this, life was hard. But I also wanted knowledge. I wanted to understand the foundational nature of the compassion, whatever. But then I found out that you can't get that. You can't get those. You can't get those without compassion. Somehow in this process, you realize that it really is about helping all sentient beings. That's the way they treat us. Being here to help. So I know that sounds cornball, but especially for a guy from Jersey, where the main thing is to get over. Your job is to get over. But that's really what I found. And it's about joy. The joy is just like this. One of the things I have like really, there's a kind of experience I'll have in practice to carry out in the world, which is just this gratitude that the world gives you everything in a certain way, right? Just the blue sky and the breath. The world is just giving you itself completely unhindered. It holds nothing back. And that's kind of the experience. And then you kind of like, I need to be helpful. Who's not having this experience?
We just love
for the way all the beings who are suffering. Everybody suffering. Your worst political opponent, they're suffering. Our job is just to try and drop our biases and our stories and see this fundamental level of which life is occurring.
And hopefully there's any alien civilizations out there going through the same journey and suffering towards love.
Yeah, that may be a universal thing about what it means to be alive.
I hope so.
Either that or they're coming to eat us.
Especially if they're a type 3 civilization.
They got really big guns.
Well, this was a truly mind-blowing, fascinating, just awesome conversation, Adam. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for talking to me.
Oh, thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Adam. To support this podcast, it's in the description. And now, leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. The cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be. Our feeblest contemplations of the cosmos stir us. There's a tingling in the sky and a catch in the voice, a faint sensation, as if a distant memory, or falling a height. We know we are approaching the greatest of mysteries. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So people need to go back and read the history of the first 100 days under FDR. The sheer amount of legislation that went through, his ability to bring Congress to heel, and the Senate, who gets all this stuff through. But as you and I know, legislation takes a long time to put into place, right? We've had people starving on the streets all throughout 1933 under Hoover. The difference was Hoover was seen as this do-nothing joke who would dine 9-course meals in a White House, filthy rich banker. FDR comes in there and every single day has fireside chats, passing legislation, but more importantly, so he tries various different programs. Then they get ruled unconstitutional. He tries even more. So what does America take away from that? Every single time, if he gets knocked down, he comes back fighting. And that was a really hard character that he developed after he got polio, and it gave him the strength to persevere through personally what he could transfer in his calm demeanor and his feeling of fight that America really got that spirit and was able to climb itself out of the Great Depression. He's such an inspiration. I think of Johnson and of Nixon, of Teddy Roosevelt, even of FDR. I can give you a laundry list of personal problems that all those people had. I think they had really, really potential. And I'm not sure how intrinsic their own personal character was to their aspiration and thinking about the world. So JFK might be the best example because he had the best judgment out of anybody as a brand new president in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He got us out and avoided nuclear war, which he deserves eternal credit. And I encourage people out there. This is a brutal text. We were forced to read it in graduate school. The Essence of Decision by Graham Allison. I'm so thankful for it. It's one of the foundations of political science because it lays out theories of how government works. People really need to understand Washington. Washington is a creature with traditions, with institutions that don't care about you. They don't even care about the resume. They have self-perpetuating mechanisms which have been done a certain way, and it usually takes a great shocking event like World War II to change really beyond Every once in a while, you have a figure like Teddy Roosevelt who's actually able to take peacetime presidency and transform the country, but it needs an extraordinary individual to get that done. So the question around the essence of decision was the theory behind the crisis of how Kennedy arrived at his decision. And there are various different schools of thought, but one of the things I love about the book is it presents a case for all three: the organizational theory, the bureaucratic politics theory, and then kind of the great man theory as well. So there's you and I can sit here and I can tell you a case about PT 109 and about how John F. Kennedy experienced World War II and how he literally swam miles with a wounded man's life jacket strap in his teeth with a broken back, and saved him. He ended up on the cover of Life magazine, which is a war hero. And he was a deeply smart individual who wrote a book in 1939 called Why England Slept, which to this day is considered a text which at the moment was able to describe in detail why Neville Chamberlain and the British political system arrived at the policy of impeachment. I actually have an original copy where I must from 1939 because it's a 22-year-old kid. Who the fuck are you, John? Turns out it's and another just favorite aside is that at the Potsdam conference, where Harry Truman was there with Stalin and everybody. So in the room, Harry S. Truman, President of the United States, Dwight, the general, right, who will succeed him, 26-year-old John F. Kennedy as a journalist, and all three of those presidents were in the same room with Joseph Stalin and others. And that's the story of America right there. It's kind of amazing. I'm going to give you one of the most depressing quotes, which is deeply true. Roger Ailes, who is a genius. Shout out to The Loudest Voice in the Room by rabbirothschild. That book changed my life too, because it really made me understand the media. People don't want to be informed; they want to feel informed. The following is a conversation with Sagar and Jenny. It's second time on the podcast. Sagar is a political commentator, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points, Crystal Ball, and the Realignment podcast with Marshall Muslim. Saga is one of the most well-read people I've ever met. His love of history and the wisdom gained from reading thousands of history books radiates every analysis we to the world. In this podcast, we trace out the history of various ideological movements that led up to the current political moment. In doing so, we mention a large number of amazing books. We'll put a link to them in the description for those interested to learn more about each topic. This is a Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Saga and Jenny. So let's start with the obvious big question. What do you think Trump won? Let's break it down. Before the election, you said that if Trump wins, it's going to be because of immigration. So, aside from immigration, what are the maybe less than obvious reasons that Trump won? Yes, we absolutely need to return to immigration, but without that, multifaceted explanation. I'm going to start with the easiest one. There has been a wave of anti-incumbent energy around the world. Financial Times chart recently went viral, showing for the first time, I think, since World War II, possibly since 1905. I need to look at the data set, that all anti-incumbent parties all across the world suffered major defeats. So that's a very, very high-level analysis. We can return to that as we talk about Donald Trump's victory in 2016, because there were similar, global precursors. At individual level in the United States, there's a very simple explanation as well, which is that Joe Biden is very old, he's very unpopular, inflation is high. Inflation is one of the highest determiners of people switching their votes and putting their primacy on that ahead of any other issue on the ballot box. So that's that. But I think it's actually much deeper at a psychological level for who America is and what it is. Fundamentally, I think what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today is the evolution of the modern left and its collapse in the Kamala Harris candidacy and eventually the loss to Donald Trump in the popular vote, where really is like an apotheosis of several social forces. So we're going to talk about the Great Awakening, or so-called awakening, which is very important to understanding all of this. There's also really Donald Trump himself, who is really one of the most unique individual American politicians that we've seen in decades. At this point, Donald Trump's victory makes him the most important and transformative figure in American politics since FDR. And the thought process for the audience is in 2028, there will be an 18-year-old who's eligible to vote, who cannot remember a time when Donald J. Trump was not a central American figure. And there's stories in World War II where troops were on the front lines who were 18, 19 years old. FDR died, and they literally said, "Who's the president?" I said, "Harry Truman, dumbass." And they go, "Who?" They couldn't conceive of a universe where FDR was not the president of the United States. And, Donald Trump, even during the Biden administration, he was the thing. Joe Biden defined his entire candidacy and legacy around defeating this man. Obviously, he's failed. We talk a lot about Joe Biden as well for his own failed theories of the presidency. So I think at a macro level, it's easy to understand. At a basic level, inflation is easy to understand. But what I really hope that a lot of people can take away is how fundamentally unique Donald Trump is as a political figure and what he was able to do to realign American politics really forever. I mean, in the working class realignment originally in 2016, the activation really of multiracial kind of working class coalition, and really splitting American lines on a single individual question: did you attend a 4-year college degree institution or not? And this is a crazy thing to say. Donald Trump is one of the most racially depolarizing electoral figures in American history. We lived in 2016 at a time when racial groups really voted in blocks: Latinos, blacks, whites. There was some, of course, division between the white working class and the white college-educated, white collar workers. But by and large, you could pretty fairly say that Asians were Indians. Everyone, 80, 90% were going to vote for the Democratic Party. Latinos as well. I'm born here in Texas, in the state of Texas. George W. Bush shocked me when he won some 40% of the Latino vote. Donald Trump just beat Kamala Harris with Latino men. He ran up the table for young men. So really, fundamentally, we have witnessed a full realignment in American politics. And that's a really fundamental problem for the modern left, is erase a lot of the conversation around gerrymandering, around the electoral college, the so-called electoral college bias for Republicans, really the being able to win the popular vote for the first time since 2004 is shocking, landmark achievement by a Republican. In 2008, I have a book on my shelf, and I always look at it to remind myself how much things have changed. James Carville, and says 40 more years, how Democrats will never lose an election again. 2008, they wrote that book after the Obama coalition and the landslide. And something I love so much about this country, people change their mind all the time. I was born in 1992. I've watched red states go blue. I've seen blue states go red. I've seen swing states go red or blue. I've seen millions of people pick up and move. The greatest internal migration in the United States since World War II. And it's really inspiring because it's a really dynamic, interesting place. And I love covering it. I love thinking about it, talking about it, talking to people. It's awesome.
One of the reasons I'm a big fan of yours is you're a student of history. And so you recommended a bunch of books to me. And others thread the different movements throughout American history. Some movements take off and do hold power for a long time, some don't. And some are started by a small number of people and are controlled by a small number of people. Some are mass movements. And it's just fascinating to watch how those movements evolve and then fit themselves maybe into the constraints of a two-party system. And I'd love to sort of talk about the various perspectives of that. So would it be fair to say that this election was turned into a kind of class struggle?
Well, I won't go that far, because to say it's a class struggle really implies that things fundamentally align on economic lines, and I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Although, if that's your lens, you could get there. So there's a very big statistic going around right now where Kamala Harris increased her vote share in one household over $100,000 or more, and Donald Trump won households under $100,000. So you could view that in an economic lens. The problem, again, that I have is that is much more a proxy for 4-year college degree and for education. And so one of my favorite books is called Coming Part by Charles Murray. And that book really, really underscores how the cultural milieu that people swim in when they attend a 4-year college degree and the trajectory of their life, not only on where they move to, who they marry, what type of grocery store they go to, their cultural, what television shows that they watch. One of my favorite questions from Charles Murray is called a public quiz. I encourage people to go take it, which asks you a question. It's like, what does the word Branson mean to you? And it has a couple of answers. One of them is Branson is Sir Richard Branson. Number 2 is Branson, Missouri, which is like a country music tourist style destination. 3 is it means nothing. So you are less in a bubble if you say country music, and you're very much in the bubble if you say Richard Branson. And I remember taking that test for the first time. I thought, I'm just going to say Richard Branson. What? And then I was like, wait, I'm in the bubble. And there are other things in there, like can you name various different military ranks. I came as a history nerd, but the vast majority of college-educated people don't know anybody who served in the United States military. They don't have family members who do. The most popular shows in America are like The Big Bang Theory, NCIS, whereas people in our probably cultural milieu, our favorite shows are White Lotus, The Last of Us. It's prestige television with a very small audience, but high income, high education. So the point is that culture really defines who we are as Americans, where we live. And rural, urban is one way to describe it, but honestly, with the work from home revolution and the more rich people and highly educated people moving to more rural, suburban, or areas they traditionally weren't able to commute in, that's changing. So really, the internet is everything. The stuff that you consume on the internet, the stuff that you spend your time doing, the type of books you read, whether you read all, whether you travel to Europe, whether you have a passport, all the things that you value in your life, that is the real culture form in America. And I actually think that's what this revolution of Donald Trump was activating and bringing people to the polls, bringing a lot of those traditional working class voters of all races away from the Democratic Party along the lines of elitism, sneering, and of a general cultural feeling that these people don't understand me and my struggles in this town.
And so the trivial formulation is that the wokeism, the anti-wokeism.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that Trump winning was a statement against wokeism. It was the broader anti-elitism.
It's difficult to say because I wouldn't dismiss anti-wokeism or wokeism as an but we need to understand like the electoral impacts of woke. So there's variants of like how you're going to encounter quote unquote wokeism, and this is a very difficult thing to define. So let me just try and break it down, which is there are the types of things that you're going to interact with on a cultural basis. And what I mean by that is going to watch a TV show and for some reason there's like two trans characters. And it's never like particularly explained why, they just are there. Or watching a commercial, it's the same thing. Watching, I don't know, I remember watching, I think it was Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and the main, it was a terrible movie. But one of the characters, her name was like America, and she wore a gay pride flag. Right, look, many left-wingers would make fun of me for saying these things, but it is obviously a social agenda to the point as in they believe it is like deeply acceptable. It is used by Hollywood and culture to really value those progress, in sexual orientation and others. And they really believe it's important to quote unquote showcase it for representation. Quote wokeism. More important ways, frankly, are the ways that affirmative action, which really has its roots in American society, all the 60s, how those have manifested in our economy and in our understanding of quote unquote discrimination. So two books I can recommend. One is called The Origins of Woke, that's by Richard Mania. There's another one, The Age of Entitlement, by Christopher Caldwell. And they make a very strong case that Caldwell in particular, that he calls it thing of was the passage of 1964. Entire new legal regime and understanding of race and American character and how the government is going to enforce that. And that really ties in another one of the books that I recommended to you about the origins of Trump by Jim Webb. And Senator Jim Webb, incredible man. He's so underappreciated. Intellectual, anti-war, and people remember him from the 2016 primary, and they asked him a question I don't exactly remember about one of his enemies, and he's like, well, one of them was a guy I shot in Vietnam, and he was running against Hillary. And that guy, he wrote the book More Fighting, it's History of the Scots Irish People, something like that. And that book really opened my eyes to the way that affirmative action and racial preferences that were playing out, through the HR, managerial elite, really turned a lot of people within the white working class away from the Democratic Party and felt fundamentally discriminated against by the professional managerial class. So there's a lot of roots to this, the managerial revolution by James Burnham, and in terms of the origin of kind of how we got here, but the crystallization of like DEI and or affirmative action, I'm pretty used to affirmative action, in the highest echelon of business, and there became this idea that representation itself was And I think that right around 2014 really went on steroids, and that's why it's not an accident that LJ Trump elected in 2016.
At this point, do you think this election is the kind of statement that wokeism as a movement is dead?
I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to say because wokeism itself is not a movement with a party leader. It's a amorphous belief that has worked its way through institutions now for almost 40 or 50 years. It's effectively a religion. And part of the reason why it's difficult to define is it means some different things to different people. So, for example, there are varying degrees of how we would define quote-unquote woke. Do I think that the Democrats will be speaking in so-called academic language? Yes, I do think so. I think that the next Democratic nominee will not do that. However, Kamala Harris actually did move as much as she could away from quote woke, but she's basically punished for a lot of the sins of both herself from 2019, but a general cultural feeling that her and the people around her do not understand me, and not only do not understand me, but have racial preferences or a regime or understanding that would lead to a quote-unquote equity mindset, equal outcomes for everybody as opposed to equality of opportunity with more of a colorblind philosophy. So I can't say